The intermission's over. Head back to your seats as we get this show rocking and rolling. Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable Rock Revolution event.
Under pressure? You're in luck. Get the help of our mobile service panel, filmed live at our Lithia Suburban Collection pop-up event.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings. Today we are at the Suburban Collection, part of Lithia, and Ted, mobile service is on our minds.
Mobile service is at the top of the menu, and Sarah, we have some of the leaders in our industry. I'd like to ask each of them to introduce themselves and tell us what they do, starting with Carl Waker.
Hi, my name is Carl Murphy. I'm the CEO and founder of Spiffy. We provide mobile infrastructure for dealerships, software, and van outfits.
I'm Ed Roberts, COO and GM of Bozard Ford Lincoln in San Augustine, Florida.
Jim Elder. I'm a general manager for four dealerships in the Southeast Michigan here and a Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram store.
Mark Mickens, I'm the Director of Retail Services for ES3 Automotive.
Corey Blackwell, also with Spiffy and EVP of Business Development.
Well, and Jim, I want to come to you first because the Suburban Collection's mobile service is really cutting edge, and we're seeing a lot of evolution in how this is happening across the industry. So how does the Suburban Collection's mobile service bring the shop to the customer?
You know, I think it's evolved. We're pretty much in the infancy stages of it right now still. We've been at it for probably 5 years. But, you know, in the first thing you think of with mobile service is service department, right? But really where it starts is both in the service department and in the variable side as well. So it's the team that really promotes it all the way throughout. It's more of a 360-degree approach to it, where as we're selling cars, we're promoting mobile service, right? It's an added benefit. And then in the service advisors, you know, it's really taking a load off of them with the phones and talking to the customers and going to them, right? And offering that up because it's new pretty much in the Southeast Michigan area, and people get excited to hear about it and that we offer it.
And Ed, I'd love to get your follow-up on it too, because you've had, growing mobile service empire down in the south of Florida. How have you seen the customer react to having, the shop really come to them?
It's removing the friction of car ownership. And for so long, we've forced people to go through what we want them to do at the car dealer, at our dealers, and they don't want to come there. And then so when we force them to come there, then we got to figure out how to get them to do this and how to get them to do that. But when we remove that friction and we go to their place of comfort, whether it's work, old home, whatever that may be, then the level of trust, you start at a different foundation, and you're able to build that trust a lot faster.
And Mark, we're seeing this evolve from not just, domestic brands here. We're seeing a lot of different OEMs taking on mobile service and thinking about this experience.
Right. I work a lot with luxury brand, and when you think about it, mobile service should be a natural transition for a luxury brand, right? You should be the top service person, in the space, but it does help you sell cars, right?
Oh, it sure
does. It's all about retention now too. Everybody's fighting for a smaller pie, and you can, if you can, differentiate yourself from your competition. Once somebody has a mobile service done, they're not going to want to give that up on their next car purchase, right? If you do it, you're pretty much going to catch me. So it does help you sell cars.
Absolutely.
And Carl, one of the things that I think has been most important about this entire process really is the support the dealer gets to initiate mobile service and really enable that experience for the customer.
Yeah, I think from our standpoint, we're obviously providing software to dealerships because it's critical for the scalability. There's dealers like Ed that are moving, 30, 40 vans a day across a large part of a state. To get there and to optimize that and do that profitably and efficiently, you need technology to do that. A service advisor can run 2 or 3 vans, and then at some level, you're just never going to get beyond that because of the scalability, the human versus sort of the automations.
And Troy, we're seeing more and more customers really, expect this kind of level of service because as everyone's mentioned so far, having that comfort of being able to do it right in your driveway, it's a lot different than coming to the dealership.
Yeah, absolutely. And yesterday I was fortunate to spend some time at Jim's store right across the street there. And what was impressive, I chatted with the service director this morning, and he had 11 appointments yesterday. I don't know about you, it was freezing yesterday. I'm in California, and being here and then them operating, but there's an appetite at Jim's store there, and but 11 customers yesterday is big.
Ed, I want to ask you first, two things. Number one, what kind of repairs or maintenance can you do in somebody's driveway? And second, as has been mentioned here on the panel, you run a large volume, you've got 40 plus vehicles. How important is that software component to being able to scale and to be able to continue to build a business?
Well, a lot of times we ask ourselves, what can we do in field? And what we should be asking ourselves is, what can we do? Because if you look at it from that lens, you can certainly find a lot more that you can do. And another thing that I tell people a lot is, go walk through your service department, and every vehicle that's being worked on in your service department without being lifted up, without the lift being set on it, is things that you can do in build. And when you look at it from that lens, we're doing software updates, we're doing diagnosis and repairs of life repairs, all kinds of maintenance items. What we can do about 80% of what these vehicles need in field. And then from a scalability standpoint, and Carl hit it on the head, one advisor can handle 2 or 3 trucks pretty effectively, but you cannot handle 12 trucks through 3 advisors or 4 advisors consistently the same way. So that's where you need some technology to help with efficiencies and tie those things together to where you can deliver an consistent process.
I'm going to ask Carl and Troy to weigh in on that, but first, let me come to Mark and then Jim. Mark, again, any difference on the kind of services you can perform? I know you were early on the mobile service.
I'm with Ed though. I think you have to decide what the can is first. You know, I mean, and you really do need to develop a menu, really when you get into it, and evolve the menu too. You know, new recalls come out, new technology comes out. You know, we're so far advanced from where I was. You know, when I started, just from a technology standpoint, right? The software makes you more efficient. The connectivity we can put in the vans now allows you to, you know, really to program a wider range of things that you need to do. So that's, you know, always evolving. So I'm with Ed though. I think it's what you can't do, you know, and safety first, right? Like, you know, safety's a big thing. And, you know, through some really good tooling, engineering changes that have been made, we've come up with some really good tooling features that can make it safer for someone to lift the car if they want to. So, you know, some good advances. I mean, we keep advancing every year.
You know, I really don't think there's any limitations when it comes to mobile service, right? So if you can look at it, you know, from a mile high view, when there is heavy repair that needs to be done, obviously we like to have the cars in the shop to do that for safety reasons and other reasons. But at the same time, there is some constraints when it comes to shop throughput. So if we can send the mobile van out to a customer, get it diagnosed, and understand really what the true problem is, or parts, then the efficiency works all the way around. So those heavy repairs could get diagnosed even at, you know, at home level or from the garage at home. So, you know, there's really no limitations. It's all about efficiency. It's all about throughput and really, you know, the customer experience. And that's where it's, you know, my goal is to never have anybody in my waiting room, you know. And then I went to actually Central Florida and visited a store and their mobile operation, and he took me to his waiting room. He goes, listen, there's nobody here for a reason, because all our vans are out and about. And I'm like, you know, I never thought of it that way, and I love it. So that's my goal.
You bring up shop throughput too. I think that's an unmeasured metric.
Absolutely.
Right? Like how much more capacity have I created by not having some of that stuff in my store? You know, measure that.
Absolutely.
Well, how much more are you putting through your shop because of?
For sure. I mean, there's nothing more frustrating than a customer comes to your repair facility thinking that the repair is going to be done, only to think that we have to order parts. So why should that ever happen, right? So if we get that phone call and somebody's having issues with their car, we can deploy the van in a perfect world, diagnose, understand what part needs to be ordered, and then the next time we go pick up their car, or we can fix it right in their driveway. So, you know, it's just a better customer experience all the way around.
Carl, the one thing that every one of these mobile service dealers has in common, they all started with one van. Okay, they had one vehicle, and then the 2, then the 3, then the 5, and then you know what's happened since then.
Right.
How important on the scalability side, because they likely will scale once they have success, you know, is that software component to be able to offer all the things that a consumer and a dealership would expect?
Yeah, so the software, in addition to creating automation, it creates a process, right? And so if you start with one van and you build a digital process, then the scalability is much more generic and easier. If you build a manual process around 2 or 3 vans, you can get there, you can add another human. Ed did this. Hey, we have 4 vans. Okay, we need another service advisor. We have 8 vans. We need another service advisor. You know, when I first met Ed and his team, they're like, our problem is this office. We have all these awesome service advisors. I don't really want to hire any more of them, and I can't find them. I need to make them more efficient. They're our obstacle to scalability. And so the advantage for a new dealer is when you build that software, when you bring software in, it builds a process which is scalable. And so it makes the second van, the third van, the fourth van so much easier. And we see dealers, our customers are adding vans in the range of 4 to 6 months. So month one van, and then from a business growth standpoint, at a reasonable path, like not super amount of marketing, not Herculean efforts, they can add another van sort of month 4, 5, month 10, month 12. And so within a year, they're sort of, if they have an aggressive program where we have ambitious goals, they could be at 3 or 4 vans pretty easily without like, hey, these are not, again, Herculean efforts on the management team.
Why? No, I want to bring Jim on the road with me. I think he had the perfect response. So I love his answer. I love that, anything you can perform that's not on a lift can be done. I think Ed has several examples where he put some AC technology on the back of one of the vans and can go do that work in hot Florida. So, but yeah, Jim, you might have a part-time gig there. Go on with this.
I think something for dealers, if you're a dealer or a principal out there thinking about starting, I think when you think about the customer, consumers versus fleets is a different choice.
Yes.
I think you can be much more aggressive with a fleet. You go to an HVAC company, they have a fenced in lot, there's no traffic, there's no kids around, right? Ripping a bumper off there is like, that's easy. Right now, you want to do it in your customer's driveway. That may be something different. I got to think about it differently, right? And so we often talk about customers. What's the consumer sequence of services or list, and then what's the fleet side?
Well, what it is for us with your software, Ed and I know this, is data is king, right? So when are you going to add the next van? So the data you provide us,
right,
through efficiency is that helps you scale your business. Correct?
100%.
Mark, I want to come to you. Quick lightning round, just kind of thinking about the experience that you've described with customers, and what would you say has been the most surprising feedback that you've had so far?
Recently, Troy and I talked about this, last week. We look at a lot of studies in my role now. We look at data. It's math driven for us. And there was recently a study that we shared together that 92% of people that had a mobile service done was likely to have another one done. Now, I was a dealer principal for a long time. I don't know I did 92% of anything. Right? So if something's telling me it's going to be 92% my retention, why aren't you doing it? Right? I mean, so that's the biggest surprise for me. And the fact that, we look at a lot of survey data. I haven't seen a bad mobile service. I mean, I'm sure there's one out there, but, I haven't seen one. I know maybe you can tell me that you had one, but, not too many if you did, right?
Right, exactly. I think, again, it goes back to the customer experience, and, it's, and again, we're kind of working through our first cycle of people actually going out and visiting and doing mobile service. So it's a wow factor, right? So when we first started at my stores, I actually put myself on the service advisor line and answered phone calls and the incoming calls. And it was amazing. I really, and I hate to admit this, I don't know that much about cars, but I can sell the customer experience. And the first thing I had to say is, hey, listen, what if you don't bring it to us? What if I come to you in my mobile service van? And the first, word was, wow, you guys can do that? I'm like, absolutely. So then it kind of got my brain rethinking and looking at it, is that we're looking at all our scheduled appointments coming in the store. Number one, you really look at the cars that are coming in that we love to buy out of our service lane as well. And then going to them, and it all kind of encompasses and ties everything together with what you're trying to do in the back end and the front end and the customer retention and service and getting your repeat customers and sales. So I look at it from a whole 360 view.
And, feedback wise, what have you seen be the most surprising?
Well, our customers don't typically get to see much about how service is done. And it isn't just the owner of the vehicle, it's their kids, and it's getting them involved and giving them a quick overview of the van and what they're there to do and those things. And to watch a kid help rotate tires or whatever it may be is just enlightening to get them involved. When they get them involved, and they're also preaching that, hey, why do they come back? So it's getting that customer involved as well.
Carl, Troy?
Yeah, I think the thing that's most interesting is that the technician becomes the face of the brand, and that's new, right? Technicians are in the back; they don't talk to customers. As we coach dealers to come on board, like, look, your technicians need customer service skills, and it's an opportunity. And customers are inspired by seeing people show up, do physical work, and deliver high quality service. And so it's this extra brand accelerant that the dealer has by sending the technician to their driveway, sending someone who is engaging and personal. They don't need to be like the best salesperson in the world. They just need to smile, say hello, say thank you, be clean and neat, pick up, and just do great work. But doing that in the driveway has such an impact on the customer retention. And it you know, the metrics out of Bozar Ford are spectacular compared to the industry. And it's because they're going out and doing these things. You know, they have 40 technicians hitting 200, 150, 200 customers a day in their driveway, right? It's not like they're even moving through the building, right? And so I think that's the thing that's super exciting. And you're going to see that more dealers talk about that, because it's like month 6 when they sort of see that.
And I'll just close it out with, it's driving retention. And, Ed has one of the highest retentions in the nation at 70%, which is outstanding. And we know that mobile's contributing and driving to that number. So there's certainly a convenience. And once you get one mobile service done, your next service, that's what you want. So we're super excited about directionally where mobile's heading. Grateful to be on a panel again like this today to talk more about mobile.
And Troy, we're grateful to you and Spiffy for all that you do for the industry and for these gentlemen who have really been the pioneers in mobile service. Mark, I think back to the early days, when we were asked how this was going to pencil. And, I think we've worked far beyond that.
Yeah, absolutely. Because, it's a business case now. We can carry a business case to any dealer principally and say, if you invest, you'll get your return on investment if that's what you're concerned with, right? And you don't want to miss it because, we miss. That's why it's different, right? You don't want this to be the next different, but we should keep our customers and honor our customers with good service, and that's what this provides.
One of the hottest things happening now in retail automotive. I want to thank Mark Mickens, Ed Roberts, Jim Elder, and the team from Spiffy here. We're at Lithia, the Suburban Collection. Sarah and I are here in Troy, Michigan, and we will be right now.
Another recall? Seriously? That means another day wasted at the dealership, or anxiously waiting to get picked up. Again. Or there's another way. Mobile Service brings the entire service drive to you. Oil changes, tires, brakes, even warranty and recall work. And don't forget, transparent multi-point inspections, friendly text, and next day service right from the dealer's website. No waiting rooms, no drop-offs, and 90% of customers who try it book again. Service your car right from your driveway. Go to getspiffy.com or click the link in our bio to schedule your first mobile service appointment today. Click now, save hours later, and leave worry behind.
Axel One was created to allow auto dealers to interact with all their data, anywhere, anytime. Think of it as a dealership operating system that connects all your existing tools, improving profits and reducing costs. Our AI engine expert provides role-specific insights and identifies actionable paths for growth.
Faster decisions and greater transparency. Book your demo today to learn more about what Axel One can do for your business.
Stepping out of the big yellow taxi, it's not Joni Mitchell, it's our next speaker, Misty Tippets.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings. Today we have a very special guest with us, Ted, and Podium is our new partner, and it's exciting to see all that they're doing in automotive.
Sarah, you're so right. Great honor to welcome Misty Tippets, auto marketing lead at Podium. Misty, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And I'm so excited to be here.
Again, honored to have you. And, what a great time of year. I can't believe we are at the end of the first month of the year. And then next week, the entire industry, or a good part of it, is going to converge on Las Vegas at the NADA show. Misty, will Podium be at the show?
We sure will. We sure will. We have a lot going on and a lot we're announcing and doing, and we're really excited about it. We're hoping for better weather this year. Fingers crossed.
All right. Hopefully no snowstorms.
Right.
I see an NADA booth number in the West Hall. Everybody, Podium will be at the NADA. Misty will be there. Sarah and I will be interviewing her, meeting with her, and meeting with the folks at Podium. And we'll come back to that in just a little bit. And Sarah, maybe if you want to get things started today.
Yes, Misty, just to kick things off. So Podium has been a name in the industry for quite a while, but our dealer audience listening today, especially with respect to fixed operations, may not be aware of all of the exciting innovations that Podium now offers. So Misty, just set the stage. Where has Podium evolved?
Yeah, it's a really good question because it has been quite a journey and honestly not that long period of time. So in the early 2010 times, our founders were, one of our founders, Erik Ray, his dad owned a tire shop, and he got a call from his dad one day just being really frustrated that he was getting a lot of bad reviews. And we felt like, man, I have all these customers that are really happy, but they just never give us reviews. And so he, really dug in deep and was like, well, what if you asked for a review, which right now doesn't seem pretty transformative, but back then it was. And so Podium started purely as a review management business and really kind of started the movement of reaching out to your customers, asking them for reviews. There was a lot of fear that you didn't want to ask for reviews, a lot of, scared of what people's responses were, and quickly found out, okay, people have a lot of really great things to say about small businesses, but just don't take the time or really know how to do that. And so, that's where we started and really started at figuring out ways to help small businesses be found and slowly transformed into, okay, well, now we're texting about reviews. How do we help small businesses as more people continue to go to text their customers and create an opportunity for dealerships to be able to text as a communication platform. And then within that same mindset, like I said, reviews might have not seemed transformative at the time, but they really were. And in that same mindset, or in 2019, 2020, before it kind of became a really big deal, our founders started really digging deep into AI and figuring out, one, how it could help reviews and review management, but really just like unlocking a ton of opportunities within the automotive industry and AI. And so we started digging in deep, and we're one of the first automotive vendors to launch what is our AI BDC. We call him Jerry, actually at NADA in 2024. And have seen a ton, Jerry then versus Jerry now. We first launched it into the sales side of the business. So it was an AI BDC in the retail side, managing leads 24/7, and just saw incredible adoption across the entire industry. And in the past year, we spent a lot of time interviewing our customers, talking to our customers and talking to them on the fixed ops side. And as that's become a big focus for a lot of car dealerships in the past year, maybe bigger than it has been in the past. Saw a real opportunity to take all of the great things that Jerry was doing on the sales side and bring them on over to service. So we, in the past couple of months, have launched Jerry 2.0, which has a bunch of different updates that we can dig in a little bit more in terms of what makes that really stand out, as I know there's a lot of other AI solutions out there, and really what it's able to do for the service department. And then at NADA, we're very excited to be launching our voice AI solution, which I think has incredible opportunities for the fixed ops side of the world. So we're excited. Lots of really exciting, fun things happening at Podium right now.
Sarah, I was going to say a lot of folks in the automotive retail industry will know Podium from the variable side, but
Yeah.
may not be aware of all the solutions that they have built now and developed successfully for fixed ops. So, Sarah, this is a game changer for fixed ops because you and I talk to a lot of people here at the roundtable, and only Podium is the one that's honed in on this opportunity.
That's so true, Ted. And Misty, I think I want to take a step back with our audience for a second, because the other thing that dealers in our audience may not be aware of about Podium, and this has been a big topic on the Fixed Ops Roundtable, we're seeing so many other applications from other verticals coming over into automotive, like hospitality. Hospitality has been a big word that we've had at the roundtable and across our industry, and how we can blend some of the customer experience elements from other sectors, into a better customer experience with the automotive side. And what it's really fascinating about what you've built and how you're building things at Podium is you already do that across more sectors than just automotive.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we started with a tire shop, right? So automotive has been the backbone in a variety of different ways. And we have always found great fit for dealerships and Podium, no matter what we were doing. But Sarah's exactly right. We have a few other verticals that we focus in. We have a big success in retail, med spas, and HVAC businesses. But really, what I think is also important is we have verticalized within the company top down. So we have an auto product team, an auto sales team, an auto marketing team, which is me and a bunch of other wonderful folks, and an auto customer support and onboarding team. So we're kind of running like 3 separate businesses within one, because we quickly learned, horizontal software and horizontal AI does not work. So we can take the learnings that we have from some of these other verticals that makes our AI, like you talked about, understand the importance of things like empathy when talking to a customer and making that sell, but also not take all those learnings and really dig deep and talk to our auto customers and have a product team that is consistently going out into the field on site within dealerships so that we fully understand the complexities that everybody in those dealerships is dealing with every day.
Well, and Misty, to come back on the automotive side, and again, just focus on the fixed operations piece, because Jerry 2.0, this is a really exciting component for our fixed ops listeners in the audience today. But I know our listeners are going to want to know, some real world examples and some real world success stories about what's happening with Jerry and how this is different than what they may be familiar with Podium from the sales side. So are there any insights that you found particularly interesting with how you've rolled this out for fixed operations?
Absolutely. I mean, service centers are facing a lot of new pressures that they weren't a couple of years ago. Staffing strain, you have technicians that are managing the calls that are coming in and doing scheduling and really just not having the ability to manage the influx that they are happening. It's becoming a big revenue point of conversation for a dealership as a whole. So there's a lot more pressure being put on them to schedule every appointment, have everything that's happening come in through the service department. And customer expectations are really, really high in terms of what kind of experience they have, not just when they're in the dealership and all of the things happening there, but the conversations happening beforehand. So when somebody's calling, they expect somebody to answer that phone. And sometimes they expect that no matter the time of day. And so being able to, answer those requests as they come in 24/7, really, really, I think is some of the biggest application that AI has for fixed ops. Is we're all really busy people. And sometimes when that department's open is not when requests are coming in. And so calls are coming in after hours, or calls are coming in peak hours because that's when people are available to come in for their services. And so having AI be able to answer that is incredible. And I'm not just talking about AI being able to answer and like automate things. I'm talking about AI being able to answer the phone and being able to say, hello, welcome to about a service department. How can I help you? And go through and completely book that service appointment so that everybody else is focused on what's really important, which is doing the job. And so that's really, really critical. Where we see some of the biggest use cases is also just from a marketing perspective, and how do you get more revenue coming into that service department? So yes, you have a lot of inbound calls or inbound texts or requests happening that AI can help with, but AI can also help with your outbound efforts as well. And so we see a lot of success with dealers using AI for first service or next service applications of just having automations and playbooks set up for their AI of when they should reach out and what kind of messaging they should have there. Abandoned customers, a lot of the time someone's not busy, they answer a call, they have a text message happen, but then they get busy and they stop responding to that customer, or the customer stops responding. AI can very easily come in and pick up that conversation. And what's so wonderful about Podium's AI is we take a lot of pride in making AI that can be customizable to your dealership. So people spend a lot of time training their team in their brand, their voice, how they should be talking to customers, and they should have the same expectation for their AI, so that if someone is having a conversation, it's pretty seamless when AI comes over to take over that conversation and be able to handle all of that. So there's some real world applications of how AI can really help drive the incredible revenue goals that some of these service departments are experiencing.
Misty, that customizable component is huge. Okay. That's exactly what Sarah and I are hearing. Dealers and managers who are watching us today, they're asking for that. They're saying, you know what? I've got to be able to customize that for this or for that, for my brand, for my location. Sarah, there's so much here. I didn't realize that Podium offered all of this.
And it's amazing, Misty, I'll say from my retail experience, I was one of those early, 2010s dealers that was on Podium back then. And it's amazing to hear, just again, the use case that you're talking about with how Podium is really elevating the service experience. And so, just to continue touching on the customer side of the equation, again, because our dealer audience, we know that there's a lot of hesitation with AI today because of sometimes some of the, maybe let's call it like hallucinations that an AI can potentially have during the course of a customer conversation. And maybe it goes off the rails. And now, the service director already has so many different things, or the BDC manager has so many different things that they're responsible for in their organization, that all these extra alerts or notifications just become more noise on their dashboard and more pieces that they're going to now have to delegate or manage. So how is Podium different than some of the other, AIs when it comes to making it easier on somebody who is, a service director that has so much going on in their day?
100%. Hallucinations is exactly the word that it's called. AI across the board is not perfect. We are, and I think the biggest problem with a lot of other AIs is it doesn't have that human element. We have very much focus on Jerry having empathy, and you would be surprised about how much that changes the ability of AI to, functionally and have great conversations with someone. But there's a couple of different things that I think really differentiates us. One is our onboarding process. A lot of these systems and tools that you purchase, you sign the contract and then you never hear from anybody ever again, which can be really hard, especially when you're dealing with employees that are maybe very hesitant about AI. They feel it as a threat to their job, or they're just not sure how to use it. And so we have a really incredible onboarding process that we take great pride in. Like I said, AI, for it to be customizable, has to be trained. And so we will help along with that process and make sure that your team feels comfortable. For all of our bigger dealerships with maybe a little bit more complexities, it's not rare for us to come out on site and have in-person trainings and meetings. We think this is a face-to-face industry, and we buy into that 100%. And so we think it's extremely important to make sure that, the AI is not going to succeed if you don't have buy-in across your entire dealership. And so that's something that's really important to us. And then after that onboarding process, you're assigned, a customer support, and again, completely verticalized. So somebody who's talking to dealers all day long, a representative that is there 24/7, available to answer any of your questions. And then finally, from a product standpoint, the ability to customize it comes from, when Jerry was released first in 2024, for a lot of our bigger dealerships where there is a lot of complexities, we would have these channels or immediate ways to communicate with our product team and be like, hey, Jerry did this today. We didn't like that. How can we fix that in the future? With Jerry 2.0, which we launched in fall of this year, you are now able to do that yourself within the Podium platform. So we have basically created, Jerry has a bunch of other AIs, agents working behind him that you're able to give direct feedback of, hey, I didn't like your tone here. This is what you should say. Or you offered that we have free oil changes on these days. No, we don't. Don't say that. These are when we offer these types of things. And that fix is immediate. You don't wait for any product support. What AI has allowed us to do is have those developers, those product specialists, be AI on the back end. Now, obviously, we have a product team here to support if anything gets a little bit complex, but we found it absolutely incredible what Jerry is able to self-correct and fix on his own just by a little bit of feedback.
And what kind of volume, Misty, is Jerry handling? Just give us some examples. Like, what's a typical, rooftop look like, with Jerry? Are dealers surprised about the volume of communication that gets handled?
The biggest thing we've seen is after hours communication. I think that's where people are the most surprised, is they didn't realize on the retail and fixed op side how many opportunities they were losing by not being available to answer questions 24/7. So like when we first launched Jerry, a big auto group in Wisconsin, we were working with their BDC director, and she was like, I came in on Monday and Jerry had scheduled 30 test drives over the weekend. Like, that's incredible in terms of just like his ability to be goal oriented, and to know that's the endpoint. So for a sales BDC, it's to schedule that test drive to do, Jerry's never going to sell a car. We're never going to take that away, but it's to get them into the dealership, schedule a test drive. And just imagine being able to come in and that part of your job is already done. And on the fixed ops side, it's the same thing. Schedule that service appointment. And so I would encourage everybody when, you're searching and interviewing AI companies, is you should be asking them, like, what is your AI trained to do? Is it goal oriented? What's the end action? Because that really helps Jerry, just like you would want your salesperson, right? The end action is to sell that car. For your BDC, the end action is to get them to come in and schedule a test drive. And having it be goal oriented is really, really important in terms of the actions that are happening. So from a volume perspective, it can depend on your dealership and the things that you are doing. Jerry is fully capable of functioning and being able to handle all leads as they come in 24/7. He doesn't get overburdened at any point. He doesn't have a bad day. He doesn't get frustrated and need to go have a cigarette outside, right? Jerry's available 24/7 and ready to take those as it happens.
Ted, this is going to be exciting to continue to hear from Podium and Misty as 2026 continues to unfold, and I'm excited to hear more insights on what's ahead.
It's a game changer, Sarah. Misty, if I can come back to NADA. So you will be out there with Podium, with the team in the West Hall. Looks like booth number 4353W. Sarah and I look forward to meeting with you in person, doing some interviews. What can the audience that are now making their short list to come to NADA, what can they expect to see when they come over to Podium? Are there going to be some product reveals or products that they'll be able to see and demo and sample?
Yeah. So we are very excited to be launching our voice AI product at NADA. We're extremely, we know the importance of phones within the fixed ops world. And as much as we like to believe everybody has moved to text, a lot of people just would rather call and have that conversation. And it's the same rules apply. The ability to be available 24/7 is critical. And so we've spent a lot of time. We have a really great partnership with OpenAI. We have worked really closely with them, and they've actually recently released a case study on Podium and how we're using tools and how we're using their models to do things like voice AI and Jerry 2.0. So that is something we're going to be talking about big time, not just that partnership with OpenAI. I mean, that's unheard of for somebody. That's not a pay to play situation. They just naturally, decided to highlight Podium, which is really, really big. And then our voice AI product. And then obviously we're going to be having fun. There's going to be a lot of great activities, drinks, food at the booth. So we're really excited about that. And then our VP of Automotive, Ross Tinkham, will be doing have a session on the live stage on Thursday at 10:30. And we'll really dive deep into all of this stuff and provide some really great takeaways of what you need to be looking for when you're applying AI in your dealership. A couple years ago, it was, I need to have AI. I'm just going to purchase it. All AI is good at AI. And that is not the case anymore. And so how do you really differentiate AI when you're out there shopping? So it's going to be a really good time. We're really excited.
All right. Extremely timely, Misty. Sarah and I look forward to meeting with you in person. Everybody, if you're coming to NADA next week, put Podium on your short list. Be sure to visit with them in the West Hall. Sarah and I will be there. You'll see us as well. Podium is at booth number 4353W. Sarah, great news, and so honored to have Podium with us here at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Yes, Misty, welcome, and Podium, welcome to the Roundtable. We're excited to see all that's coming up ahead.
We're so excited to be here. Thank you so much for your time.
Misty Tippets, everybody, with Podium, here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
We launched Jerry 1.0 in the beginning of 2024, and the number one impact that Jerry has had on dealerships over the last 2 years is driving more revenue. What we learned is what makes a great AI employee for a dealership is the same exact things that make a great human employee. They're great at their job, they know it inside and out, they know your business, they know the playbooks, they follow them, and they're coachable. Every business is different, every business has unique needs, and transparency is the number one thing that every single one of our customers wants in their AI employee. The result of everything we learned has allowed us to build capabilities and coachability into our AI employees that doesn't exist in the market and nobody else is working on. And I cannot wait to show you what we built.
Introducing Jerry 2.0. Jerry now goes beyond sales, handling any scenario, from service scheduling, trade-ins, financing, to leads from any source. Jerry now has unlimited playbooks, fully under your control. If a customer starts with an instant cash offer, pivots to a trade-in, then wants to schedule a test drive, Jerry switches playbooks automatically, handling each one like your best BDC rep. And you can customize everything from tone and sales approach to how he handles specific models, competitor comparisons, and your financing options, making Jerry as unique as your dealership, reflecting your brand, your process, and your voice. AI can make mistakes. The key is catching them fast and making sure they never happen twice. With most tools, changing something means a support ticket. Maybe it gets fixed, maybe it doesn't. With Jerry 2.0, you're in control. No engineering degree, no tickets, no waiting. Just tell Jerry what to change. He analyzes the issue, updates his own playbooks, and tests the change automatically. AI shouldn't be a black box. With AI Studio, you can see exactly how Jerry reasons, what documents he references, what policies he follows. So you're never wondering, why did Jerry say that? You can see the logic, and if something feels off, you can fix it fast, with total confidence. Jerry 2.0 ensures every customer gets a response, every opportunity moves forward, every conversation reflects your standards, which means more money in the door, more time at the dinner table for your team, and better service for your customers.
I think the best part about Jerry 2.0 is not only now do you have a really capable AI employee, but it's as customizable as it is capable. And it's going to completely change the entire way you run your business.
Book a demo to see the instant impact of Jerry 2.0.
If you're heading to NADA, this is something you don't want to miss. The Fixed Ops Roundtable is bringing our full professional media team to the show, and for a limited time, we're offering a complimentary media package to our partners and industry leaders. That means professional lighting, crystal clear audio, high quality video production, We're capturing real conversations, real insights, and real stories from the people shaping fixed operations right from the show floor. No awkward setups, no DIY videos, just polished, broadcast-ready content you can actually use. This is your opportunity to walk away from NADA with powerful video assets for LinkedIn, social, sales conversations, and brand visibility. Spots are limited, cameras will be rolling. If you're at NADA, make sure your story is part of this.
Join Bon Jovi on stage as myKaarma gives mobile service a good name in our next panel.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. This is the mobile service panel hosted by our great friends at myKaarma. Matt Bateman is with us today, and we are also blessed to have a amazing roster of retail leaders. Jim Sabino is with us from the Northeast at the Paramus and Hackensack All-American Automotive Group, leading the charge there. Ed Roberts and Jeremy Stevens at Bozard Ford Lincoln in sunny St. Augustine, Florida. Nolan Armpriester over in Reading, Pennsylvania. Welcome. And of course, Matt Mickens with us also in the Northeast. Gentlemen, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for having us.
Matt, I know you are going to be at NADA with the myKaarma team next week. We'll come back to that, but a lot of folks heading out there. Are you going to have some announcements and things to share with us for the technology side?
Yeah, we're excited. I think everyone's looking for a reset after NADA's snowstorms last year. So I think we're all excited to go out to the warmer weather in Vegas coming up here. Yeah, we're going to be announcing some really neat stuff around what we call workflow AI. A lot of cool products that, there's a lot of chatbots and AI things out there. Everyone's using ChatGPT. This is different. This is how are we making technicians' jobs easier? How are we making them more efficient? How are we helping advisors? A lot of really cool stuff with that. Things improving our video solutions, translations, things like that. So we're really excited. We'll have it here at the show. So come by and see us.
All right. I plan to with Sarah Van Tyne, and we'll see you in person. Mark Mickens, congratulations. You are a speaker at NADA this year.
Yeah,
Tell us
thank you.
about where and when.
Yeah, really excited. We're speaking on Wednesday, 1 o'clock in the main hall, and really excited to have a star-studded cast as far as I'm concerned in mobile service also. Representing, we have a Lincoln dealer, we have a Mercedes dealer, and we have a CJDR dealer. They're all big and mobile across the country, and we're just really excited to get different points of view on how they run their business. We have a fleet dealer, we have a really customer pay only dealer. So getting a really good look at the business from a lot of different perspectives from around the country. And we think it's going to be a really good session that folks are going to be able to learn some things from. And it's really exciting and humbling. I'm very excited to be doing it. But I'm with Matt too. I had to change planes 3 times and drive from Little Rock, Arkansas to get to New Orleans last year. So I'm looking forward to a more direct flight into Las Vegas this year.
All right. And congratulations, Mark, again. Ed, I understand you're speaking as well during the week.
Yes, I will be torturing everybody with my speech as well, probably on Thursday sometime, unless they run me out of there beforehand. But I'm with the rest of the audience here. We got last year we learned how to push through the snow, and we'll talk about some of that here in a few moments. And this year we get to breathe a little easier getting through some of that. So looking forward to seeing everybody out in Vegas.
All right. Well, speaking of weather and snow, Jim Sabino, I guess here's where you come in. Talk to us about maybe some of the obstacles that you have been successful in overcoming. We do hear from dealers who say, cold weather, inclement weather, it's not going to work up in our area. You've had a couple of years now under your belt, and 16 vehicles now on the road mobile?
16, correct. We have 16 strong, and we're going, and 2026 is another expansion year for us. We're most likely going to add another 2, possibly 3 more vans in 26 for the fleet. Our mindset is scaling, growing, mobile service is here, it's staying, and it's a great service to offer your customers.
What about the weather, Jim? Here we are, the end of January. We still got a couple months left. Groundhog Day, I don't think is until next week when we get out to Las Vegas.
Yes. So, of course, being in the Northeast, Nolan can appreciate this also. It can be difficult at times. We get some bad storms occasionally and the cold weather. So it's challenging. But in the other hand, it can be very rewarding to your customers because we continue to do our appointment process regardless of the weather, and we plow through. We have different uniforms and setups for our mobile service technicians to keep them warm. We layer them up, and they still go out there. We don't. It's like a postman, right? The postman goes no matter what the weather is. We're out there. Mobile service is the same mindset. So, a lot of our fleet customers have garages, so we're able to do the jobs inside of their facilities, which is a big help. But more on your retail side. In their driveways and stuff, we have to do it, with the gloves and the big overalls and the coveralls and the layers. We still go do it, and we get the job done. And we also are able to almost like what I'll say, someone's like an ambulance or a 911 call. If somebody has a dead battery or something in this cold weather, they come out, they go to work in the morning and take the kids to school, and they go to start their car and it doesn't start, and they make the call to us. We will have a mobile service dispatched right to their location. And if it's a battery swap out, we'll do it and get them on their way. If it's something more, then we'll have to arrange for a flatbed or something to that effect. But we're able to satisfy a more customer base on a quick emergency situation where we can turn it around and make it a very positive one by sending our mobile service team out to that vehicle.
All right. And the customer satisfaction, Jim, still as high as always?
Yes. Mobile service, as you know, the manufacturer, Ford Motor Company and Lincoln, measures it separately. So mobile service is measured separately than your in-shop traditional repair, and mobile service always is resulting in higher scores. But customer satisfaction, Google reviews, all the above are all typically very, very high because it's such a convenient process what you're providing to that customer, that end user.
Nolan, you've made a move recently. Congratulations to you. Tell us about what you're doing now and what the future holds for your mobile ambitions as well.
Yeah, moved to a new position, general manager of Ford dealership in Hamburg, Pennsylvania. Mobile is still going to be a primary focus for us. We were able to retain 18 units, so we're still going to make that a push. And to Jim's point, 5 years ago, we were still feeling out inclement weather and how to operate with it, especially in the Northeast. But you adapt, you overcome. Our guys have the same thing. We have, frog suits for when it's raining that the guys wear, heavy layers in the winter time. And we always keep Saturday and Sunday as a snow day. We don't necessarily always work those days, but if we can't work a Thursday or a Wednesday due to 6 to 12 inches of snow, then we make sure we still get that customer taken care of on the weekend. So I don't like to sacrifice our hours because that's our inventory. So we just like to make sure that we fill those as best we can. But over the years, we've certainly taken our lumps, during inclement weather, but we've figured it out. And I'm looking forward to moving forward with this new group and getting mobile back to where it needs to be in this area.
All right. Congratulations to you on that.
Thank you.
Mark, you've got tremendous experience in the mobile area. You and I were up in Detroit just last month with Ed Roberts, and I know you were asking questions up there if anyone's ever heard of a bad CSI survey on mobile. And I know you couldn't find anybody who said they've had a bad one. And
no, we haven't yet. And really the numbers that we're seeing as far as retention goes and people repeating wanting mobile service is it's pretty off the charts. This the study that we have now is that if you've had one mobile service done, you're 92% likely to have a second one done. So when OEs or dealers are asking us why they should get into mobile service, I've been leading with that because I don't know, as a former dealer, I don't know of anything I measured at 92% as far as retention goes. So it's a pretty good reason to do it. And, really the customer service aspect of it is really just I'm a Northeast guy too, and had to deal with inclement weather, and to back up Jim and Nolan is that was always in the communication with our customers too. If there was 6 inches of snow on the ground, just like any other at-home services, they were very understanding if we couldn't come, or I'd like to tell people out there that are using mobile service or interested in using it. The other part of it is to use some of your alternatives. If it's a torrential rainstorm and the customer is willing for you to come and pick up and redeliver the car, I mean, that's a possibility also. So we always found a way to accommodate the customer on the day of their appointment if the weather was that bad. And I think because of that, that is what's leading to some of the great customer service numbers that we get and how our customers are really viewing it. If they're identify themselves as a mobile service customer and that's what they want, then they'll if you communicate with them, they'll work around all the things that you're talking about.
Jeremy, over in St. Augustine, Florida, the cold weather's not as much of an issue to you. What are some of the things that you're seeing now? Because now you're many years into this growth, and again, congratulations to you and Ed on having the foresight to set all this up. What are you seeing?
Yeah, it's a lot of the same, and as much as we've grown it, I've been going to networking events every week, and it blows my mind that nobody knows we do mobile service, and we advertise. I mean, there's over 40 vans. I'm actually encouraging my drivers to be reckless so we can get some more attention on us so people will know about it. But it's like, but it just blows my mind how long we've been doing this. But the customers, like Mark's saying, the customers want it back. They're calling back wanting the technician that was there last time, and they're calling them out by name. And our CSI finished off strong. We were so close to 100%, but we were a little shy. But we ended up at 98.6 for the whole entire year, and they just love it. It brings that old school service back, because if you look at the home industry, the home business industry, whether it's the plumber or the HVAC, they have a direct connection with that technicians. And the same thing with our customers. They go out there, they chat with the technicians, and they build this cool relationship with the technicians. And it's pretty cool to see that customer service coming back. And now we're just winning customers, which creates more car sales and everything else. And it's the total package, just like the bow on the present to me.
Ed Roberts, Bozard Ford Lincoln continues to break records. I'm following your progress closely. Tell us a little bit about what's in store for 2026, because Ed, you're always a couple steps ahead of everybody on this thing.
Well, I want to touch on some of what's been talked about here as well. I mean, we are knocking on the door now of 10 years in mobile service, and then Jim was talking about overcoming the obstacles of weather. And we look at it from whether we struggle when we go out there. Well, if we're struggling to go out and take care of the customer, they're already in a bind, because if we're struggling, they're even more of a struggle. And Jim talked about going out swapping out a battery. Well, in those times where weather changes, that's when those things are most vulnerable, and that's when we're needed to be out there. So I love hearing Nolan and Jim talk about overcoming those obstacles and finding ways to make things happen. And when we remove that friction, it's going to drive CSI. And so when we do those things, Mark's got statistics there. When a customer experiences mobile service, how many times they expect to experience it the next time, versus the first time someone defects from a dealer, 85% of the time they never come back with that vehicle. And so it's a huge, huge loyalty program. And what I'm honored to see in 26 is that so much of the industry is gaining traction with mobile. It's no longer something that 5 or 6 of us are doing across the country in different places, and everybody's waiting to see what happens. People are gaining traction and say, okay, how can we do this? And that is our service of the future. And if we don't do it, if us as the dealer body doesn't do it, then there will be some aftermarket companies that just come in and eat our lunch, because we've opened the door for it. Now it's there for someone to come drive through it. And it needs to start with us. And so I'm honored to see the industry opening up to it. And I know Mark's available to help out, and Jim's always there. Nolan's there. We're there. Matt's got good tools to help with that. We're here to support you guys at this time. If you're ready to dance in mobile, quit asking yourself what can go wrong. Say, what if I couldn't say no? And when you ask yourself that question, you will find ways to overcome those obstacles.
Yes, Ed, you are great at that. And I respect that tremendously. Matt, in the green room, we were talking about some of the myKaarma tools, and you were asking some questions, in terms of the process and what these gentlemen do. You may have a question or two that you want to ask now as well.
Well, I had a thought when Jeremy was talking about this is bringing customer service back to people. It's about people, and the CSI scores talk about it. I was on site at a dealership this morning, and the shop foreman was saying, he goes, sometimes I feel like some of this technology and process gets in between us and the customer. That's really funny you say that, because one of the things we talk about at myKaarma is technology and process should be beside you, not between you and the customer. And so I think about that with what a lot of these guys are doing. They're really bringing this process and this tools beside them when they go talk to the customer, and it does make it a face-to-face. And so, we look at this, this whole world of evolving AI and changing technology. It still has to be a people business. These are tools and processes that should enhance these experiences and ultimately make better connections. So, it's just thought ahead.
Makes a whole lot of sense. Jeremy, what are some of the things that we need to be aware of in 2026? You were the one who really called our attention, the home service business, and a lot of the things that are applicable. You're using that in some of your hiring processes now, and I continue to see Bozart break records, especially on the mobile service side. You do more in mobile than some dealers do, in their entire shop, and you continue to advance the entire game.
Yeah, and it's really feedback from our customers. It's like they always wanted, value my time, and then show up and act like you care. And it's, you think it's all this complex stuff, and it's really not. It's just listening to the customer, give them what they really want, and do a great job at doing it. There's been so many times where I like what you said, Matt, about software, and you saying that as a software company is huge, that software should work alongside of you. And a lot of our guys, it's a distraction when you should be focusing on what you're doing and what the customer is. And you're trying to put all these notes in the system, and it's just taken away from that customer experience. And the home industry is it kind of opened my eyes, because that's what we are. I tell my guys, it's like you're somebody's guest at their house. And you need to be the best guest that you possibly can when you're there. You need to have a conversation with them, take their trash up from the road, do something a little bit extra where we had a guy that helped take Christmas decorations down, and I went back to my old school thinking. I was like, you got to get to work. And I was like, oh crap, that was a perfect survey. My bad. But it's that, and Ed talks about that top of mind advertising, where it's not like we're discounting or selling. It's like that relationship is what sells people. And now for this year, we're focusing heavily on the fleet. The reason we created this was to relieve our shop capacity. We were weeks behind a year ago. Now we're same day, next day service now. So now we're looking into the fleet side of it, because there's a lot of pain points on the fleet side of it. They're craving that customer interaction also. And it's 100% relationships with our fleet customers.
Ed, I didn't realize how much business you do on the commercial side until New Year's Eve, when you shared with me the volume you did on the sales side on December 31st of 2025. Talk to us about the fleet and the commercial side on mobile, because as you know, Nolan has really made his mark just on that side. And you also go out and you go a great distance, and you've serviced vehicles in all types of circumstances as well.
Well, we're blessed to be a part of the Ford franchise because Ford has owned work for decades, for as long as I've been in the industry. And with that, if someone's looking for a work vehicle, they look at some point, they look at a Ford. And with that, we need to make sure that we minimize the times that they can't use that vehicle, because those vehicles become their business. So when they become their business, if they're sitting here, if they're waiting to get in for service or whatever else, then they're not running their business. And we all know what happens if our business isn't moving forward. Those bills doesn't stop coming in. We got to keep things going. And it isn't just that we're not progressing the business. Those businesses will have to come in for service. They still have to pay the staff to come in and as if they was generating revenue, and they're not generating revenue, they're actually creating an expense. So when we can go out and service those vehicles when they're not being used. Now that vehicle is there for them more times than not when they need it to run their business. And then you layer that into the life cycle of that vehicle. When it's time to replace it, there's only one thought of who they're going to replace that with. And then, so it starts that circle of life all over. And so there's huge opportunities, and that is, and I love Jim talking about that they move, if they have a weather day on a Wednesday, that they'll move that to a Saturday, because that's exactly what fleet business is. Fleet business is you have to be there at the time that they don't have the need for that vehicle. And so in some cases that's 4 o'clock in the morning, some places that's 9 o'clock at night, and you have to be there and ready to take care of them at those times to minimize the downtime of that vehicle.
Jim, Ed gave you a shout out there. I see the Ford Pro logo behind you on the mobile service van. I know you have been working to get the word out there. You've been active at trade shows. You've been getting the mobile awareness out. Tell us a little bit about the commercial side, the fleet side of the business.
Fleet side is where it's at, honestly. And I've been saying this for years. You know, I'm a participant in your panels. I love that all the feedback and interaction I get from my friends and my colleagues throughout the country. I learn from them and I take away from them. So fleets 2026 is going to be a fleet year for us. That's where that's in our crosshairs. So just to echo what Jeremy and Ed were just saying, fleets are where you're going to find multiple Ford VINs all under one roof. And that's going to be our focus. We're doing a really good job in sales to fleet municipalities, government agencies, utility companies, etc., Board of Educations. And now it's time to turn those sales relationships into service relationships. And mobile service, they are craving. They absolutely love when you go to them. It just removes friction, removes pain points, it removes all the above. And you know, Ed mentioned that, you know, moving the days. That was actually Nolan who said that. That was his was his philosophy, that if you lose a day, you're going to move it to a Saturday or Sunday. So, you know, that's something that speaks volumes, because you're being convenient on the customer's terms. You're meeting them on their terms and their needs. It's not about you, it's about them. And that's what we're doing. So 2026 for us is going to be a year of the fleets.
Mark, you know a thing or two about fleets and municipalities. Anything you'd like to share?
Yeah, like Ed, I was 10 years ago, we were going into New York City with our contract and you know, reprogramming ambulances before we knew what mobile service was about. So yeah, I started in fleet, and Ed always mentions a lot, you know, one thing that, you know, about mobile service is that, you know, customers don't love to come to your dealership, you know, regular, you know, customers. If you think regular customers don't like to come to your store, go ask a fleet owner if they like to come to your store, right? Because they just see the cash register ringing or not ringing when you have their van or truck for 3 or 4 days when it's down. And when we were in New York City working, we were under the gun because we were under contract because they can only have a certain amount of ambulances down at one time. So it was up to us for uptime to keep those ambulances on the road. So that's where I learned how important we were to a fleet. So with Ford Pro, Ford's done a tremendous job, obviously, as they always do, because they're a leader. But in the industry, and really focusing on fleets is something that I think, if you're going to get into mobile service, if you're shy about going to someone's home to do the work, there's plenty of fleet business out there, and you know, people and fleets are looking for help, like you're all giving them right now. They want you to come to their place of business and do, you know, 2 or 3 vans at the same time. You have no idea how efficient, how much money you're saving a small business owner. So if you're not going to be in an entire space, fleet is a great way to start and stay, actually.
Nolan, here's where you come in. You've been preaching the commercial and the fleet side since I've met you. Tell us a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, just to echo what everybody's saying, I mean, I love the retail side and what it does for customer retention and CSI, but the true opportunity is with commercial. People just don't realize the amount of opportunity that's out there in commercial. Everybody craves it. It eliminates downtime. And that's why we started even the mobile subscriptions years ago, was just prepaying, getting fleets to prepay for their maintenance up front. They already budgeted out. They're more than willing to engage in business with you. And just the amount of opportunity that lives in the commercial space. I also do operate an independent mobile company, and we only specialize in oddities. We do, roll off dumpsters and porta potties, and the demand from these companies for these services is insane. And what it does, though, is it drives sales back to the dealerships. They want to continue to do business with our people. It's just I have a hard time getting dealerships to understand that it makes sense to go weld roll off dumpsters and to service porta potties for people. But it's there. The commercial business, it's wide open for anything. And that's how I don't believe in saying no. And I think, Ted, you and I spoke like a year ago about FedEx had reached out about needing vinyl graphics done on all their vans. And we just told them to give us a week to figure out how to do it. And then I can't tell you how many hundreds of vans we did graphics for FedEx. It's just saying yes to everything and just figuring out the solution for it. But commercial, I mean, I can't agree more that commercial is where the opportunity is, because it's endless. There is no end to the opportunity on the commercial side.
And I don't know that with Ford's investment in Ford Pro in the facilities, the commercial facilities that the dealers are tasked with building and filling with work, I don't know how you cannot complement a facility like that without mobile service. We have a same thing on the luxury brand side. Mercedes-Benz is who I do a lot of work with, and they do have a similar program for commercial and fleet standalone facilities. And the first thing I do when I go there is you have to be in mobile service, because not everybody wants to come to your big brand new facility. What happens if one of their vans breaks down on the road, right? And you're their provider. So not to have mobile service to complement your commercial and fleet facility, I think is a big miss. They're going to call somebody anyway.
I agree. Just to echo one other thing with everybody else is, so many dealers are afraid to get into mobile, and they always wonder what's it going to cost. But the real measurement should be what it's costing you to not be in it, because every day that you're not, you're losing a customer demographic. Somebody else. Listen, we all know that once you give somebody good service once, they're coming back to you. So anybody not getting on board right now they're falling behind. So,
Mark, Nolan sounds like you a couple, 3-4 years ago. When we asked you about mobile. Matt, look at the opportunities. Look at what's happening now in fixed operations. The whole game is changing. Transparency, technicians meeting the customer asking for the tech by name. It's a whole new world. Fixed ops is now the front of the house, and they're coming to your home.
Well, I know we're talking mobile service, but there's these gems that have just been dropped in this conversation. Like when there's a snow day, we're going to make up those hours on the weekend. I don't know other industries that think that way. Or, hey, we don't do graphics, but we're going to figure it out. We'll come back to you in 7 days. Like this, whole mindset. We're going to say yes to the customer. We're going to be where the customer wants to be. Like that is service, right? I know we talk about service departments, but that is what service is about, serving your customers. It's why I love this business. It's just amazing.
Ed, looking ahead to 2026, we're a month in right now. What are the things that the audience should be aware of as we move forward into mobile? Because Ed, I'm seeing things now like, not just Ford, not just Mercedes, there's all these other brands that are starting to talk about it, and dealers, Ed, are taking action even without the OEM involved.
Well, so it's our job to push through the obstacles, and the last 3 or 4 years, everybody has talked about what could go wrong, and the key is rip the Band-Aid off. Let's get started. When a customer brings their vehicle in, you touched on transparency there. When they bring their vehicle into service, it goes behind the scenes, it gets parked, it comes in the shop. They never see what's going on with it. And in the customer's mind, it's just a simple light on, or it's just a simple service, and they don't see all the elements that goes with it. When we do it mobile, they see all the elements that's happening, and they understand it. And so it's no longer let me see what the customer thinks about this and send them a picture or send them a video. they're already right there with you, and they can see what needs to take place. The transparency is there, and transparency builds trust. And if the dealer's out there that's watching this, if you'll chase us down next week at NADA or call us or reach out to us, it's that level of transparency that you want to provide to your customers to create the loyalty for them to come back to you, because that transparency creates the trust, and that overcomes all the elements of advertising that we have to do, and it's the top of mind marketing. And I could ask our audience here, what's the first grocery store that comes to mind? And it isn't because you got a coupon to that place. It's because they're top of mind to you. And when you think about, there's various different things there, and that's what we have to be for our customers when it comes to their vehicle.
Matt Bateman, a lot of folks will be chasing you down at NADA next week. myKaarma is going to be in the West Hall. You've got an amazing booth set up there. We've got in the scroll down below, myKaarma is at NADA booth number 1753W. Matt, what kind of things can we expect? What kind of conversations are you going to be having? I know I'm going to come over and spend some time with you, with Sarah and with Ed, and certainly with Mark as well.
Yeah, no, it's an exciting year. We've got a lot of new features, a lot of new products we're rolling out. Everyone's talking AI. We really spent time thinking about how does AI make a dealership more efficient? It's not just chatbots. It's how do we improve that workflow? How do we make it better for a customer to tell the technician before they get to the dealership what's going on with the vehicle? Right? How do we use service concierge to help your BDC and scheduling departments be more effective, for less people to handle more calls, every aspect of it. So come by and talk to us. We're rethinking, myKaarma has always been innovative. We're always on the cutting edge of thinking about what the industry looks like. We've got really exciting stuff. Come talk to us. We'll show you what we're launching. We'll show you what all the new stuff looks like. It's exciting.
That new buzzword, can you say it again? The product is it workflow?
We're calling it workflow AI, right? Instead of just the world of chatbots and stuff out there, it's how it's tied in through the whole system from the very beginning of that service experience to the time that customer leaves and when they come back again. So it's not always at the very top, but it's making everything better. So come by and see. We want to show it to you.
All right. We've got a lot of myKaarma customers here watching on this panel, myKaarma customers. So Matt, thank you for all you do for the industry. myKaarma will be at NADA next week in the West Hall. Matt Bateman will be there. Join us out there. NADA, you see booth number 1753W. You want to see Mark Mickens speak on Wednesday. See and hear the great Ed Roberts on Thursday. A lot of reasons to come out. And if you're not going to NADA, visit myKaarma.com on the web and be sure to see all that's happening. I want to thank the leaders in mobile service for joining us today. Jim Sabino, King of the North up at All American. Ed Roberts and Jeremy Stevens, as always. Thank you for all you do at Bozard Ford Lincoln. Nolan Armpriester, amazing. The Saturdays and Sundays, great information. What a great best practice. And just dropping knowledge. And Mark Mickens, it gets better and better all the time, doesn't it? So
yes, it does.
Matt, thank you for all you do for the industry as well, and myKaarma.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Everyone, the myKaarma mobile service panel here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
For over a decade, you've known myKaarma as the standard bearer for a revolution in service lane technology, extending from communication to service card video MPI, reporting, and myKaarma payments, transforming the service lane into an intelligent, revenue-maximizing powerhouse. Now, with collaborative workflow AI, myKaarma brings new meaning to convenience and transparency, helping dealership staff work better with greater context, insight, and efficiency, and delivering a real difference to your bottom line.
Fixed Ops doesn't need another chatbot. It needs AI that closes the loop.
Collaborative workflow AI like Service Concierge that not only schedules appointments 24 hours a day, but interprets the sentiment of every call, routes it to the right people, making sure that customers are served. Collaborative workflow AI like Service Prediag that interacts with service customers before they set foot in the dealership, asking questions and gathering intelligence so that techs have a head start on diagnosis. And collaborative workflow AI, like our Tech Video Grader, that looks at every tech video, helping management and techs improve video inspections with objective feedback. Collaborative workflow AI means 40 minutes saved per repair order, 8 to 10 more repairs per day, 20 to 30% higher additional service sales volume, 5% more after-hours customers.
With myKaarma's collaborative workflow AI, every workflow becomes an opportunity for lift in time saved, dollars gained, and customer trust earned.
myKaarma's collaborative workflow AI. Request a demo today and see it live at NADA 2026.
Go, 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 go.
Hey, how would you like to pay? Card, cash, or check?
I will do a card.
Okay, thank you very much. And will you sign right here?
Sure.
Okay, have a great day.
Great, thank you.
Introducing Dealer Pay Moves, Dealer Pay's new mobile application for dealerships on the move. It's really great because all you have to do is search for your repair order. It's then going to search whichever DMS that the dealership is connected to. As you can see, it's going to pull up that customer record in that open repair order. I'm simply going to select it. Now you've got all your customer details here, including the surcharge amount if it were to be applied with a credit card. I've got options to pay by credit debit. I can key enter the transaction. I can use a paper check or even report cash. I can even add transactions in here so I can do some real-time voids and refunds. Dealer Pay Moves is a great solution for your dealership to stay relevant and mobile.
Meet the Starman. It's not Ziggy Stardust. It's our very own Erik Zuniga from ALLDATA.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings. Today, joining us is Erik from ALLDATA. Erik works closely with dealers across the country on fixed ops execution, diagnostics, and shop workflow. He's got a strong pulse on what's actually working in service departments right now. Erik, it's so great to have you.
Thanks, Ted. Thanks, Sarah. Really appreciate being here. Before we jump in, I just want to say up front that the opinions I'm sharing today are my own, and it's really based on what I've seen working and not working across dealerships. They don't represent any one dealer, OEM, or organization, but it's really my goal just to share what's practical and useful for fixed ops leaders to use right now.
Erik, and before we get started, I want to remind the audience to be sure to stick around because Erik is going to be giving some things away that you definitely don't want to miss. So please stay with us.
Absolutely. We've got some good stuff coming, so definitely hang with us till the end.
Well, Erik, we're clearly seeing pressure return on vehicle sales and the pendulum swing back towards service. From your seat, what does that mean for how dealers need to be running fixed ops right now?
Yeah, Sarah, the pendulum analogy is spot on. When variable tightens, fixed ops becomes a stabilizer for the entire dealership. And the stores that win are the ones that stop treating service like a department and really start treating it like an operating system. What I'm seeing across the industry is that heroics don't scale anymore. You can't rely on that one great advisor or that one great tech to save the day. You need a repeatable process that works when you're fully staffed and still works when you're short or a tech on a busy Saturday. That's where foundations matter, when teams are aligned around OEM procedures and consistent diagnostics and a standard way to build a repair plan. Everything improves. Throughput, trust, technician confidence, and profitability. That's really the lens we come from here at ALLDATA.
Erik and Sarah, customer pay growth is slowing while customers keep keeping their vehicles longer, and the repairs are getting more complex. Erik, what should dealers be doing differently in the shop to succeed in that environment?
Yeah, I don't think that surprises any of us. Vehicles are more expensive, repairs are more expensive. The customers are hold on to the cars even longer than ever. And that creates opportunity, but only if you're accurate and efficient. Older, higher mileage vehicles introduce more complexity, and that's where shops lose time and where customer trust gets tested. If diagnosis drags on a vehicle or comebacks happen for the same issue, the customer doesn't care about the reason. They remember the experience. And ALLDATA helps reduce that guesswork with OEM diagnostics, repair diagrams, specs, and step-by-step procedures. That means techs spend less time searching and more time fixing. That's how you protect customer pay. Right time, explained clearly, and delivered when you said it would be.
Younger customers are choosing where to service based on reviews and transparency. Erik, what operational changes actually move the needle on trust and reviews?
Yeah, Sarah, reviews are really the scoreboard for execution. You can have a great lounge and a great website, but if your repair experience is confusing, slow, or inconsistent, the review will reflect that. So the biggest drivers are accuracy and communication. Customers want to understand what's needed, why it's needed, and when it'll be done. They don't want surprises. They definitely don't want repeat visits for the same issue. When the shop runs on OEM truth, everything downstream gets easier. That's really where we can help out with techs, advisors, stay aligned on what the repair actually requires. And that really reduces rework, cuts, delays, and makes explanations simpler. So when customers feel confident and clarity trust goes up, the reviews are going to reflect that.
Erik, one of the biggest leaks that we see is customers getting stuck on hold or never getting a call back. What's the most practical fix that dealers should be focused on right now?
Yeah, that's one of those uncomfortable truths. If a customer is trying to reach your service department and they can't, you're losing business before the RO even exists. The first fix is ownership. Who owns the inbound calls? Who owns callbacks? That's what the standard when a call is missed. Those calls are service leads, and they need to be treated that way. But the second part is delivery. Once a car shows up, the shop has to move. If the vehicles are sitting because someone can't confidently diagnose an issue or find the correct procedure, that creates delays and frustration. And that's where having the right data supports the execution side. So faster diagnosis, accurate steps, fewer stalls. When the team knows the right next step, communication stays clean and cars move through the shop the way the customers expect them to.
And Erik, warranty dollars are growing fast across the industry. What should fixed ops leaders be doing differently to avoid leaving money on the table or creating downstream chaos?
Yeah, warranty is growing, but it's also becoming more documentation driven. The dealers who win warranty treat it as a process, not just paperwork. So even if a dealer has to help on the claim side, execution in the shop still matters. Correct procedures, correct documentation, and a clear repair story, if that breaks down in the shop, it creates friction everywhere else. And that's where, we are a natural fit here because the OEM repair information are the foundation of a defensible warranty repair. When the repair is done to OEM standards and documented consistently, it reduces friction downstream and protects compliance. And it also helps technician morale because nobody wants to do a redo work or fight for time on something that they already earned.
Yeah. Erik, there's a lot of interest in AI, but also some hesitation, especially when it touches the customer experience. Erik, where should dealers start if they want results without unnecessary risk?
Yeah, that hesitation makes sense because nobody wants a tool that's saying the wrong thing to a customer and creating a bigger problem. And the safest place to start is internal and making it additive, improving speed and accuracy and consistency without replacing the human relationship. That's where the fastest wins are. ALLDATA is a good example of that approach. We don't try to replace techs or advisors. We're giving them better information so they can make better decisions. And once that internal operations are, they're tighter, learning more automation becomes much easier because the process underneath is solid.
Not every dealership has a master technician for every scenario. Where does something like Tech Assist fit in, and how should dealers think about using it?
That's a great question. So Tech Assist is a enhancement that we can offer as a supported partner. And real life in a dealership, no store has a master tech for every brand, every system, every oddball issue that rolls into the shop. So most dealers don't need that level of expertise every day. But when you do need it, if you don't have it, everything stops. And that's where Tech Assist fits in. It's an extension of your shop. When a tech or foreman hit a wall, they can tap into an army of master technicians that we have who've already seen the issue before. Instead of guessing or parking that car for 2 days, you get guidance and you keep that job moving forward. So I like to frame it this way. ALLDATA gives you the OEM truth every day. Tech Assist is there for the edge cases, the tough diagnostics, the moments where experience matters more than a manual. And you might not use it every day, but when you do need it, it protects your throughput, your technician confidence, and your customer trust.
Erik, a lot of dealers invest in tools but never see the full impact. Give us a simple 90-day playbook for implementing something like ALLDATA so that it actually changes day-to-day performance. And what should dealers measure?
Yeah, most dealers don't need more tools, right? They need a plan. So really that day 0 to 30, pick one workflow and standardize it. I like diagnostics to repair plan because it touches everything. Define when ALLDATA is used, what good looks like, and train to it. Really days 30 to 60 is, coach and review weekly, not monthly, weekly. Look at those stuck jobs, those lost times, the uncertainty, really tighten that process. And then that last part, that 60 to 90, scale it, add accountability, make it a habit, not a one-time training. What to measure, time diagnose, comeback rate, cycle time for common jobs, and effective labor hours. I'd also watch advisor confidence. When explanations get cleaner, approvals move faster, and you feel it in the shop and you'll see it in the numbers.
Erik, before we wrap, I know Ted and I, you've got something big coming up at NADA. Where can people find you and ALLDATA?
Yeah, absolutely. If you're heading to NADA, definitely want to see you in person. You can find me at the ALLDATA booth. We're at 6106 N in the North Hall, next to AutoZone, and we're bringing the team. And we're not just standing around handing out flyers. Okay. We're talking real fixed ops, challenges, real workflows, real diagnostics, real warranty execution. And if you want to see how ALLDATA and Tech Assist actually can help keep your shop moving when things get tough, this is the place to do it. And we're also giving away some awesome prizes, stuff you don't want to miss. If you're going to go to NADA, stop by the booth, scan in, engage with us, get entered to win. And even if you can't make it to NADA, don't worry, I got you too. You can still win. Just scan the QR code on the screen, engage with us, and you're in. But either way, we definitely want to connect with you and learn what's happening in your shop and help you keep fix ops moving forward.
I like that. Everyone, if you're going to NADA, Sarah and I will be there as well. ALLDATA, you want to put them on your short list and visit with the team there. Erik, thank you so much for what you do and for what ALLDATA does for the industry.
Welcome back to the Fix Ops Roundtable. I'm Stephen Hackbarth, and today I'm joined with Vanessa Collins. We're here at the Lithia Suburban Collection, and we're going to be talking today about the DART program. So if you guys just want to go down the line, starting with you, Lane, and kind of introduce yourself, tell us about your position and everything.
Sure. I'm Lane Pulowski. I'm a recruiter for the collection, and I used to help out with our social media and philanthropy events.
Mike Kavanaugh, Vice President here at Lithia. I do all kinds of different fun stuff and get to work with everybody up here. So
I'm Matt Dashke. I'm a DART operations analyst here at Lithia. I'm in our Suburban Buick GMC of Troy store, focusing on used cars right now.
John Chatsopoulos. I'm a platform general manager. I have the privilege of supporting a group of our stores here locally in Ishart.
Amazing. And so, for those of us that might not be familiar, can you tell us what is the DART program? And we'll start down there.
Yeah, so I think we created DART years back, and it was really a like Matt, you said it was a developmental
rotational training program.
Right. And it started for data analysts, and then we figured out that it kind of spread to all the departments. And really, it's a program designed to kind of propel some of the young up-and-comers that are getting into the business. It's a career path, and really what we try to do with DART is, figure out, what's the sweet spot for the candidate that's coming in, what's their passion, what do they enjoy doing, and kind of get them down that path and develop them at the same time.
So I would say DART for our corporate level started off a couple of years ago, like John said, working through finance, marketing, HR, things, different departments on the corporate side. Recently, I think it was about a year and a half ago, we started the operations side. Started off with 5 of us in the nation. I was one of 5 when we started. We're now up to 7 of us. I'm one of 7 in the nation for the operations side for DART. And like John said, it's a rotational training program. When I first started, I started out in service and parts, learned that a little bit, switched over to used cars, and kind of found a home at Buick GMC. So it's been great so far.
Amazing.
Thank you.
So how does DART impact employee career pathways at Lithia and within the Suburban collection, but really just Lithia as a whole, starting with you, Mike?
Okay, so I've been a huge proponent of DART from the beginning. I mean, it's pretty awesome when you get to see, Vanessa and Matt both are in the DART program, right? Which is really cool to have you both up here, right? My niece Elena is also in the DART program and did a rotation through, one of our Ford stores here locally, and now moved to Tampa, right? Vanessa, you're from Michigan and now you live in Texas, right? So I would say that the DART program has influenced career paths, in a way that I think it's made it a lot easier for high performers that maybe don't want to just stay in the same store in the same region to get some visibility across the entire nation, right? And have other leaders. We were in Oregon, in the summertime, I want to say, and all of the darters got to have dinner with our CEO, right? For a couple hours. Wow. Great conversation, right? And I don't know how many people that early in their career get to have dinner with, the CEO of the largest dealer group in the industry that they're in, right? But I think that says a lot, one, about the humility and I think the approachability of Ryan, but 2, about how important this program is to our entire company, right? That being part of this DART program, it gives you almost unlimited access to whatever pathway you want to go down. You could decide that you want to be in the used car side of the business or the finance side of the business, or you could decide to be on the data analyst side that supports all the business operations across the region, right? But there's just so many opportunities that I think if you just start at a business in a job, you're going to really be relying on your one manager, and are they your advocate or not? Are they going to be a champion for your growth or not? Are they going to get you the training you want or not? Where this opens it up to, you've got a lot of people that really, I think, have your best interest at heart.
For sure. And Elena's story specifically is quite incredible because she started within a store.
She did.
Then moved down to Tampa and is doing a analyst position. And so
Right.
she's got to experience the operations and the more so corporate side.
Right.
And so the fact that there's that flexibility too, to not just stay within a store, but to go to corporate or go from corporate to within a dealership and get that operational experience, it's quite incredible.
Be awesome.
With all those amazing opportunities and things that come with the program, so just a couple questions about the classes. How frequently do classes run, and what's the atmosphere like in starting it through?
We don't technically have classes. We do our internship that's in the summertime, and then we have the accelerated program, which is you would come on as an employee, and then you're just working on this full time. You still go through the different departments, get the hands-on learning opportunities, meeting with, management, seeing what the day-to-day is on, being in a dealership, and then also going on tour represent.
Yeah, I would say it's more hands-on, right? The first 6 weeks we look at it like a rotational program, and so Matt is probably somebody I could speak to because we work hand in hand on this, and it was so impressive to see that we would start with one department, and then we would recap, and Matt would open up his book and he would have pages and pages and pages of notes, and I'm like, how did you absorb so much in so little time? But during our recaps, you really start to see like, wow, there was a lot of takeaways here, and then we started doing that with each department. And so Matt started out with sales, I believe, used cars.
Sales with used cars, yeah.
And then we went to BDC ops, then we went to parts, then we went to service. And after the whole rotational, we sat down and said, Matt, out of all the places that you got to experience, what really stood out to you? And used cars was for Matt. Like he said, I really like it. I said, great. Well, we have an opportunity in this store, and I want you to help us with, speed to line and reconditioning. So it's going to give you experience not only in the used car side, but we're going to understand the service piece. And then we moved on to reconditioning. Then we moved on to buying cars. And before you knew it, Matt knew all the lingo. He knew how to buy cars. He knew how to recondition them. And now he's sitting in a used car manager chair, and admittedly, he's doing better than people that have 20 and 30 years of experience that historically who we look to hire. We were wrong.
Yeah, thank you.
We were wrong. He's doing a better job, and kind of revolutionized it for us too. And that was my aha moment when I said, here's the results you get when you actually invest the time and develop somebody. And I think Matt's got a bright future ahead of him. So
John's been such a huge advocate for the DART program, and it's interesting. We were talking about, hey, how many DART folks would you like for next year? And John's like, all of them, all of my stores. I want every store, right? Yeah. And he says, we're seeing honestly, after being in the industry my whole life, I haven't been this excited and invigorated, I think, about the business again, because you see that like the future of our business is strong. Right, and it's exciting, and there's a lot of high caliber, really sharp people that want to make an impact here, and it's lights me up.
And if you want to speak to Matt, like dealing with that confidence in the industry coming in, do you feel like the DART program really set you up for success?
Yeah, 100%, no doubt. Like John kind of walked us through how my pathway, where I got to where I am today, and John himself alone helped me more than anyone I could ever imagine. I thank him. I can't thank him enough for what he's done for me. But he transitioned me, and he took time with me to, like, when I transferred from service to parts, we sat down, talked about it, like he said. And then when I got into the used car world, I'd sit with him every day. We'd go on the auction, we'd go look at cars every day, and he taught me, this is what you're going to look for. This is what you got to look out for. And he showed me the way. So I appreciate John a ton.
That's awesome. I love that you mentioned that in 2026, give me all the darters that you can get me for your stores. Because John and Mike, you guys are in, sure, you're talking through GMs, and you can help strategize to bring more darters to your stores. And right now we have, like you said, 7 or 8 national, throughout country darters, but the opportunity is really endless. We can bring more in and really have a darter within each store. Is that something you kind of see in the future? What do you see for the DART program for 2026 and beyond?
I think our goal for this year is to have 50 to 60, right? So that pretty much 10x what we have right now. And Lithia is a bit known to have ambitious, audacious goals, right? We're not afraid to put big goals out there. And I think this is a big goal that we can attain, because when we went up to Northwood, whether it was at the auto show or recruiting events, we have probably 50 to 60 people that are interested from Northwood, right? Not to mention all of the other universities that we're recruiting at and what we're doing. So really it's going to become, I think, a bit of an elite program where we find the best of the best people that really want to come here. But also we have to be responsible as leaders to make sure that we're only putting DART folks in stores that have good leaders that are going to invest in them, that are going to mentor them, that aren't going to look at it like, yeah, go spend some time over here and then maybe go spend some time over here,
right,
but really to do their job. So I think there's a lot to look forward to, yeah.
100%. Lots of exciting things in store.
Well, the way I look at it is we're 7 for 7 right now. Every darter that ran through the program is successful. And, Matt gave me a lot of credit, but I also got to give him a lot of credit because there's a lot of things that I've learned through Matt, right? He truly has revolutionized how we do things. The way he uses AI to comments, processes that Matt implemented that I wouldn't have even thought of. And I'm learning from Matt, and I'm spreading it to the rest of my stores. So it's kind of like a win-win situation. It's a great partnership. And you know, when I look at this generation coming up, I'm not afraid of it. I'm embracing it. You know, my dad, when I was growing up, would tell me, you know, how his generation, they, you know, worked hard and did all this stuff, and your generation, and it kind of passes all down. It's totally not the case. Totally not the case.
Sure. It's a pipeline cultural incubator, if you will, to bring in young top talent and grow them from within. Growth powered by people. Motto.
Sounds like a terrific program. Thank you all so much for your time and valuable insights. And we have plenty of more great things to come at this Lithia Suburban Collection pop-up event.
You guys will be in charge of creating a fixed ops activation event and retention strategy.
An entire team will be eliminated.
It really puts the pressure on.
It's an easy win. We got this.
We're in for a dogfight.
I think everyone's pretty evenly equipped.
It's a really tight competition between the teams.
There's always one winner at the end of the day, I guess you could say.
It's kind of a mix between a sense of pride and solving a problem.
When you are taking on a multi-million-dollar investment, you have one opportunity to do this right.
When the Jim Ellis team came to us, and when really any of our clients come to us, they say, hey, here's this box that this brilliant architect put together, and we need you to help us come up with the best flow put, the best throughput, and really the best design to help us maximize our efficiency in our service department. So when you walk into a finished project like this and you see your design and your layout, the equipment that the team put in, it's a really cool feeling.
Pride. It's just incredible that our small little company can accomplish something this grand, and we do it day in and day out.
Carry on, my wayward son. We're back at the Fixed Ops Roundtable Rock Revolution event.
It's the Bohemian Rhapsody Battle Royale with the RevolutionParts panel up next.
Welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Van Tyne here with Ted Ings. Ted, today we have a unique panel that we're going to be asking our panelists to participate in. We have a battle royale, pro-e-com versus anti-e-com, and this is going to be a really exciting conversation.
Sarah, you're so right. We have some superstars with us. Among them, Kelly Marsden from River City Ford, who's been with us before. Welcome back, Kelly. Tully Williams on the West Coast from the Nilo Company out in Sacramento. Shon Kingrey at the Kaiser Automotive Group in Balmy, Madison, Wisconsin. And of course, our great colleague, Jensay Numa with RevolutionParts. Everybody, welcome to the panel. And let the battle begin, Sarah.
That's right, Ted. So to kick things off, I'm going to come to Tully first. And, you know, Tully, so we're thinking about our part strategy and just generally, if you had to double parts revenue in 12 months, would your current strategy get you there?
You know, double is a big, massive number. But here's the thing. If you're going to double your revenue, what are you going to do? You have to find different sources to sell parts. The shop's the shop. Are you going to increase technicians? Yes. That's not going to get you where you need to be. The next step is going to be your counter. Okay, I don't think you're going to sell much. You got Matchbox cars and, you know, little doll things out there. That ain't going to double revenue either. But what we need is to sell to the mass market. Think of back in the 80s and 90s when Amazon says, I want to sell books online. And these crazy people said, that's not going to work. And today, if you don't buy something on Amazon, you're under a rock. So for me, for our stores to grow that big number, we need to get our parts to a bigger audience, and online sales is really the only avenue I can see to do that, because shops can't produce that. Or unless you have an underperforming shop and you're going to change it, you have to find a different revenue source, and that's going to be online sales.
Kelly, I want to come to you now on this because, you know, again, you're a very different market than where Tully is. So let's think about, you know, doubling parts revenue in 12 months. The strategy that you're doing today, how would that look?
Yeah, why doubling? Why aren't we tripling this? No, I'm with Tully. Doubling's a big, high goal to hit, right? That's tough. I think that's everyone's ultimate. You do want to double it. I joke about tripling is you want to triple it, obviously, right? But yeah, I agree with Tully 100%. You got to look outside your walls. There's nothing you're gonna do in the store to just double your business or even half your business. Like, people aren't gonna just naturally come in. So we're going outside that. So yeah, e-commerce is a big part of it. That's been our plan for a while. We have some more things in the work now that we actually want to double our e-commerce this year. That's not going to double our overall part sales, but if we can double that, that would be great. But yeah, then we look outside. Like, there's a huge benefit. I'm with a brand that obviously #1 brand for upfitting possibilities with Ford, because so many government vehicles are Super Duties, F-150s, and so forth. Those customers are always looking to buy their vehicles and then take them somewhere and get it done. Traditionally, dealerships let them out the door, go to an upfitter. We're keeping that all in house now, right? We started doing spray and box liners. Everything that we find that we send out, why aren't we doing that? That's revenue that's being lost on our watch. Get that back. So that's one of our big goals now.
Shon, to come to you, you know, retail, thinking of all of these pieces. I mean, Tully and Kelly have brought some really good points forward. What about you know, your current strategy? How would that look if you were looking to double your parts revenue?
Well, first of all, Tully sounds scared. Let me start there. Scared. That's okay. I got it, Tully. It's all right. Nobody's perfect in California. All your laws and whatever. No, let me tell you, we're
on, bro. We're on.
We're on. Bring it, boy. Anyway, hey, let me tell you where my focus is on this is, and I understand that the need for e-commerce. I'm not picking on the need for it, but I'm going to pick my battles in these day and age with the retail market being what it is and margins being where they are, and insurance companies come in and handing us our lunch for those that have collision centers, and wholesale getting so cheap. And now with all these aftermarket extended warranties demanding or demanding low margins on what they're going to pay and reimburse, e-commerce is low on my food chain. I'm just being honest and upfront about it, guys. I'm looking at my retail parts margin, make sure we're getting what we can from the retail client, making sure we can get what we can on the internals, by the way. You know, sales should pay the same as a customer. Dolly can keep shaking his head, but I'm just here to tell you. And then you got these insurance companies that are just eating our lunches for what they're willing to pay and wanting to go into aftermarket, wanting to go used. We need to focus on that. We need to focus on parts. I love the double number. I'm not scared of it. I just don't know that e-commerce is the #1 solution right now.
Jensay, you know, you have the unique perspective with Revolution Parts of getting to see a lot of dealers like Tully and Shon and Kelly throughout the country, North America. And what's your take? What are you seeing out there? And our strategies working to get double revenue?
Yeah. Well, first thing I'll say, and I'm not trying to argue with you, Shon. All right. I'm just hearing you out. I'm not trying to be modest either. But I was a parts manager and parts director myself, and I was actually in a position where I had to diversify. I think about, you know, the doubling the revenue of a dealership, like diversifying your portfolio. If you put all your eggs in one basket of how you're going to develop revenue, you're limiting where you can go. And the thing is, in my opinion, you know, when I look at a lot of the dealers here in the country, how they think about, you know, expanding their dealership is not just living on their current market's progress. If their current market is not doing well, right? If you're on e-commerce, you're somewhere in the country is doing well. And if your city is not progressing that month, that year, that quarter, if you're online, you at least have the opportunity to actually develop revenue somewhere that is doing well. And the last thing I'll kind of just throw out as a thought as I look at a lot of the accounts that we do consulting with and work with is they realize in e-commerce, it's business they would have never had. So, you know, if you weren't online, you would never had that customer to begin with. They're not coming in the dealership, right? They don't even know the dealership exists most cases, right? So it's kind of a necessary evil, in my opinion. It's necessary for every dealership.
Tully, that great analogy to Amazon a little bit earlier today. You do some innovative things at the Nilo company, such as pay plans, the way you pay your parts counter people, very similar on the service side. Tully, can a parts department really grow substantially in 2026 without an online channel?
I don't think so. I mean, Jensay said it great. It's kind of like Shon saying, I'm going to put all my stock in Blockbuster. I just think that that's not the way to do it. And I think that, I believe that we have a diversified portfolio of Amazons, right? I think those are things that are going to work. And then your goal is going to be is that, are you open-minded? And here's the thing, please don't take this offensively, but parts people are kind of in their bubble because we lock them in the back room and we tell them, don't let anybody take parts out unless you put it on a repair order. And I think that we've got to get them opening up to what's going on out there in that great world out there of how they can produce more, because every parts manager wants to grow their business. Now, getting back to pay plans, is pay plans drives behavior. And when we look at our pay plans at ours, it's all about the hours at the Nilo company, right? And what we do is our parts back counter people, and we want to separate those for this reason, is they're focused on making sure that we have parts so our technicians can produce hours. Without parts, you can't produce hours. And we want our front counter to focus on customers and online activities. And that growth there, to me, is really key. One thing that Shon did bring up, it's tough. Body shops are the hardest thing to do right now. I mean, the state lets the body shop, the insurance companies, control our costs. There is no arguing about it. And here's the deal. You're going to say, I'm not taking the insurance companies. You're going to go broke in a month. So the goal is going to be is you have to learn to manage that. And I think the way that parts departments can manage profit and manage gross profit is doing what? Volume sells. Again, I gotta say this word again, Amazon, but they don't make a lot of money. Costco's the same way. They don't make money selling food and products. They're just hoping that you pay the membership fee, right? So the goal is going to be is that when you're looking at that margin, is that are you spreading yourself out? You know that you're going to have low margins in wholesale, selling parts to your competition, right? Two is that you want to sell it to the outside world. That's what our e-commerce is all about. Front counter is not going to make you any money, but those two things can grow your business. And of course, are you driving your hours and your capacity in your shop to help the parts department go? But when I look at parts, I call it fixed ops department. We're growing as a team together.
Very well said. Kelly, technology is a big player right now in fixed operations, and that includes parts. Your thoughts and your perspective on this?
It's great to see everybody from different parts of everywhere here because it opens your eyes to see things. I can't say that I agree or disagree with Tully and John's points. The insurance thing, for example, we don't have private insurance where we are. So there's a massive opportunity here for us. And that's something that we're growing towards this year is like body shop's a focus for us because we sell all those parts, whether they're OEM, aftermarket, it all comes to us. We get the opportunity at all of that stuff. And it's something we haven't done a great job over the past few years. So yeah, we're looking to grow that. Would online be a big part of the strategy? Yes, absolutely. I think you shouldn't ignore it for sure. Is it the one thing that's going to get you there? No. Like I mentioned the upfitting earlier. That's going to get us there. Upfitting is going to get us there. Online is going to get us there. And a lot of the auto body stuff, we're just missing a huge opportunity there as well. Not just selling to the cars that come into our repair facility, but even wholesale in the collision industry as well. We've been missing a big part there. So I think every market's different. I don't think there's one answer, really. I think it just depends on where you are, what the rules are, and what the opportunities are, right? So,
Shon, let me come to you. Can you resist e-commerce much longer here in 2026?
Yeah, let me start with be kind, rewind, Tully. Let me start with that Mr. Blockbuster comment. Hey, it stuck with you, didn't it, buddy? No, I think you can. I think you have to pick your battles. I'm gonna go back to what I said earlier, Ted. When we have margins that are eroding even on the customer pay side with Amazon, with everything else, okay? I think your focus needs to be, and I'm not saying there isn't a place for e-commerce in the business in the portfolio, but to me, it's one of those 20 group ideas, and I'm not. Sorry, Jensay, you're going to kill me for this. This is one of those 20 group ideas that come back that it's the best idea in the world when your margins are off. And again, you have insurance companies eating your lunch again in the collision centers because we don't have a say in it. And again, if you're not a DRP, as Tully said, a direct repair facility for them, you don't have any business. You might as well shut the body shop down and turning it into bays. Because without DRPs, which again, they control, and some of them got so far now, if you miss it on the initial estimate, they're not going to pay for it. Go ahead and miss a bent frame. you're done. I mean, the car's over. I mean, again, I just think you got to pick your battles. You got to pick your battles. You pick what's most important. And for me, you control your margins. You control, by the way, we haven't even gotten to obsolescence yet, by the way. When we get to obsolescence, let's control your obsolescence before we worry about what we do. And yes, this is a source of getting rid of it, but let's control what caused the obsolescence to begin with.
Jensay, some great points here in favor of, and also talking about the realities of business today. Your thoughts?
Yeah, and I can't wait for the obsolescence conversation either. But here's what I'll say. I think one of the things that is critical, and I've always learned this just being in business and being a parts manager in general senses, is, and when I look at our dealerships across the country, you have to adapt to the customer, and the customer likes to shop a certain way. It's like, and I think in the dealership world, we kind of have this mindset of like, here's how we're going to do business. And I know the 20 group idea, but really we have to look at who's our customer nowadays and how do they like to shop. And if, and I don't want to go, I won't use Blockbuster, so I'll just use, Circuit City. Okay. We'll go to Circuit City, they felt like they didn't want to really adapt like Best Buy did, and we see where we went from there.
Great points, Jensay. And I guess that really opens the conversation now to the word that we've shared a couple times now that I know our panelists are chomping at the bit to discuss, but obsolescence. So Tully, all right, I'm going to come to you first. What's your plan to reduce obsolete?
Don't have it. Stop right there. I don't have a problem with obsolescence. You know why? Because we talk about it every week, every month. Facts, here we go. I have $6 million in inventory. I have $40,000 of inventory over 12 months, and 10,000 of it is a stupid e-bike the sales department had us buy. But here's the thing about obsolescence. Does your parts manager believe it's a bad thing? And if they don't believe it's a bad thing, it will never get fixed. Your goal is going to be, are you ordering right? Are you making sure you're not ordering obsolescent parts? Are you making sure that you allow the OEM to use all their benefits so you don't get OEM obsolescence parts? I agree 100% with Shon on obsolescence. Obsolescence is a problem of a parts manager or people ordering parts incorrectly. Now, getting rid of obsolescence, sure. Hopefully someone will buy this piece of crap part that you have sitting on the shelf on e-commerce. And you're going to probably discount it to a negative number because you just want it to go away. E-commerce is not about getting rid of obsolescence parts. Obsolescence parts problem is your store run well to make sure you don't have obsolescence parts.
Excellent points, Tully. And Kelly, are obsolete parts inventory just considered a sunk cost, or is what Tully's describing, achievable?
Yeah, I mean, I'll have to fully agree with that. I'm sure Sean's going to say the same thing. I've never understood the obsolescence. First of all, how did you get there? What caused that? Right? I mean, if you're just following the process and you're doing your jobs right, you're not ordering the wrong way. Now, here's what I will say. Maybe I look at obsolescence a little bit differently too. And Ted, I do remember this from the previous conversation we had where we had the legend Mike King on, and him and I were discussing obsolescence, right? We saw it from 2 points of views. His was anything over 12 months. Mine was, I don't care, it could be 12 hours old. If I have a part returned and I know that ain't going anywhere, it's not returnable, it's open box, whatever it is, it's obsolescence right now. What are we doing to get rid of that part? Like, you got to actively get on that. I just don't like when I go in a parts manager's office and I see a stack of boxes. I'm like, what is this about? I'm just waiting to deal with it. I'm like, well, what are we doing? Like, let's go now, right? So get in front of that. So I have maybe one shelf of obsolescence, I call it. We're actually changing it from the word obsolescence. Jensay's going to love this. The new bin term is going to be called eBay. So anything in the eBay bin means, hey, it's available, make me an offer. I don't care if you're in person here at the store. That way, if somebody comes to the counter and it's in that bin, make an offer. I can't return it. It's obsolescence as of, again, 12 months ago. I don't really care what it is. It's gone. I see an opportunity, and this is a thing that's part of our plan for next year. Dealerships are in this situation right now. Maybe I don't want to give them an out. There are some stores that have turnover. So if you have a lot of turnover, new parts managers, those parts collect. The last guy doesn't know what the last guy did, what the last guy did, right? It just continues on. So again, not that I agree with it, but I understand why you get into that position. But here's what I'm saying. One of my plans for next year is I want to reach out to dealerships saying, hey, What do you have for obsolescence? I'm not going to buy it from you. Just send me what you have. Let me try to help you relieve that. I'm going to obviously want to get a percentage of that, right? But I think it's a huge opportunity. Otherwise, what do? After 12 months, 16 months, 24 months, they write it off. They get nothing. Well, let's try to get something out of that. And I think there's a huge opportunity for that. So again, I don't understand how you get in that position, but yeah, just don't make it happen.
Shon.
You ready? I mean,
oh, I'm ready.
Paul and I are texting each other, by the way. You know, obsolescence is an easy answer. I'm going to agree with something Tully said in the first question. If you tie a pay plan to obsolescence, you don't have an obsolescence problem. When you don't tie a pay plan to it, all of a sudden it's not important to anybody. Obsolescence, and Ted knows this because we talked all through the month of December because I had 10 all of our inventories as you're counting parts. If you hold people accountable, my favorite keyword, by the way, is accountability. If you hold people accountable and you attend to Kelly's point, what causes obsolescence, you're going to find out real quick who it is. It's either a technician who's saying, you know what, one of these 3 parts are going to fix it. So I'm going to order all 3 so I don't have to actually diagnose it. And then they install the 1 and return the 2 because there's no accountability. The second is a service advisor who, by the way, doesn't call his customers back. Or a mobile service team that doesn't work enough to install the SOP part, by the way. That's another, we can go down that avenue later too. But again, it's accountability. Is it a technician that's playing guess the part, or is it an advisor who just doesn't give a darn about calling the customer back to get them in to get the part installed?
Jensay, lots of passion about obsolescence. We can hear from all of our panelists.
Yeah, so I'm not going to be the guy that says obsolescence is good, because it's not. Right? I'm in full agreement with everybody. I feel like, you know, you shouldn't be in this position, but I do have to say, what do you do if you're in the position? You know, I got to approach it that way. You know what I mean? You shouldn't ever get there, right? But we all know that the reason this topic is so passionate is because it is a thing, unfortunately. And
Yes.
this is a situation that dealerships are dealing with. And, you know, I would love to say that like every dealer operates the way that we are all you know, conversating on in this call, but we know that that's not the case, right? So it's like, okay, what do you do if you're in that situation? And in my opinion, the answer is not throw it in the trash, because that's dumb to me. It doesn't make any sense to pay for something and throw it out. You know what I mean? So I feel like if a dealer is in this category or is in this situation, that they should definitely position themselves to price it in a way to actually sell it online, because you don't know, piece of people in your city may not want it, but somebody in the country does. You know, so I don't think anybody should actually plan to be have obsolete inventory, but it is a thing, you know.
So Jensay, on that thought, let me come back to you. The last couple weekends, and I know everybody on this panel has dealt and is dealing with obsolescence in one way or another. Last couple weekends, typically on a Friday or Saturday night, I will text Shon, Jensay, usually to get a weather report, find out how much snow is on the ground up there in Madison. And you know where he's been the last couple Friday and Saturday nights, Jensay? He's been in the parts department doing inventory on the weekends, late at night, sending me, you know, photos and saying, you know, I can't talk to you right now. We're doing variants, you know, tonight and tomorrow. So I know he's dealing with it. So Jensay, for the Shon Kingreys and others in this world, Jensay, are we overestimating the complexity of selling online? Your thoughts?
I think selling online is completely hard, complicated, and not easy to do if you don't have the right tools.
Okay.
Right. And that goes with anything, by the way. If you don't have the right tools, then everything you do is hard and complex. And I feel like in most parts departments or in most fix ops mindsets, it's not even necessary that they sometimes even take the time to look into what they have to do. It's just the thought of what you even have to do is what even stops them before they even get started. Right. So I feel like when you start looking into tools, you start realizing it really is not that complex to sell online if you have the right tools, if you have the right partners, if you have the right solutions. And it's 2020. We're entering, you know, obviously we're in a new century of technology, right? There's so many tools out there that make life easier. And I'll just kind of throw it out. If you look in an average dealership, there's so many things that have changed. But what's crazy is a lot of times how parts departments operate has not, you know, so.
Shon, we've been picking on you. Your thoughts?
No, I'm okay getting picked on. You know, as I just got a text message, by the way, just so you guys know, from my dealer principal asked me, who's yelling at you on screen? And that'd be Tully, by the way. Just like to share that in this minute as we're going back and forth. Anyway, you know, I agree with what Jensay is saying, but you know, the reason I'm at the inventory is because I want to go to the core of the problem. I don't want to fix it after the forest fires already started. Tully, you have enough of those out there, okay? I don't want to pick on all the forest fires. Let's start what caused the fire in the first place. Again, accountability, who ordered the part, why they order it, how did we get in the situation? Because if you do that, then I don't have to create another position to sell parts online. If you stop it before it happens, then you don't run into it.
Kelly, did you feel when you first got involved with e-commerce, I know it's been a while, that complexity of getting involved, and you know, what do you think today?
That's a great question, because I haven't looked back. We've been doing it for 5 years, right? But I mean, I just started as simple as I was literally shipping a box off my desk in my office. Like that's how I started, just slowly to understand it and build it up from there. To a point now, like yeah, I have full-time staff. They're dedicated. There's just ship station in the back. Everything's automated that way. But I don't think it's complex to do it. I think maybe if you're not comfortable with technology, it's complex to understand it. Once you understand it and see it, a platform like RevolutionParts has made it just simple. It's click, 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 send. Like there's really not a lot to do. You know what I mean? I'd say it's no more complicated than the DMS. Some of these DMSs, holy cow, bring somebody in and teach them a DMS, they'll never understand that. Show them a website, they get that. It's intuitive. They can pick that up, right? So I don't think it's complex. I think it's complex as you want to make it. And if you want to make it really complex, that's not necessarily a bad thing. That's just because you're leveling up. And like Jensay is maybe mentioning, you're adding more tools that your competitor doesn't have. Again, it's not a bad thing. You're just making it more complex as you want to be in that point, right? So,
Tully, if you would bring it home, what a lot of people like about you, that you are an early adopter. Yeah, really, you've been on the RevolutionParts platform for quite a long time now. And I think the business case has been proven long in the past. Tully, your thoughts about dealers getting on board with e-commerce?
You know, the hardest thing about that is jumping and making the leap. I think people have a hard time with change. You know, humans don't like change. It's part of our core values. We embrace change. And I think with the parts guy is that he's trying to figure out how can he produce more income that's not in the service department. And I think, you know, Kelly and Jensay said it well, is that you've got to have the right partner to make it work. If this was complex, we wouldn't have done it because, you know, we're busy. You know, to Shon's point here is that, we have a lot of things to work on, and e-commerce doesn't need to be one of them. But if you have a great partner and a great program that helps you make it easy, that you can dedicate a shipping person to, right? You can dedicate a person to do online sales. It's enough. Then it works out great. And we've had a store that has championed that with one of our brands really, really well. And that's the reason we've adopted it through our stores group wide. Picking the wrong process doesn't work. And I would say this is a great example of taking pictures when we used to do inspections. Oh my God. You know, you have all these programs that we're trying to sell you that didn't work or not integrated. Okay, we've mastered that. And then all of a sudden, guess what the sales department figured out? Hey, there's a camera on my phone and I can take a picture of a car. It's so funny, right? So now they're getting involved in cameras. And then as technology grows, how do we make it easier for our great team members to utilize the technology well? And that's where e-commerce comes in. And that's where Parts Revolution does a great job for us. They make our team leaders, team members successful selling parts online.
And Jensay, to further bring it home, you help make selling that online part a lot easier. Tell us about some of the things, we're talking about shipping, we're talking about advice, consulting. You come from the retail world. Tell us some of the things that you do in your daily life with RevolutionParts to help dealers like the ones who are on this panel today.
Yeah, so I think what everybody's saying is key. And I feel like, fear comes from lack of knowledge a lot of times, or the fear of the unknown, right? And one of the key things that we do at Revolution is you typically have what's called a CSM over your account, or a consultant like myself that works with an account. So that way we can get through the pain points. I always tell people the best mistakes to learn from is somebody else's, not yours, because yours take blood, sweat, tears and money, right? Whereas somebody else's, it cuts the time, right? So you can get to where you need to go. And one of the things that I had to figure out before I had Revolution when I was selling online was, how do I price things properly when my price takes change? And I got to go through all of my items that are listed. How do I update all this stuff? And Revolution makes things so simple to update pricing, integrate with shipping, pulling everything into one platform, positioning for accounts to actually identify their gross margins that they want, read inventory, list inventory. There's a lot of things like on an automation level that makes it a lot easier. And what is a thing that a parts person or even a person in a dealership that doesn't have is time. Right? And anything that can give you more time to you don't have to worry about it, the better, and there's a lot of tools that Revolution brings to the table, and that we actually work with accounts so that they can progress and actually scale very quickly online.
All right, very well said. I want to thank the panel, Jensay Numa from Revolution Parts, Shon Kingrey at the Kaiser Automotive Group, Kelly Marsden up at River City Ford, Tully Williams in Sacramento at the Nilo Company. Sarah, a great conversation, very timely, and one I think that's going to continue.
Absolutely, Ted. Revolution Parts is one of the leaders in all of parts e-commerce. So if you have more questions, website revolutionparts.com, Ted, is where you get started. And amazing information today from our panelists.
I'm Ted Ings with Sarah Van Tyne here for the panel today. Thank you for joining us. For more information, revolutionparts.com, revolutionparts.com. Thank you.
Hey guys, Nick Lawrenson, CEO of Alpha Drive. If you're looking for AI at your service department, here's the truth. Not all BDC AI is built to complete the job. A lot of solutions out there only handle a fraction of the calls and then transfer them back to your internal staff, defeating the purpose of you having AI in the first place. If you want good AI, as you're doing your research to find the perfect AI company, look for a company that has a high appointment conversion. At least 55% of your calls should be converted into an appointment. Look for a company that has a high first call resolution and isn't transferring all the calls back to you. You want less than a 25% transfer rate back to your dealership. And third, look for a company that has a high customer satisfaction, and the AI should be grading that for you. If you want all three of those things and you want to stop your search right now, contact Alpha Drive AI today, alphadriveai.com. Look forward to talking to you. Thank you.
While we're stuck in the middle with you, check out the Global Service Shopper Study with Kim Saylor from CDK.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Van Tyne here with Ted Ings. Today, Ted, we have the unique opportunity to be with Kim Saylor of CDK Global, and we have a really important study that we're going to be able to share with our audience today.
Sarah, you're so right. Kim is a great friend of our industry. We want to welcome her back. Kim, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thanks for having me. It's always a pleasure.
CDK also does so much for the industry. Thank you so much. CDK is a certified partner and an advisory board member on the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Kim, it's a real treat because I know today you're going to share with Sarah and I some information on the service shopper study. But before we do, I imagine we're going to see CDK next week, big time at NADA in Las Vegas.
For sure, we'll be there. So come to our booth.
All right. Sarah and I will be over to see you. We'll talk about that again a little bit later. But Sarah, if you want to open up, we've got some questions.
Yes, we do, Ted. And Kim, I'm so excited because this is the 5th year CDK has conducted the service shopper study. And so can you share a bit about what makes this year's research stand out and why it's so relevant for dealerships right now?
Yeah, thanks. It is the 5th year. It's exciting. So this year's service shopper study, it's timely. We surveyed over 2,000 vehicle owners. So not just about what drives their loyalty, their satisfaction with a dealership, but what makes them make the decision on where they want to take their vehicle for service, which is, very important. And what's unique about this year's is that we're not just looking at independent shops and chain shops in comparison to the dealership, but we're also tracking mobile service providers as well. And so this year's study, it gives dealers insights into things they can take action on. So things to help improve customer retention, adapt to the changing needs and expectations of the customers, as well as really future-proofing their fixed operations. So especially as the younger generations come in, like the Gen Zs, as they become a bigger part of that service shopper market.
Kim, I'm curious, when you look at the reasons why customers keep coming back for service, what really sets dealers apart from the, you mentioned the independents or the chains in your view?
So, one of the things from the shopper study we learned is that what really sets dealers apart is the relationship. So customers overwhelmingly are saying that the existing relationship that they have with the dealership, whether it's they bought their car there or they have serviced their car there, it's the top reason that customers are bringing their car to the dealership, that relationship that they have. The second reason that brings the customers in is the service staff knowledge. And the third reason is the dealer's reputation. So dealers have an edge when they focus on building trust and making sure that every service visit feels personal. And, there's tools that dealers can use to help continue growing that relationship as well as promoting that staff knowledge. And one of the tools we've talked about a lot on the TEDx Fixed Ops Roundtable is like the technician video. So that tool can really help both promote that relationship. So now the customer is getting a relationship with a technician, but it also helps promote that technician's knowledge. So it's, helps the staff knowledge, and it reinforces the value that the dealership brings. So really focusing on things that help the dealer and these ways can help with that customer retention.
And Kim, before the technician has the opportunity to really get in there and have these video conversations and opportunities with our customers, we all know scheduling service can be a pain point in that customer experience. And based on the study, what are some of the biggest friction points you're seeing in dealership appointment setting? And what are some of the practical ways dealers can smooth out that process?
So scheduling can be a challenge. And one of the main reasons is because the study shows that over 60% of customers are still calling the dealership to get their service scheduled. So not only that, but the average hold time was over 9 minutes, which, is a crazy long time to wait on hold to get a service appointment scheduled. Now, last year's study showed over 8 minutes, and I was really hoping that was going to be like a fluke or we'd see it go down, but it actually went up. And so, an obvious way to help with that would be for a dealer to use an AI virtual assistant. And, that would eliminate any on hold, right? As soon as the customer calls in, it would get answered. But I know that dealers are, afraid, and I don't know if afraid's the right word, maybe hesitant to use a virtual assistant because they're concerned that their customers won't like it. They won't get the experience that, they want to provide their customer. But if a customer's waiting for 9 minutes, that experience is already broken. And those customers calling in for service, those are your service leads. And we don't want any of those dropping through the cracks. We wouldn't let any sales leads drop through the cracks. So another thing that, a virtual assistant can do is also let you know that if any of those customers dropped because, maybe, for whatever reason, it's not for being on hold, but maybe they dropped because for whatever reason, the virtual assistant can tell the dealer, hey, here's who dropped, and where did they get in the process of scheduling that appointment. And so I understand the hesitancy of being concerned about the customer's experience, but our shopper study showed that 31% of customers would actually prefer to use an AI virtual assistant to schedule their appointments. So that should take away some of that hesitancy. And when you look at the younger customers, the Gen Zs, that number skyrockets. They're way more, they would way more prefer to use an AI virtual assistant.
Kim, that's amazing. I want to come back to what you just talked about, the younger generation, the Gen Z. Did the research uncover anything unique as to how Gen Z approaches scheduling service compared to, other generations, i.e. like myself?
Well, so I think no surprise really is that the Gen Zs are much more likely to use digital channels. For example, 43% of them schedule their appointment through the dealer's website, and another 14% use chat, which is much higher than the older generations like ourselves. But, they want what's convenient. They want speed. They're comfortable with technology. So for a dealership, I think really it's important to be looking at your online scheduler, be looking at things that might be causing friction in that, utilize things like a Google search integration so that when, let's say I go search for Mercedes service in Austin, then when it finds your dealership there, I can schedule right from that Google search instead of having to jump over to the dealer's website and find where to schedule it there. So just, my recommendation would be to look at what you have, your digital experience, and see how you can reduce that friction. I'll give you an example. I went earlier this week to schedule an appointment for my car for a dealership, that I've taken my car to over and over again. But when I got to the point, I went and put in what service. It was just for maintenance. It came to the, date and time. There was nothing available. And I'm certain that if I call the dealership, they're going to be able to give me a date and time for, having a maintenance on my vehicle. So, there's things that may be happening that maybe the dealer's not even aware of. So this one to me is more of an awareness. Look at your digital channels, your online channels, and make sure that you can remove any friction that might be there.
Kim, you're so right about the friction piece and that, that parallel between what's actually available when you call in versus what's available online. That creates that difference in capacity, really creates those friction points. And those friction points can sometimes translate over into online reviews. And I know I'm certainly somebody that before I'm considering a business, I'm influenced and I look at online reviews, and they seem to be really everywhere now across all kinds of different platforms. How much do they really influence where customers, especially the younger ones like Gen Z, are choosing to get their vehicle serviced?
Yeah. So, online reviews are hugely influential. Just like you were saying, Sarah, I check out reviews before I buy anything these days. And so if you go back to what I said about like the top 3 reasons service shopper chooses a dealership, the third one was the dealer's reputation, and online reviews certainly plays into whether that's considered positive or negative. And that is especially true for the Gen Zs and the millennials. So over 75% of the younger customers said that reviews play an important part when they're choosing who they're going to take their car to have it serviced. And that compares to just 35% of boomers. So what that means is dealers really need to pay close attention to, their online reputation and, encourage happy customers to leave a positive review and, and respond to reviews quickly to show that, that you care about the customer experience. I was just talking to David Cerquera, who's the service director at Benzel Bush. They're in New Jersey, and they're one of the Fixed Ops Roundtable certified dealers. And we were talking about using AI, a totally different topic, but he was telling me that he has started using AI to help him with his online reviews. And what he's doing is, a few things which I just thought were really great to point out is, he said he responds quickly. If he has an online review, he responds quickly. He's using AI to help polish up. So like he writes out the review and he uses AI to help polish up. He said that's responding to these reviews can be a time killer, he said, but the AI is helping him speed that up. And then he also always leaves his name and his number when he responds. And he said he quite often gets a call back. And because of this, he said nearly 80% of the negative reviews get taken down after he's done this, after he's responded and or talked to the customer. So to me, that that seems like a great plan, a great way to attack those and make sure that your online reputation stays positive. So another thing is, you could have a tool that helps you, promote those happy customers to get more of those positive online reviews as well. But, very influential, very important to, to be managing those, especially, for your younger customers.
Kim, Benzo-Busch is a great organization here in the New York metropolitan area. And what a fantastic best practice to have leadership actually hands-on addressing these things.
Yeah,
I know that every year there's at least one surprising finding that comes out of the study. And I'm curious, Kim, this year in the service shopper study, is there anything about customer loyalty that got your attention when it comes to loyalty to dealerships?
So the thing that surprised me the most is the loyalty among the Gen Z and how it stood out.
Wow.
94% of Gen Zs bring their car back to the dealership where they bought it for service. And that's higher than last year, and it's higher than every other generation. So it kind of blew my mind. I did not think they would be the most loyal customers. I felt like, someone my age would be more loyal, but apparently that's not true. And so this is really a huge opportunity for dealers. If they could deliver great customer experience to these Gen Zs and, make sure that they have somewhat of a focus, they can build long-term loyalty with this next generation of service customers. And it's not just that they'll bring their car to the dealership for service, but 92% are likely to buy their next car at the dealership too. So it really creates the full customer for life.
Kim, that is so amazing to hear. And it really, it blows my mind to hear that loyalty, again, that's your retention. Those are opportunities in your community.
Yeah.
And those positive interactions, continue to spread, especially as these younger generations are willing and able to share across all kinds of different platforms. Kim, as we wrap up, was there anything else in this year's study that genuinely, made you stop and rethink something about today's service shopper?
Yeah. So beyond, what we talked about with the Gen Z and the loyalty, which, as I said, genuinely surprised me. There was one more thing that made me take a pause and made me really think. So we learned that 11% of the people who received a recall notification did not get the work done. And so what stood out though is 60% of the Gen Zs that did not get it done did not get it done because they were afraid that it was going to lead to a big repair bill. So it made me stop and pause and think, is this an opportunity for education? Do we need to do more education with these younger customers, explaining what a recall is, that, it's not going to create a big repair bill for them. It's going to be, covered by the OEM. And so, could there be an opportunity when we are selling the car, when we are servicing the car, maybe if we're even doing marketing about the recall, is there an opportunity there to, provide some education on what a recall is, how it's handled, that it's not going to cost you a lot of money, so that, we can get that customer to bring their car in for the recall, but also build trust with that customer, and, by giving them additional education. So that was one thing that, kind of made me take a pause when I was looking through the survey. And, just overall with the service shopper study, there's a lot of valuable insights, and we've only touched on, just a few as we've been talking. But if I wanted to wrap up a theme around it, I would say that take a look at Gen Z. It's the next generation of, dealership customers, as we know, and make sure that we are, giving them the expectations that they're looking for. Focus on them. And, I think if we do that as a dealership, as a community, we will, as we support them, we will be in a better place, and dealerships that are understanding the Gen Zs and supporting them now, I think have a better opportunity to be the strongest, in the years ahead.
Kim, next week, the industry is going to converge on Las Vegas for the 2026 NADA show. Sarah and I will be out there. We look forward to meeting with you in person and coming to CDK and seeing all the innovative things that you're working on. I note that product marketing is in your title. So is there anything you can share with us today? Any little hints of what's coming? Because our audience is making their plans, and obviously they're going to want to stop by CDK and see what's new and what's happening.
We definitely have some exciting things. I will say, AI is definitely in the forefront. Marketing is my life. So, maybe something in relationship to that. I would just say, please stop by our booth if you're interested. We'll have a lot of new things to show this year. We're really excited about the show.
Great conversations. We look forward to spending some time with you and our dealers and your dealers. And it's just going to be a great NADA. So looking forward to it. Sarah, what an exciting time to be in our industry with all the innovations happening.
It is, Ted, and it's so amazing to have Kim Saylor and CDK Global with us today, sharing all these amazing insights.
Yep. All right, Kim. For our audience, next week at NADA, please make sure that CDK is on your short list. Stop by and say hello to Kim and the team and all of our friends at CDK Global. And if you're not going, of course, you could visit them on the web. But if you're going to NADA, you'll get to see it in person. And what a great time to be on top of everything here in 2026 with fixed operations. Everybody, Kim Saylor.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I really appreciate being on.
Thank you for all you do for the industry.
Absolutely.
Kim Saylor from CDK here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
In the systems that we're using and the processes that we're designing, we want everything to be as seamless as possible.
CDK is a proven solution. They know our business, they know the automotive space, and more, they continue to be able to help us use the system the way we want to do business.
That relationship is really what this is all about. You don't have a relationship with software, you have a relationship with the individuals behind the software. That's what we're really comfortable with CDK.
98% of customer experience is how well or how poorly you communicate. Well, how come my software partners spend 98% of their development on workflows? What if they spent 100% of their time on workflows and we spent 100% of our time on communication? Then we'd be able to truly create transformative experiences for customers, and that's what True Video does.
Join the Joy Division with Jamie Anderson and James Spears on the Tractable panel.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings. Today, Ted, we have an incredible conversation with a company called Tractable. And Ted, Tractable has really been innovating a lot in the industry.
There's a lot happening in fixed ops in our dealerships, a lot happening with technology, a lot happening in the way we inspect vehicles. A great honor to welcome James Spears and Jamie Anderson with Tractable. You may not have heard about them yet. You are going to hear a lot about them. James and Jamie, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
By the way, before we get started, end of the month is just a couple days away, and then the world will converge on Las Vegas next week. Will you gentlemen be at the NADA show in Las Vegas?
We will. Absolutely.
All right. So to our audience, if you're making your plans, be sure to include Tractable NADA booth number 7246N. That's in the North Hall. You'll see Sarah Vantine and I out there interviewing these gentlemen. You want to see them. This is an important one. If there's a must list, this is on the short list. Okay, Tractable, got to see them. Sarah, let's get our show started.
All right. Well, to kick things off, James, I want to come to you first. For our audience and our dealers that aren't familiar, what is Tractable and what problem are you solving for the automotive industry?
Tractable, we're 12 years old this year. So we've been around. And we solve just real enterprise world problems, particularly using automotive artificial intelligence, machine learning, and computer vision. And what we do is we turn that into real world solutions. So you can think about we service the collision industry. That's really where we started, working with the insurance companies. And we service the dealers. And we service the dealers in a number of ways of spotting damage, but we go one step beyond just spotting damage. We can also write a real world repairable estimate, which brings in revenue as well. So Tractable, 12 years old. We've been doing this, and now we're proud to say that we are launching our Luma scanner, and you'll see it in NADA.
James, you mentioned 12 years. Are there other markets you serve? And if so, what are those markets?
Yeah, it's really exciting. Our headquarters is out of London, and we service the Japanese market. We have 14 countries. So you can think about all through Europe, also Thailand, France, Poland, the UK, Spain, Canada, United States. We're in we're a global company.
That's incredible, James. And Jamie, just, we're having a lot of conversations at the Fixed Ops Roundtable with dealerships, and the feedback that Ted and I have been getting is that, fixed ops margins are under pressure. And from your perspective, what's changing in how dealerships need to think about inspections and vehicle condition?
Yeah, that's a great point. Excuse me. I think, the margins are definitely under pressure, and you're starting to see dealerships starting to rethink inspections as a profit protection and customer trust tool, not just a process step. So I think what's changing is the expectations of consistency, speed, transparency. It creates variability, missed opportunities, and the friction with customers. It removes that. So I think the dealerships need inspections that are fast, standardized, and defensible. Especially as labor costs rise and cycle times matter more than ever.
I'm taking a look. We've been showing our audience some of the images, Jamie, of the Tractable unit. Very good looking. Give us a little more color on this, if you don't mind. First of all, how simple is it to do business with you? I think that's important to our retailers. And then what does a typical installation involve?
Sure. So we've intentionally designed Tractable to be very simple to do business with. From contracting through go live,
Okay.
The focus is on minimizing disruption for the dealership operations. Most customers are up and running quickly within the same business day without the need for complex IT projects, long implementation timelines, pulling permits, anything like that. We don't have to do that with our system. Typical installation, it's very straightforward. It involves setting up the Luma scanner, the hardware, confirming site layout, vehicle flow, completing a short calibration, and training sessions with the team. There's no heavy infrastructure required. An installation can be usually completed in that same business day.
And Jamie, as a follow-up, if I may, this is long overdue, right? The industry is ready for
100%.
this, and we're liking these inspections early in the process. And you know what, Jamie, the customers are digging it too.
Absolutely.
And you know, one of our things with our installations is that we're highly customizable. And a lot of our competitors aren't. They have one model that's a little bit larger and more bulky, not as streamlined. But if you have a certain color, like we're in a Toyota dealership in Seattle right now, and they wanted that old school Toyota red, and we certainly made it that color. It blends right in. It's really a legacy color with the company. We have another one, a little bit more of a modern one, and they're all aluminum, and we have an aluminum chassis sitting there. It looks very non-obtrusive. Their customers drive through it, and they're not even scared, because some of them are driving through big X-ray machines, and they're sort of intimidated. So you think about that speed and accuracy that we can deliver with the package of the IT portion of it. But at the end of the day, we deliver a very beautiful customized chassis as well.
And James, if I could follow up, Sarah and I have had a lot of conversations on this roundtable about facilities and design of facilities. And, a lot of dealers are very particular as to what they're going to have or what they want to have in their beautiful new facility. So the fact that this is customizable, James, that's huge, and that you're doing those things as well.
Yeah, we can certainly see some that would want some probably matte black, those type of things. But we have professional powder coating services that we can deliver that to you that way.
That's incredible, James. And Jamie, and just thinking about our dealers that are listening today, and also all the other companies and all these markets throughout the world, what interesting things have you and your partners learned, and like how many cars are coming through the service lane arriving with detectable damage?
Yeah, you know what? I think that's a great point. One of the most interesting things that we're finding is how common undetected vehicle damage is in the service lane. You're seeing a large quantity of vehicles come through the service lane that have either minor damage or multiple damage, and then collision work that needs to be done. And nobody's really having those discussions with them. So, across the locations that we've been piloting so far, a meaningful percentage of vehicles arrive with visible detectable damage that was either previously unknown to the customer, and being able to kind of walk through that and undocumented and help them understand it. And then also, it's eye-opening how inconsistent traditional inspection processes are. When the AI standardized the inspection, detection rates increase, the advisors' conversations become more confident, and customers respond a lot more positively because they can actually see the condition of their vehicle, and they get some more, I guess, what would you call it, more expertise from the service lane and then the collision centers that support the dealerships.
And Jamie, this is available now. Like I can get this in my dealership and
right now.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Love it. Okay.
Yeah, and another interesting thing about cars coming through, and our dealers that have been using this have told us, is that a car comes through, they're no longer really disputing did that vehicle come in with that damage or did their technician or the process cause it, because now it's capturing it right at the standpoint. So if you don't capture every job, you think about what 33% come through with damage. If you're not turning that or converting that into something for your body shop, you now at least have peace of mind that you're capturing at the front end. And that really ends those disputes for your liability. I know a very big dealership out of Scottsdale, Arizona, and they allocate $1 million every single month across their 5 high-end dealerships that they have there for those customer type of damage claims. It's a line item that just eats at their fixed ops revenue.
It really does. Yeah, policy budgets, it can definitely help eliminate those or at least bring them down, because every car is going to be time date stamped as they come through the system. And even in our pilot locations, we've had several instances where a customer is called the day after getting an oil change and saying, hey, this damage wasn't there. They're able to reflect back and see exactly time date stamped when they were here and if the damage was detected while they were there. And I think to add on to one other piece there too was, I think for the dealerships and for the consumer standpoint, it's turning these discussions into, instead of selling, it's educating, and it's helping the consumer understand a little bit more. It's going to improve the trust for the dealership, approval rates, and overall customer experience for the dealerships.
And Jamie, that's really what the customers want. They like the transparency. They like hearing later on from the technician, right, with the video, and they like the process. And it helps. Let's face it, we're building trust, right? And the whole, the fabric of life is trust. The fabric of business is trust. And this transparency is now, and it's expected. James,
the thing about trust is it starts when you start to sell a car to someone, and it starts when you want to trade that car in. And our Luma scanner is good for that as well. Being able to run a car through, and you can do a recon conditioning aspect of it, trade-in damage appraisals. Not only does our solution come up and spot the damage, it does a little bit more. It tells you what it costs to fix it. It becomes less of a he said, she said negotiating tool. It's just going to be a black and white document of what it's going to cost to restore the car to make it marketable again. So that really expedites those. And, the speed of trust, that's been documented. And that's really where this, our device and our software and our services come in. We really expedite that.
James, tell us more about this, the scanner that you mentioned. I believe it's called Luma Scanner. And can a dealership with no collision shop use that as well?
Yeah, in fact, it's you can think about a shop or let's say a dealership that doesn't have a shop. Now you scan them and you sell those opportunities. You become you can spiff your network of collision shops that you use, that you sublet damage out to. So now this turns into a revenue machine that actually pays for our machine for you. So you're getting all the benefits of it, and then you're also able to sell those jobs, refer those jobs to very trusted. Again, that circle of trust that you have. You sell those jobs to a trusted person that's going to restore that vehicle back. Especially think about a person, the first 3 years of ownership, they really have a lot of pride in ownership, and they may not know just how economical it is to fix. I retired from the insurance industry. I retired from USAA, where I headed their global auto physical damage team. And I certainly know how consumers may think that certain things cost a little bit more than they do. Well, this puts a bottom line estimate out there. And it can show that it's probably going to be under your deductible. You can self-contain, or if it's near your deductible, don't report it to the carrier. And now the dealership has found you a trusted partner to fix the car, and you're not messing with the insurance or maybe impacting your insurance rates. But it's good for shops or dealerships that own their own collision, and it's especially good for dealerships that don't own, but yet they're going to be able to refer out.
That's incredible, James. And Jamie, I'm thinking just the transparency that customers really expect today. And as we've been talking about, it's that trust factor that it really just helps elevate the experience when you have this level of transparency. And Jamie, we know, there are other competitors in this space today that are providing that kind of transparency, but why use Tractable?
I think there's a lot of players in this space, but Tractable is uniquely positioned because of the depth and credibility of our AI. Like Jimmy was saying earlier, our AI is 12 years old. We're not new to the vehicle damage detection. We've trained our models on millions of real world repair and claim images, working with many of the largest insurers and repair networks globally. The experience shows up in accuracy, consistency, and trust. Tractable isn't just identifying damage. It understands the severity, repair relevance, how that information fits into the dealership workflows. And then combined with our purpose-built hardware and minimal operation lift, dealers get a solution that works day one and scales across multiple locations. And I think one of the things that we really spent a lot of time with when creating Luma Scanner was looking at it twofold, right? So one, you have the collision center, and then on the other side, you have the dealership. So really right now, they're working independently, but now we're building that bridge because with the Luma Scanner now, the dealership can, as we were speaking earlier, they can start utilizing it to protect themselves from from any claims that anybody has that comes in and says, hey, that damage occurred while I was getting an oil change. Well, now you have that documentation to kind of prevent that. Now use it in your sales process. Now you have a number tied to every damage on the vehicle. So what a seamless, easy way for the salespeople within the dealership to go ahead and say, you know what, we're going to offer you. They may use some type of pricing tool, like ICO maybe, and they say, okay, it's $20,000 for your car. Now, instead of having an opinion by a salesperson, now they can drive through the scanner and come back and say, hey, there's $1,500 worth of damage on your vehicle. We're going to have to deduct that. So, thinking about that, I think that's the key differentiator is we're trying to balance it, right? So there's multiple use cases for both sides. And I think even like Jimmy was saying just a minute ago, you think about it from the dealership standpoint, you start outsourcing some of these claims or these repairs, all of a sudden now you start, one of the parts of the deal is, hey, Mr. Collision Center, you got to buy the parts from me. So now you start helping the dealership with their parts sales. So multifaceted and really beneficial to both parties.
Can I follow up, James,
Sure.
on EVs? EVs have been a big part of the industry now the last couple of years, not going away, clearly. What about the technology detecting the damage on the EVs?
When we think about internal combustion engine car, and we start to lay our hands on it, and you just go across the grill and you start counting parts. You have the cover, you have some fascia parts of it, you have the grill, you have a number of bezels, you have a number of parts. You can get to a typical Camry, you're already at 10 parts for the front end before you start moving. Now, let's take your typical EV, Tesla. There's not 10 body parts on the entire car. If you think about it, so now you have Tesla front end, fender, hood, roof, door, deck lid, quarter, back, right? So you have what, 9 parts? That's the entire car. So I know we think about, the complexity of EVs. The complexity of EVs is under the surface. The outside of an EV is even more simple for AI to detect damage. And so EV makes it simpler, faster, quicker, those types. So it's a sort of an inverse when it comes to detecting damage on one.
It's incredible to hear these real world cases, James, that you've been able to build with Tractable. And I'm curious, so we're coming into a big time in Las Vegas with NADA, and Ted and I will be there as well with you. What's next for Tractable and their partners?
Jamie, you want to talk about maybe underbody scanning and some other things that we're going to be showing at NADA?
Absolutely. So we're going to be launching undercarriage scanner with the Luma scanner
Wow.
at NADA. So again, the benefits for the dealership, we'll be able to identify irregular wear on the tires,
Wow.
any leaks, anything underneath the vehicle. We're not going to be able to say, hey, you need an alignment, but the irregular wear is going to say that you need alignment. So
Okay.
it's going to be another benefit to the dealership. And then, if looking at most of the dealerships, that's one of the things they're really focusing on is tires, and getting that repeat business and having the customers come back. And so that's one of the big pluses for us going into NADA is now we'll have the complete system where we'll have the 360 complete around, under, and outside of it.
All right. I mentioned earlier to our audience, if you're going to Las Vegas next week, and Sarah and I, you just heard, are going to be there as well. You want to put Tractable on your very short list, and you want to make it a point to come visit with them. And you're going to see a lot of this firsthand. Tractable, the new big name in automotive and AI retail, helping to further along transparency. If you're not going to NADA, you can see on the web down below the Tractable.ai website, scrolling along, and I see a phone number, James. Where does that phone number go?
That one's going to be Jamie Anderson's phone number.
That goes directly to my cell phone.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
And I'll tell you one more thing that we're going to talk about at NADA, and we just showed it last week. Last week we were at the MTE, which is the Mobile Technician Expo, and was held in Orlando.
Yes, I
and
saw
we
that.
had our Luma scanner there, and there we were really focused on paintless dent repair and hail. So those dealerships that are in those hail belts. Our device works incredible with hail. So we have Texas and Oklahoma and Colorado, those states up through there, Florida, Georgia, South Carolina. But we launched that device that we have for hail. The same device, but just a different application with some of the software. And so this is a great way to be able to set up one Luma scanner and have the thousands of cars that come through it very rapidly and assess that damage.
All right. I know a dealer that's going to be on our next guest with you. So I love that. That is, James, that is important information. Thank you for sharing that. That's really relevant to our audience because we hear about that quite a bit. And Tractable, everybody. You're going to want to know these folks and James Spears and Jamie Anderson. Again, they'll be at NADA next week. But great job to both of you. Congratulations. James, an overnight success in just 12 years. And Tractable.ai, a growing part of the industry. And Jamie, congratulations to you. Jamie, you're going to be very busy. I have a feeling coming up.
Yes, that's a good thing. That's a good thing.
All right. Well, good
I'm
to see you.
very excited by it. Good to see you guys. Thanks for having us.
And James, nice to meet you. And Sarah and I would like to invite you back on our next roundtable coming up in a couple months and talk a little bit more about what's happening, what you're seeing in the industry. Fascinating stuff. So, Sarah, great time to be in our industry. Everybody, the team from Tractable here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Luma Scanner has landed. A breakthrough in automated appraisal that changes everything. Get your first look at NADA.
For most dealerships, warranty administration is one of the least satisfying segments of their business. It is difficult to staff, claims expire quickly, losses are common, and there is an even greater risk of audit liability than with the IRS. Luckily, TBF Jupiter Warranty Management is here to help you improve claim quality, accelerate cash flow, increase revenue, reduce audit liability, and simplify operations with seamless integration. Much like the IRS, each manufacturer has created its own complex system for warranty administration. TBF Jupiter Management starts by requesting volume information from the dealer. This is so we can ensure that you will receive an OEM-specific warranty administration expert. Next, a consultant will visit your dealership to conduct on-site documentation training with your entire service team. Once administration begins, our assigned admins log directly into your DMS system to work on open but completed warranty repair orders. When the RO pays on the next statement, Our posting team posts the revenue directly into the dealer's accounting, leaving differences on the schedule for review. And you will never have to ask us about an age discrepancy because our statements team reviews your warranty schedule each month and creates a status report of all aged balances. These overlapping teams make our service the best in the industry. Our dealers have a personal relationship with their assigned admins, and those admins get support from our entire team. That support allows our admins to process more claims than other systems and improve their efficiency. Since we collect more, improve claim quality, and cost less, the real question is, why would you do anything else? To learn more and receive a personalized quote, please visit our website and complete the online contact form at warrantymanaged.com.
Our next panel is a crazy little thing called Customer Experience and Technology, filmed live at our Lithia Suburban Collection pop-up event.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Stephen Hackbarth, and today we're here at the Lithia Suburban Collection, and I'm joined with
Logan Wilmot. I'm a senior at Northwood University, and today we're going to be talking about creating efficiencies in the fixed operations department.
So we just want to start with everybody introducing themselves. So if we want to go down the line, we'll start with you, Ted.
I'm Ted Ings of the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
I'm David Reinecke, President of Automotive Warranty Network.
Shon Kingrey, Vice President of Fixed Operations for the Kaiser Automotive Group.
And Mike Grubich, I'm the CEO of GoTrago.
Awesome. And we were wondering, what's one process in fixed ops that most dealers overcomplicate, and how can it be simplified? We'll start with you, Ted.
Stephen, it's a people business. We tend to overcomplicate things in the car business a lot. So keep it simple. Keep it focused on your people. Keep it positive. Keep a focus on the culture, on the career path. All the things that we've been talking about here today at Lithia. And most of all, remember that all the things that we want to accomplish, the profit, the customer satisfaction, it all starts with the employee and their satisfaction.
Awesome.
Well, I'm a vendor, so I don't work in the dealership, so I'm going to speak to the warranty space that I know. I think the warranty process is overcomplicated in most dealerships, or not, adhered to properly. So many dealerships I hear, the technician didn't repair the vehicle properly, poor documentation. And then by the time it gets to the warranty administrator has to backtrack, get with the technician, fix the warranty ticket. And, I think it could be uncomplicated if everybody was doing their part throughout the process. If advisors, technicians were educated and doing the part that they needed to do throughout the warranty process and the repair process, I think that process could be uncomplicated.
First of all, I'm going to argue with David. He's not a vendor. He's a partner. But he's a partner.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you. You're welcome. And I think we talked about it, as Ted said, throughout the day today, is we don't need to overcomplicate it with more tools. We have the tools. It is a people business, and you're only as good as your leader. And if the leader if the leader's going to poo-poo everything and fight everything, then the process isn't going to work. Again, if the leader walks in the morning and is upbeat, ready to go, and that's his why, is to drive the people, the process will work and the tools will work. You don't need to overcomplicate it by throwing more items on it.
Yeah, the one thing I'll add to that is that when you look at effective businesses and the culture of those businesses, it's a team thing, right? The people is an important part, the leaders are an important part, the systems, the processes, the tools, all those things kind of come together. If you don't have all of them, you have a weak link in the chain. And so you got to really focus on that system as an entity, not just a process or a system or a tool.
Absolutely. It really is a people business, coming down to the customers and the employees. In building off of Shon and Mike, what you guys said a little bit, what is a way where you can build a culture so that employees proactively look for efficiency improvements?
I'll take that away from me. Yeah, to me, it's transparency. In all of our stores, we have a leaderboard, and we talk about leaderboards. Almost every panel that we do is we post everything. We post tech hours. We post hours for the advisors. We don't hide it. We post our CSI. Yes, it's met with resistance, obviously, the first time you do it. But after that, the techs are looking for it every morning. And then you need to have, again, I'm not a big meeting guy, I'm a huddle guy. You need to have a huddle every morning and discuss what's up on the board and why it's on the board. You know, if a guy's working on a 16-hour job and he did hours yesterday and he's in the red, he's going to explain why. You don't have to do it. He'll defend himself. But again, transparency is everything. Communication, it's all into that one huddle, and it's all based on the one board that's on the wall.
And just to kind of keep the flow with that, if you're doing that, to establish a good solid culture that people want to stay and work, you got to create good experiences. A lot of times we think about, well, it's about behaviors and tasks and things, and those are important, but really what we found is that experiences shape beliefs. Beliefs drive behaviors, behaviors lead to results. So if you create good experiences, so you have transparent communication, you as a leader, you show up to the customer the same way you ask a technician to show up to a customer. Now you create a flow and everyone starts to follow that path. So to create a solid culture, create good experiences, that'll shape beliefs, people buy in, then they'll start to behave the right way, and then you'll see results.
Yeah, it's not just the experience of the customer, it's the experience of the employee.
100%, yeah, absolutely. It's 100% that's true.
And to add to that, I think creating a sense of ownership to a certain extent with the employee, to where they can contribute to the process. So, one thing that we do in our company is it's not just David's way or the company's way of doing things. We want to hear everybody's ideas to contribute to the overall mission. So allowing them to participate and share their ideas and share how something can be done better, and not just showing up to work every day and saying you're going to do it this way. Listening to how they might have a better way to do it. Right. So
we just did an assessment with a company that is having a huge issue with their culture, and they're trying to figure out what's going on. One of the biggest things we found with that company is that they have a lot of good experts, but they don't respect the experts. They don't ask them, hey, what would you do in this situation? They're told what to do. Absolutely. And they wonder why people are disengaged. It's because you're not respecting the fact that they have an expertise and some experience leveraging.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I think the common thread or threads that you're hearing is it's all about communication, and it's about being a good listener as well. And listening to your people, engaging them, involving them in the process, and explaining, Mike, maybe the why we're doing these things, right? Yeah. Not just that we're going to do it, but here's why we're doing it, and make that part of it.
Yeah. As humans, we want to know. We make fun of our kids that are like, why? But in all honesty, we need to know it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And from the culture perspective, we talk a lot about how that impacts business, whether it's from a partner perspective or in fixed ops. So I was going to wonder, what's a small workflow change that delivered a big efficiency for your team? You start with you.
In my experience, the biggest efficiency is being as transparent. It's kind of repeat what you were saying before. It's being open with what's going on. Share the financial results, share the metrics. When people see that, they'll buy into it. They'll take accountability.
Can I add one? Yeah. That's something that we're hearing a lot about this year in fixed operations. Every dealer's hearing about it, are these technician multi-point video inspections. Okay, that is not only creating efficiency, but it's also putting the technician in a new light where they are now front-facing, where they for many years have been behind the garage door. We never heard or saw them. Now they're on the camera, and now they're on a video communicating to the customer, and the customer can see visually under their car, see their needs, and it also, gets the yes a lot quicker because the customer now is engaged and involved in that process. So we're including them. So I think that's a tremendous efficiency. It's built a lot of good rewards for dealers.
I'm going to feed off of what Ted said is I talked about the leaderboard, and we have that, and it's all transparent. The other thing that we talked about in the previous panel as well was with AI and BDCs and with the technicians really selling their own jobs, is we've lessened and taken a lot of load off of the service advisors versus this, 20 hours a day and cramming everything down their throat. And their jobs have changed, which by the way allows them to sell, which is really what they're there to do.
One last question for you guys. Shon, you just brought up AI. How in each of your different respective business roles have you seen AI really be implemented to help with some of these efficiency changes?
Some better than others. We have struggled. We've talked about it a lot today, and it seems to be the common thread is we're all looking for that BDC solution for AI. And I know there's a lot of tools out there. We're all trying to find the right one that customers will absorb and take and use. As we talk about the airlines, you don't talk to a person you call the airline, but the clients haven't taken that as well on the service side. They haven't. They haven't taken the scheduling online even in the last 10 years. They struggle with that as well. So AI and the VDC and scheduling appointments would lessen the load a lot.
Yeah, I think that a lot of common questions that we as leaders and employees have, can be solved by using AI early on, Chat GPT, asking as an example, I have a customer who asked a real tough question and I didn't know how to answer that question. So I asked that question of Chat GPT and it gave me a very structured, formalized response that I ended up not sending word for word, but pretty close back to the customer. Then they said, you know what, that makes sense. We're going to go with that. So, I utilized it just as a sounding board to see what was out there. And it's amazing the resources it's used.
Yeah, and I live in the people and talent side of businesses. We've just designed an AI tool that helps with coaching and development. And so we're bringing AI into how you coach effectively, whether it be leadership, sales, any professional role. It brings another element of learning into the process.
That's fantastic. AI is truly the future. And I think over the next few years, we're really going to see how AI not only changes the fixed operations side of the business, but really the whole automotive business as a whole. So I think it's really cool to see where everything is headed and see how much of a difference that's going to make and impact all of our lives. So wanted to thank you guys so much for all of your time and conversation today. All of your insight truly pushes forward this industry and is a spotlight for people to come to learn more and make their everyday lives easier and more efficient. So this has been the Fixed Ops Roundtable at the Suburban Collection Pop-Up in Troy, Michigan. Thank you all so much for your time and more content on the way. Thank you.
Thanks.
My name is Joel Gray. I'm parts director at McHike Ford Lincoln in Georgetown, Texas. I am over about a $9.2 million inventory. We have about a $5.5 million a month parts operation here. So I have close to 100 employees, including all of our drivers running around every day. And we have 22 salesmen that are using the MicroCat catalog. We get a lot of electronic orders. We get them in Collision Link, Repair Link, CCC, Parts Trader, Parts Tech, a lot of different things. And we've recently been testing MicroCat AI, and allows us to any of these functions, including a fax order, to come in as a PDF, and we can print the others as a PDF and load it straight into MicroCat, and allows us to look up the parts. It bin scrubs. It tells me what parts are all correct, incorrect, all at once. I think it could save them a couple hours a week, because with some of the new things out there, we're having to quote so many parts before we ever get to sell them. And when you get a big order and you got 30 parts going in there, it takes time to go one by one. The estimates that come from the insurance companies, the body shops, about 20 to 30% of the parts are incorrect by VIN. So it's nice to be able to scrub these ahead of time, make sure we're quoting the right parts, getting the right information out.
If you're heading to NADA, this is something you don't want to miss. The Fixed Ops Roundtable is bringing our full professional media team to the show, and for a limited time, we're offering a complimentary media package to our partners and industry leaders. That means professional lighting, crystal clear audio, high quality video production. We're capturing real conversations, real insights, and real stories from the people shaping fixed operations right from the show floor. No awkward setups, no DIY videos, just polished, broadcast-ready content you can actually use. This is your opportunity to walk away from NADA with powerful video assets for LinkedIn, social, sales conversations, and brand visibility. Spots are limited, cameras will be rolling. If you're at NADA, make sure your story is part of this.
Hey there, Roadrunner. Our next segment is the Interstate Billing Service Panel with Ed Roberts and Shon Kingrey.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings. Today, Ted, we have quite the topic, and billing is an important one in our industry, especially in fixed ops.
Sarah, you're so right. Dave Schell from Interstate Billing is with us here today at the roundtable. Also, very honored to have both Shon Kingrey at the Kaiser Automotive Group in Madison, Wisconsin, Ed Roberts at Bozard Ford Lincoln in St. Augustine, Florida. Everybody, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. We were having a little chat in the green room going in. Ed, I thought you had some very interesting perspective on the collections part of the automotive industry. Maybe you'd like to open and share some of that with us, because I thought it was very interesting.
Well, a lot of times it's the convenience is worth the charge. When we think, well, I got to be able to control expenses, I got to be able to do this and that. Well, what we do is we send our people out at a different risk. It is our job to help them build those relationships with our clients in field. And in order to do that, they need to be focused on building that relationship, not coming in and asking for the money and asking if I can get you something and asking for those things. So when they have another service that comes behind them, it's no different than me selling you the vehicle. When I sell you the vehicle, I don't send you the monthly payments. It's a different relationship now. It's different. And so same thing here. And then it's the timeliness of that. The invoices are going to be on time. They're going to be, and the timeliness of that creates the cash flow that we all need. Cash flow is key in any business. It doesn't matter what we're in. So creating that consistent cash flow is instrumental, and it allows our team that goes out, our outside salespeople, to build the relationship that they need to build. And it's building the relationship that connects, not the relationship that disconnects.
Shon, I'm wondering if you might have a couple things to add to that, because Ed is right. Cash is king.
It is king. And for those that don't know, 2 of my 8 stores are on the program, and we use it. It happens to be our 2 largest stores. And to Ed's point, you have a sales rep. I'm going to feed off of what Ed said. You have a sales rep that goes in and says, hey, purchase. Oh, by the way, you're behind on your bills. And they got to save face. I mean, they do. They can't have that relationship. And I'll take it a step further is the other side of it is you look on the retail side to Ed's point, cash being king and cash flow being king is, we all know that accounts receivable person that comes to your service advisor in June and said, hey, Billy Bob wrote a bad check in the month of January. Listen, guys, accounts payable has a lot to do, and there's a lot of moving pieces. And they don't tell you about something until 3, 4, 5 months down the road. Guys, I couldn't tell you what I did yesterday, let alone what I did in January and June. So this stops that and I'll let Dave sell his own product. But guys, all you got to do is you sell the product, and then the bill collecting's on them. You're done. It's scot-free. And that's how we do it. And that's why our 2 largest stores are on that platform.
Dave?
Very well put, gentlemen. Yeah, that's the real nuts and bolts of it is, the fees are less than a credit card. It takes all the liability out of the dealership. Any parts or service that are B2B that run through interstate billing are our liability. When it runs through on an open account, if they don't slow pay, no pay, whatever hiccups we run into, you get your funding, and we work through the kinks of cash flow. And that's all included in the fee. And we do all the statements, reconciliation. We have a portal for all the clients to pull their own invoices out of. If you're a multi-line dealer like you are, they can go into each store and pull any invoice that they need at their convenience. We do offer, we do have, I think it's 52 people that are the guest experience that are on the phones that work through, the cash flow and collection and everything else that goes on with it. And that way, the dealership, the countermen and the advisors and everything else can work on revenue generating tasks more than chasing money.
And Dave, you didn't just start doing this yesterday. Interstate has a long history, and you're in the retail car business. Tell us about that.
Yeah,
that's a big differentiator.
Locally in St. Louis, I worked for the 2 biggest rooftops 18 line car dealer and a 22 line over my 35 years. And we used them, and they still do today. We used Interstate Billing, and that's how I became affiliated with them and ended up going to work for them. I believe in the product. I know what it's done as far as being able to put your head on the pillow at night and not think, hey, I've got $3 million out for the month, and they always pay till they don't. I mean, that there it is. Or run into a big MSO. I'm running down the rabbit hole here, but it's all from my parts experience. You put a digit wrong in a PO, and then they kick 5 or 10 of them. Well, you're paid, you can reconcile and keep moving, and we'll work through, what was typed up wrong in the PO and all that. And, it's easier to close your month.
Dave,
let's go ahead, Sarah.
A follow-up to that, in talking about this experience, and Shon and Ed could chime in on this as well, but speed and accuracy are important components, especially in accounts receivable. So is Interstate Billing faster than what typically would happen in an in-house accounts receivable?
Yes, just like with Shon stores. What they sell today, if they put the batch invoices in tomorrow at 10, they will have their funding in the bank account and everything reconciled at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. That's how efficient we are. It's under 24 hours, you have your funding.
And I'll elaborate on that, guys. We have a truck center that's got 400 and some odd accounts, okay? And in that, by the way, it's not really 400 accounts, but one account has 26 customer IDs. It's a DMS flop that, Ed and I can go down that rabbit hole forever. And, you build it to this account. We're going to use U-Haul, for example, okay? Just because everybody knows what it is. And you build it under this U-Haul. Well, we start billing it. And to David's point, we send the bill to the wrong U-Haul because we put it on the wrong customer number. And the advisor didn't do it maliciously. It wasn't a mistake. They're busy. We all know the chaos and the fire hydrant that they're drinking out of, and they use the wrong customer ID, and now all of a sudden it's the wrong billing. Or to his point, the PO thing, a lot of city work that we do. You have one wrong PO number. It's an endless thing. We literally, it's a cash customer. And I don't think Dave stresses enough. It's less than credit card fees now. We pay more in credit card fees than we do to his company. Not trying, I don't want him to raise his prices, don't get me wrong. But we close it like a cash customer. And we get cash flow the same day. The check doesn't bounce, the credit card's good, there's no fee, there's no controversy of spreading that fee to the client. It's just seamless. And then they collect the funds.
Well, Ed, you were going to add something just a few moments ago.
I was going to speak to the audience there because we process the credit cards without even thinking about it. And so it's a no-brainer to put something like this together. But to carry that further, when you talk about dealers that do a lot of wholesale parts, they have two main concerns, and one doesn't reflect here, but the other one is billing. It's billing because the people that bill back at the store have multiple responsibilities, and it isn't just about sending out those invoices. It's also about processing those things when they do come back. And then if it does fall to a different category where it's late, whether it's this, whether they've sent us a bad check or whatever else, then that gets put on hold again until they get time to work on it because they have other responsibilities that they must do first, and then these fall to the should do's. Well, should do's should never fall when it has something to do with cash flow, but it's what happens over and over again. And when you can take those things off the plate, when you got two concerns with wholesale parts, one being returns, we're not going to talk about that, and two being cash flow, this being currency. When you can take one off, then you can focus on the other.
The other thing is when you get a client that's got a $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 accounts receivable that continues to grow, and they send a payment in because there was a PO number wrong, and they didn't pay invoice number 1, they paid invoice number 2, but accounts payable posts it to the oldest account, then that one goes away, by the way. So now guess what? You're not looking for that payment because as far as you know, it got paid because that's the one they wiped off with the check that came in, even though that check wasn't assigned to that repair order or wholesale customers to Ed point. It's all the same. And they keep that straight. And again, I'm not picking on AP. There's so many moving pieces with variable and fixed and everything we throw at them. And they're sitting in an office and they don't know what's going on behind the scenes. They don't know the day to day. But again, like I said, they post a payment to the wrong invoice And now all of a sudden, 6 months later, oh, this invoice didn't really get paid. Well, if I'm running a business, a U-Haul, for example, and you come to me 6-9 months later and say, oh, by the way, you still owe me for this. Listen, that conversation is not going to be pleasant, because the chances are the person that approved it probably doesn't work there anymore anyway.
Dave,
Boy, there's somebody speaking from experience there, Shon. That is so deep and dead on that it happens. It does.
Once or twice, I can say that, yes.
The car rentals, the big MSOs, the calibers, the big groups.
Yes,
you're dead on running down the rabbit hole that doesn't generate anything. It's on the dealer side, it's an enormous waste of time. And once they apply that, then everybody just got to sharpen up their pencil at the end of the year and probably charge off to policy or however how they wanted to reconcile a bunch of stuff. But yeah, absolutely.
You say an advisor's got a tough job calling extended warranties in. Try to chase down an AP for a rental car company. I'm going to use Enterprise, for example. The way they move around stores and the way they're moving the moving pieces. The person that approved it isn't there anymore, and the chance of you getting paid for something. Well, I didn't approve it. That should have been warranty. Well, the guy deuced a hazard of the car. That's why we didn't warranty it. You owe me $8,000. Well, guess what? You're not collecting that $8,000 6 months later.
Well, Dave, I think a lot of folks in the audience do not even realize that this is available specifically for automotive retail dealerships, and that you specialize in this. And look at the great points that are coming up on this conversation right now. Dave, I got 2 questions, if you don't mind, I want to ask you.
Go ahead.
Before I forget. Number one, because again, it is a retail dealership, does Interstate Billing integrate with the DMS? And number 2, does Interstate take all the risk for billing? And I know we've talked about this, for less than the credit card fee, let's say.
Yeah. So yes, we integrate with any of the DMSs used. We have an integration team, and the computer people do their stuff. Then when we get to the dealership, I come out with a team and we do onboarding and training and get everybody comfortable for a couple days. And then you're off and running. And then yes, with the risk, when it's built through Interstate Billing, and they're on an open account, it is not the dealership's responsibility. They have their funding, and they will not be charged back for it. Wow. That is part of the fee, and that it is less than a credit card.
It's incredible to hear, Dave. And this is, all of these components that Shon and Ed have shared, it really comes from, again, the day-to-day, the realities of what dealerships are facing and what they're up against in these operations. And as we continue to see more and more business happening in fixed operations, and it really taking the center stage it deserves in 2026, that's a real, this is real world conversation. So, Ed and Shon, there's a scenario that I think is an interesting question. So if someone owed you $500,000 and wanted to pay in full with a credit card, would you take it?
Absolutely not.
No, for a multitude of fee reasons and dispute reasons and the gray area that it goes down to, absolutely not. No.
This is fascinating information. Dave, we are on the cusp of NADA just next week in Las Vegas this year. I know the industry is going to descend on Las Vegas. Sarah and I will be there as well. Will you be there with Interstate as well?
Yes, we're gonna be there Monday through Friday. Okay. And we'll be attending. We've got a booth. I look forward to chatting with anybody that comes by that has a wholesale operation or that they do a lot of fleet business municipalities through the service drive.
All right.
We're going to be there and look forward to it.
Ed, I think this all comes back to 2026, finding more efficiencies in the dealership, in particular in fixed ops, because Ed, fixed ops is going to continue to grow, thanks to folks like Shon and yourself.
When you can find efficiencies that make our people more productive, that's key. And when you can take them off of things that they're not necessarily good at, and they can focus on the things that we put them out there for, then they win. And it's not too often that you have a no-brainer that comes along and says, hey, Why have I not signed up yet?
Yep. Good
That's,
question.
the biggest thing I think I'm seeing right now in talking with so many dealers across the country, getting the ball moving. This is our focus for 26 is that we're not here to tell anybody how to run their business. We're just a partner. If we said, hey, Ed's over there doesn't look too good on paper, and you said you want to sell them, we'll still sell them and bill them and work on collecting it. But if they don't pay, it would be on the dealership. But my point being is, we're a silent partner. We just deal with that. We're here to work with you. We're not here to tell any dealership, hey, this is how you have to run your business. We're an extension of the business. It gives them one point of contact. There's so many benefits of using interstate billing that I need to have the conversation with more people.
All right, let's see that happens, everybody. 2026, the year of fixed operations, a great way to start your year. Dave Schell is with Interstate Billing. They work exclusively with retail automotive dealerships. They help you with the accounts receivable and take that burden from you, and they specialize in it. So Dave will be at NADA next week. You could also reach them on the web at interstatebilling.com. I want to thank everybody today for being here with myself and Sarah. Ed Roberts at Bozard Ford Lincoln. Shon Kingrey. Shon, is it still balmy up in Madison, Wisconsin?
Balmy. There's no snow outside, as you can see.
All right, very good. And here with Dave Schell, and Dave is with Interstate Billing. Everybody, Dave Schell with Interstate Billing, here with us today at the Fixed Op.
We'll see you at NADA.
We'll see you next week.
Sitting in the boardroom, seeing only 6 of us was totally like, okay, it's getting more real, it's getting more serious.
I'm a little bit more nervous today than the other challenges just because it's a little bit more high stakes now.
I think it's gonna be really, really close.
It's scary because we're at a point where everybody in it is like consistently good pitches, so we're really in the end game now.
Hop along to the music with Tej Soni from FrogData.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings. Today we have a very important conversation around AI and marketing. And Ted, FrogData has been really leading the way in this.
Sarah, you are not kidding. It is a great honor to welcome back Tej Soni, the CEO of FrogData, for our conversation today on AI-driven service marketing. Tej, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you. Pleasure to be back. It's always great talking to you guys.
Tej, I think it's going to be a great 2026. A lot happening. We spoke a little bit in the green room. AI seems to be the buzzword. Sarah and I want to learn a little bit more today about product. And so we have some questions for you, and I know you are the man to address them.
Always there for you. Go shoot at me. Be nice. Give me gentle ones, okay?
To kick things off, AI is everywhere. And what does it mean for service marketing? How is it different from the targeted marketing being done today?
That's a great question, Sarah. You know, all the marketing that we see today, and it has evolved. I mean, we've come a long way from, doing the mailers that went out. And I have a thought or two about the mailers, which I'll come back to in a minute. But all the marketing evolution that's happened over the last 15 years with the digitization and all of that, all it's done is taken one form of communication and become a little more targeted, but it's still spray and pray. A large part of marketing is coupon based. It's based on, when were you last into the dealership? Have you been in there last 90 days or 180 days? How far are you from the dealership? What model do you drive? When is your next service? So it's very kind of structured, and literally everyone has the same book, they do the same thing, and frankly, it's not working. And what it's really doing, what all the coupons do is, it's easy. All right, you just send it out. I work with service departments all the time, and when they see a low week coming up, they say, we need to do some marketing. They call someone who sends out a bunch of coupons, and guess what? They get traffic. And what they're getting traffic for is low RO per dollar traffic, in warranty traffic. That's what's coming in. So it looks good. It looks like you're filling up, but it's not really helping your gross margin. It's not good for your business. The way AI is changing things now, it's very critical to understand AI in context of business. We all use ChatGPT. We use it to write emails. We use it to, do presentations. We even use it to do analysis. I mean, people put their spreadsheet into AI and they get some response. But is that translating into meaningful business actions, into a process that you can implement within your dealership? It's not. And that's where AI for service marketing comes in, and how you implement it makes a difference. Now, let me give you a very simple example of service marketing, right? You pick your highest grossing ROs.
Right.
Let's for a moment think it's transmission, right? You're making a lot of money in transmission repair, post-warranty, mind you, and it's coming in and you find, I've done 3 jobs this month, and you'd like to know, how do I get more business? Now, normally you would just send out a bunch of emails or, direct mail, et cetera, et cetera. What we would do is we would go and run an AI model. We actually call it machine learning, which would understand the type of customer coming in, when they're coming in for a transmission repair. So let's say I find it's a Ford F-150, 4 years old, with 100,000 miles on it, right? And red in color, just to make it fun.
Yeah.
And I tell the dealer, look, I'm going into your customer database and I found 200 customers who match this description. Very simple. I'm giving you a very simple example. They drive a Ford F-150. They probably have 100,000 miles on it. They're 4 years into ownership. This is a list of 200 customers. I'm going to do the mailing. Now the dealer's happy. So first I tell him there's a list. He says, yeah, that's nice. And I say, I'm going to do an email campaign for you. And he says, okay, that's good. So what? Hey, by the way, along with the email campaign, I'm going to dynamically create a web landing page. So I'm going to drive them to the landing page, and it's going to convert them into an appointment or a lead. How do you like that? And dealers done nothing. We've taken the data. We've gone in and found which customers most likely to need a transmission repair, done the email, created a landing page, converted it into a lead. Now that's good for the dealer. He's done nothing. He got a lead, very highly predictive marketing. But that's not all. What we do is, based on our AI model, we know which of those customers clicked, which of those customers did an appointment. All that data goes back into our AI model to help it understand and learn from this whole cycle. That's called machine learning.
Ooh.
So I'm first taking a predictive model, generating a list, doing a campaign, getting the results of the campaign, and feeding that result back into my ML, machine learning model, or AI model, thereby reinforce learning. And that's how it gets better and better. This is a very simple, basic model of how AI is implemented at dealerships. Bottom line is, we're trying to find, this is no longer spray and pray. This is no longer targeted marketing. This is precise, not even targeted, precision marketing.
Precision.
You're going to get an email specifically, and we can go a step further where Sarah will get a discount coupon of X. Ted will get something else based on his behavior. Well, Ted's a nice guy, but he only comes in once every, year or so. Sarah's super nice. She comes in for everything. She loves the dealership. We're going to reward Sarah for her loyalty. And that kicks that in. All this comes into our ML model, and that's what AI marketing does for service departments of dealership. Sounds complex, but with a platform of ours, easy peasy. We take care of it.
Sarah, I like some of the phrasing that Tej is using. I think we may want to change the subject of this segment to AI precision service marketing. He's mentioned a couple times the old model of spray and pray, and Tej, that's how we've done things historically. You're right with those 3 transmissions that we've had this month, and now we hope that we can somehow get more customers who fit the bill. But what you just described not only identifies them, but helps us in the long term with that machine learning model. So if I'm a dealer watching this is fascinating, by the way. What should be my biggest concern? What should I be looking at right now when it comes to this service marketing?
The biggest concern for dealerships is, is my marketing really working for me? Now, dealers think marketing is all about filling up the service lane. We beg to differ. We believe marketing should be increasing gross margins. Marketing should be increasing customer pay business, not just the warranty customers will come. The brands, the OEMs, they're doing enough marketing. They've got these big agencies who are doing marketing exclusively to in-warranty customers. The OEMs like to bring the in-warranty customers back because that's their bread and butter. Everybody's getting paid. But guess what? We want to bring in the customer pay out of warranty customers back to the dealerships because they're high paying ROs, right? They're older cars. They need more repair. And they're going out to the independent dealerships, independent repair shops. They're not coming into dealerships because the perception is that dealerships are expensive. I've said this always. We have to change the perception, and we have to bring those customers in, and they'll fall in love with the dealership. I mean, I can literally do a campaign to a customer. He comes in, or I know that he's going to have a $3,000 transmission job. I can tell him, look, your vehicle is 10 years old. Instead of spending $3,000 on a transmission job, why don't I give you another used car? I'll absorb this cost. I'll put you in a new used car when you come in for $5,000. You just converted service to sale. So dealers should be looking at how do I get more post-warranty customer pay business, high-paying, high-grossing customer pay business in, and not just do the regular marketing that I'm doing, which is flooding my dealership with in-warranty customers and oil changes and all of that.
Tej, you're so right about the customer pay component. And it is really fascinating to hear you talk about this precision marketing and really this tailored experience with targeting these vehicles that the OEM may not be paying attention to, but like you said, they're an important part of your entire customer life cycle and that retention strategy. And so I'd love to get your perspective. A lot of dealerships listening to this conversation today are probably thinking about, oh my gosh, how much marketing is currently going out to my customers? I mean, you mentioned, sales, service, all these different touch points, what the OEM is generating. Can you walk us through the customer journey in this AI-driven marketing, and what would the customer experience be like?
Absolutely. But, first of all, let me just preface this to address one issue. Although OEMs are doing a lot of marketing which is targeted towards warranty customers, etc., they really benefit when we bring in post-warranty customers, because when post-warranty customers or out-of-warranty customers go into dealerships, you know what? You sell more parts.
Yes.
Dealers will sell more parts for the OEMs when they get more out-of-warranty customers. It's a direct benefit to OEMs to change the marketing or let dealers do more direct marketing to out-of-warranty customers. And the customer journey is poised to change. The customer is going to demand it, in fact, because every other business is going into AI-based marketing, right? Mm-hmm. So, Sarah, you'll get an email saying you drive, a 2018 BMW, and we've noticed that we believe that you could benefit from a timely service at this point. And by the way, we'll make it nice for you. And here's a discount for you to come in. And here's a click. You click on it, it takes you to a page which is customized for Sarah. Welcome, Sarah. It's no longer an anonymous email going to you. So we want it to be a very personalized experience. And that's what AI can do, is constantly look at data and based on the rules engine, generate a specific offer for a specific customer going to a specific landing page with a specific message. It's spooky the way you can, be so accurate about this. And we can even predict that Sarah likes green, for example, and we'll do the page in green color. And that's the customer journey, is complete personalization. And over a period of time, the models get more and more intelligent. Because now we're using, machine learning models in-house, and we have a whole team of data scientists that just run these models, and they give us a scoring in terms of how accurate they are in the prediction.
Wow.
And we're reaching a 96, 97% accuracy. So what we do is we'll design the model, right? It's basically mathematics. By the way, we're not hiring programmers anymore. Everybody we're hiring is a math graduate or a statistics graduate, right? Super math geeks. And when they create a model, and we'll do some predictive model, we'll build it, we'll test it, then we go back in time and apply the model to data that's 1 year old and see how it operates. And see, so let's say we're going to do a predictive modeling that Ted is going to come in for service at a certain point of time. And then we go and run the model 1 year back and see if it really worked. And did Ted really come in for service when the model predicted it? That's how you make the model learn.
Sarah, I'm thinking back, Sarah, when you were in the BDC, this changes and elevates the whole game. Everything changes now because now we are working much more efficiently than we ever were before.
Yeah. And so the customer journey is going to be personalized. It's going to be, higher conversion, and eventually that lowers the cost. And we always focus on customer delight, customer satisfaction. If you're happy, you're going to come back. If you think you're just going to get these emails and they're just going to keep coming in, it's fatigue. You're just going to give up on it. But if you get something that gets your attention, oh yeah, that's right, I need to do this. It's like, well, you need to come in for a health check. You'll ignore it once or twice, but when you say, well, we think you need to get your, this level checked because, etc., and say, okay, this is very specific. I need to go in because this is talking to me. It's not just saying, come and get your annual health check done. It's saying specifically, you need this check. And you go in, and the same goes for a vehicle. And that's how it's going to transform all customer interaction, especially in marketing, because one big difference, and this is what dealers don't realize, the biggest difference between a marketing-based campaign or marketing advertising and marketing to service customers, with service customers, I have a lot more information about you than when you're a lead coming in to buy a car. And all the unfortunate thing is all the money is going into front-end marketing. And that is enormous amount of money going into that with very low conversion rates because they have no data. They try to big you pixels. They try to do all sorts of goofy things. Yeah, but that's still, I think, 5% accurate, 95% incorrect. We have all your data. We know when you bought the car. We know what you did for F&I. We know when you came in. So we can do very precise, precision-based AI models that's going to help you in marketing. And it's wonderful. That's what we want to be showing at NADA. I'm super excited because it's changing. It's a game changer.
We're speaking today to Tej Soni. He's the CEO of FrogData, learning about some new technology that's available right now for dealers, fixed operations departments, AI precision, I'll call it, service marketing. Tej, just thinking this through as a dealer watching this perhaps today, my service manager, my fixed ops director, they're already tasked with a lot of things. They've got a lot of things day to day on their plate. My service manager is not a marketing manager. Is this going to increase the complexity for our dealership because we're already grappling with a lot of systems as well, and some that are not all connected and don't work quite as well as this.
So that's the beauty of it. It's all automated. You don't need any new system. We do connect to all your systems. We connect to your DMS, we connect to your Xtime or myKaarma, we connect to every single system available to us, right? We suck in the data. So we have this platform which we're launching. It's called Deep Negroni. Okay, I don't know if you know, Negroni is my favorite cocktail, so I named it after that. I don't drink much, but when I drink, it's a Negroni, right? So it's Deep Negroni because Negroni has 3 components. The Deep platform has 3 components. One is the connectivity. We connect to all your systems, never mind what it is. We connect to every single system out there in the ecosystem. We create a data lake, a data mart. That's the second component. We take all the data, normalize it, it's available. And the third one is the data AI, where we do the MLOps and all of that. Now, we process all of this, and it seamlessly connects to our campaign system. So you're a dealer, you just say, well, I want results. We come and discuss strategy with you. Okay, you're a Ford dealer, you're Lexus, whatever it is. These are your sweet spots. This is the strategy. These are the customers you own. We create the ML models. We program the machine. It will keep spitting out lists of customers with the kind of discounts and what you should be doing. It goes into our campaign system, which is our own CRM system. It does the campaign, connects to our web platform, which generates the landing pages, generates a lead or an appointment, goes right into the dealership's Xtime or CRM, whatever it is. You don't do anything. There's no additional system. Because all our systems, they are layered upon the existing platforms that you have. We consciously designed this in such a way. My first thought was, you know what? We'll tell the dealers, hey, these are the 200 customers you want to contact. You go and tell a dealer, he said, yeah, that's good, but you know what? Yeah, I'll do it one day. And the list gets tossed aside. And then I say, well, I'll email them. He says, yeah, that's all right, good. And still not interested. And I say, oh, by the way, I'll create the landing page and generate a lead or an appointment. Now the dealer says, I like that.
Yeah.
Because without doing anything, you generated an appointment for me based on my data.
That's results. Yeah.
And so there's no additional work for the dealership. We do everything. You get the leads. Just make sure you write us a big check.
Well, Tej, I want to.
Sorry, go ahead.
I want to circle back to a component too that, as Ted and I are listening and thinking with our dealer audience that's watching this today, a lot of traditional marketing, one of the areas that service directors often have some concerns about is of course the discount component, because in traditional marketing, if you're targeting your retention list and the recommendation typically has been, put out a really, really inexpensive oil change coupon that's going to get that person back in that it has not been into your dealership in quite some time. But then there's the concern from the service director about, okay, well, how do these coupons ultimately impact my service gross? And so I'd love to get your perspective, with this really precision service marketing that's targeting, like you mentioned, a lot of different types of customers simultaneously instead of that traditional marketing route. How does it impact service gross and the customer satisfaction?
I really love this question. Now you're in my wheelhouse. So this is what's happening. So right now you say give a 10% discount, give an free oil change. No. That's not how our system works, or any AI system will work. We'll analyze your data. We'll correlate discounts to sales, discounts to gross. We'll find out. So this is not based on customer segmentation. This is based on customer behavior. Mm-hmm. So if you look at behavior, we say, well, when you give oil change to a Nissan Sentra customer, they just do the oil change and go away. But when you do an oil change to a BMW X3 customer, they come in and you're able to upsell more. So the data is actually giving you all these insights in real time. Now, this is the discount. So there's correlation and causation. So you have to understand these two things these are very interesting aspects of it. Let me tell you, correlation. In Oxford, during exam time, the average drinking by a student goes up. So correlation is if you drink more, and Oxford does the best, okay, they're the best students. So correlation is if you drink more, you'll do better in the exams. But it's not causation. You understand? So I can there's two different things happening. They apparently are connected, but they're not. They just happen to, there are two things happening at the same time. There's no there's no causation. So what we are looking for is causation. What factors cause you to do something? And our models, when we create them, very accurately we will score, all right, which factors cause something to happen. Is it weather? Is it model of the car? Is it time of day? Is it type of repair, etc.? And we're scoring it constantly so that we never give away a discount unnecessarily. So discounts are not done by humans. Discounts are done by machines. Discounts will say, you give Sarah 10% and make sure you polish the car well and clean it when you give it back to her. She's happy. She's not looking for more of a discount. And that's fine.
So Tej, I have to ask you, is this available now or is this coming, or can our audience get this now from FrogData? And if so, how?
They will be able to see the beta at NADA.
Okay.
It's built out, we're testing it, and it's a very interesting way we deliver it because we've got the platform, and it's not one size fits all. It's a very laborious process because we take each dealership's data, we capture the DNA on how they operate,
okay,
all right, apply that to the data, and then we design the model for each dealership that works for them. So it is very intensive because you have real data scientists working for you and developing the model that will work, and they're constantly refining it. So we'll be demoing it at NADA. Our experts will be there to talk to them. I'll be there, and then we'll be formally launching it by mid-February, end of February.
All right.
So and we have a bunch of other stuff that'll be there, all AI and data related, which dealers can see.
So Tej, for our audience, first of all, for those who are not going to NADA, what is the best way for them to reach out and get more information on the entire FrogData platform? Plus this, is it the website?
Yeah, frogdata.com. It'll all be there. As soon as we are ready with something, we put it on the website, call our guys. They're super helpful. And sometimes our sales team may not know everything because it's moving so fast. So Chris Dola, the others will come and we'll talk to you. But it's not rocket science. In the end, what we tell the customers, look, these are the results you're going to get. This is how you're going to get it. By the way, one very important point, all the data that we have, so we work a lot in Europe, as you know, so we are GDPR compliant. So your data is very secure. We anonymize data before we run the ML models. A lot of people I know are not anonymizing it. They just take the Excel spreadsheet, dump it in ChatGPT, and you've given up all your customer information. In our case, all our data is anonymized.
Okay.
So when we run ML models, the AI doesn't know anything about the dealership, the customers, or anything like that. And then when it comes back to us, we connect it back to the customer. So it's very secure. But yeah, it'll be there. You'll be able to see it. And it's moving so fast. Literally every 2 weeks, we come up with something new. But dealers, we want to help dealers. We want to make sure they're getting access to the best technology, and they're getting it at an affordable price, which the kind of technology we're talking about is going to cost millions of dollars to implement. But we want to bring it to dealerships so it's affordable, there's a high ROI, and it works without them having to do much.
Everyone, if you're going to NADA, it's next week. It's in Las Vegas. Tej Soni, the CEO of FrogData, will be there. If you look down below in the scroll, you can see NADA booth number 7137 in the North Hall. Sarah and I will also be with Tej, and we'll be visiting with him, and we'll be interviewing him as well. We hope to see you there. If you want to demo this product, Tej will be available. His team will be there as well. And I'm looking forward to that. And you could see it firsthand. And Tej, this is one of the most exciting things I've seen. And I know I'm speaking on behalf of Sarah here, and I've heard of in a long, long time. This is an exciting time to be in our industry.
I couldn't agree more. We love it. We're having a blast.
Sarah, that's why he said 2026 is going to be a great all caps year.
Yep.
That's right, Ted. There's so much application for this, Tej, and a lot of really incredible ways that dealers can maximize their service departments.
Absolutely. That's my prediction for this year, my AI prediction for 2026.
All right. Very good. Tej Soni, everybody, CEO of FrogData. Tej, congratulations to you. We're looking forward to hearing and seeing more about the platform from FrogData. It's AI-driven service marketing. You can learn about it at NADA in person or reach out. You also see his contact information there on the web. Tej's email is scrolling on the screen. They've been very hard at work at this for some time, and excited to see how you elevate the game for our audience, Tej. So congratulations to you again.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. And it's AI precision marketing.
All right. Yes. Okay. We're going to go with the AI precision. I love it. Everybody, Tej Soni from FrogData here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you again. Bye.
If your service lane's lost its groove, you need FrogData at NADA 2026. Come experience fixed ops velocity and fixed ops mojo.
Join the bicycle race with Ewart Anderson and Bobby Wilcox at Velo.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. I'm Sarah Vantine here with Ted Ings. Today we have an incredible panel with us, Ted. We have the Velo company with Ewart Anderson and Bobby Wilcox joining us. And we're talking a lot about data to decisions. And Ted, what an incredible topic for our listeners today.
Sarah, you're so right. I want to welcome and I want to thank Ewart Anderson and Bobby Wilcox for being with us today. Congratulations, all the success that you're having in the industry. You're moving at lightning pace. And Ewart, thank you for bringing us out. We're going to spend some time with you next week in Las Vegas and with the team, with all of your many brands at Las Vegas.
That's right. We're really excited about that, Ted and Sarah, and thank you guys for hosting Bobby and I here. Maybe more importantly, thanks for next week hosting and partnering with us to have a great NADA. We're stoked to present that partnership in a way in our industry that maybe it hadn't been seen before.
Velo will be in the West Hall NADA booth number 2911W, scrolling at the bottom there. Sarah and I will be out there the entire time with Ewart and Bobby and the many brands that Velo has grown. And we're excited about doing that. Our first time doing this at this level. So it's a magnificent setup. We'll have some great conversations. But first, to set the stage today, Sarah, we're going to talk about from data to decisions.
We are, Ted, and you were just to kick things off. We've had a lot of conversations, at the round table around data, and this is a really interesting point because dealerships and our retail listeners, when they're thinking about data, there's a lot of different meaning behind what data driven incorporates. So I'd love to get your take for 2026. What does data driven really mean for our retailers?
Sure. Great question, Sarah. I think what it's meant up to this point is when you have a problem that you can assess and you see that problem form organically, you go try to do a bit of a shotgun approach and just to resolving that problem, and you try to find data sometimes that actually supports what you believe is the problem and or solution. What we're referring to as data to decisions is actually more proactively getting visibility to every data point involved in any particular process that drives the results you're trying to create, whether that's profitability, an improved customer experience, a better return on used car value, more retention for your customers in the service lane, et cetera. And being able to not just look at subjectively the data points you want to see or the data points that tell the story you want to see or hear, but also the data points that maybe you haven't thought about before, or the data points that actually reveal some real opportunity and maybe even some bad decisions up to that point that you now have the opportunity and visibility to change. And that level of ownership and accountability, it all starts with data, and that allows you to make really informed, objective decisions that are centered, focused on results that you're trying to create that are quantifiable, right? So that's the way I would kind of juxtapose the way that the industry and just in general how humans tend to look at problems and approach them with selective data point, visibility versus full on objective, facing your demon in the mirror, so to speak, looking at your business and seeing where you can improve, all driven by data points.
Bobby, it sounds like what you're describing is the goal is really fewer debates and more action.
Yeah, and you if you can't measure it, you can't grow it. And when there's a lot of things, like especially like with the reporting and all the data that we get, and like you said, the human approach is to just be the leader, and you go out and you throw parts at it, right? Pun intended. We're throwing parts at the problem, and let's be educated if we're going to take a scientific approach to improving our performance and our processes in the dealership. Leverage the reports to be the truth behind what's really happening.
Gentlemen, your company Velo has really now grown in the fixed operation space, where you provide solutions that are day-to-day bread and butter, whether it's dealer logics, text to drive, rapid recon, some of the more recent companies, Dealer Pay, who we've had here on the roundtable for a long time, Total Customer Connect. I may be missing one or two along the way, but it really speaks to what you're focused on, which is fixed operations. I've heard you say before, start with outcomes and then work backwards. Maybe to drill down on that a little bit, if you don't mind, for me.
Sure, sure. And you hit all the brands but one, Service Lane eAdvisor. So when I think, and which is a big part of our gambit as it relates to getting data, we are able to plug directly into a vehicle and extract loads of data from practically the vast majority of the OEM space, all the primary OEMs for sure. And we're able to incorporate that data into a dealer's reporting system and give them pure visibility, not only the opportunity to really focus on a customer during check-in, but also visibility to everything happening in that vehicle, not just what you see with your lying eyes, but what the vehicle tells you is happening, right? And so I just wanted to call them out. But to answer your question, to go back to your final question, when you think about having the decision-making data in hand, and why that's important and how we've positioned ourselves to attack that is with our brands. You mentioned the last two acquisitions, Total Customer Connect, or the market knows them as TCC, and Dealer Pay. We now have from beginning to end data in countless gigabytes, right? To be able to leverage in how we coach and inform our dealers to attain success. So when you think about what success means, I think this more directly connects to your question. Success means something different to every dealer, and we have to help them understand what the quantifiable success means, right? I'll give you an example. Improving customer experience. That's a great mantra. There's nothing wrong with that goal, but how do you measure that goal? Right? The measure of that goal is likely not just CSI. I can have a lot of happy customers in my service lane, but I could be bleeding 10% in retention in the meantime, and I'm not getting any data from that 10%, and therefore I don't see that I actually have unhappy customers because I'm not measuring the part of that workflow where they leave and they never come back, which if their vehicles are not under warranty, the ratio of those customers that don't come back to the dealership they purchased their vehicle from is very high post warranty, right? So now if I don't measure that retention in a very quantifiable objective way in the form of revenue, right, and vehicles, if I'm not measuring it that way and I'm only looking at CSI as an example, I'm missing half of the equation. So that's just one example from a customer experience perspective that I think applies to profitability, to revenue, to productivity of your technicians and service lane advisors, to the effectiveness of your parts management department. All of those components have 3 to 6 data points that really can showcase their effectiveness, and maybe said differently, can showcase where they're winning and where they could win more.
Bobby, I've heard you speak to that as well, that every decision should tie to one outcome.
Yeah, and how frequently are we extracting that information, right? You typically you want to catch a problem or an opportunity, a week in, or a couple weeks in, or before it grows into the bigger problem. You don't, we like to review things on a monthly basis in the car business, right? Everything's about the month. Well, you can't wait to the end of the month to decide or to realize you had a problem for the last 3.5 weeks, right? So, leveraging that information in real time, and maybe just having 10-minute stand-up meetings with your people, as on a more frequent basis, so that you can seize these opportunities when the time is right.
Well, and what Bobby, what you're describing, and you are, this is the reality of where the industry is heading for fixed operations. And as you mentioned, customer retention is so important, but understanding those data points and how those outcomes, need to be crafted. It's really important in this whole decision process. But you were, in thinking about this, a lot of our dealer listeners, we might have fixed operations managers, general managers listening today that are thinking about this going, well, gosh, this sounds incredibly complex for me to execute. Like, where do I even get started? And one of the things that I've been so impressed with has been y'all describe it as the playbook. And so
Mhm.
share with us a little bit more about what this simple decision loop is.
Sure. So the playbook for us is kind of threefold. Number one, the first arm of the playbook is our most important asset, and when I say our, I'm including our customers' most important asset, and that's their people. So arming the dealer and arming our team to partner and counsel dealers to focus on the clarity and the accountability and ownership level of their staff, which is what Bobby was intimating just a moment ago. The second of the three legs is the technology, right? So for us, our goal, right, our goal is different than maybe our competitors in the market, is to not necessarily have you in the technology so much as to have the technology be in your hands and you use it sparingly to the degree to be able to create the results without tying up your entire day in it. Like we don't necessarily want, from a user experience, someone staring at a screen all day. Dealerships don't make revenue staring at screens. Dealerships make revenue talking to people and serving customers. So our technology is intended and geared toward that end, right? Whether it's text to drive and dealer logics, or if it's TCC and rapid recon. Either way, the technology is intended to have minimal or optimal touch with maximum results in the background and maximum visibility. The third piece is, how do you take the combination of the people and the alignment and culture and accountability and the technology intended for a focus on customer, not just all day hands on keyboard, and turn that into a powerhouse of results that are all financial, right? Because dealers, at the end of the day, they are pillars in the community. They're supporting families. They have to make profit to be able to do that. And we want to make sure that the combination of those first two legs in the playbook are driving the third. And in that third, since that's the outcome you want, those financial results, the way that you get that is you look at ultimately the data points that are behind each of your desired financial results in a very objective way. And I can't say this enough, it's difficult to do. Teaching dealers and teaching humans, outside of automotive, just to do that is very, very complex. And yet it's actually really straightforward, right? Like it's very difficult to take something that you see is not working and to reflect on it and see that you may have made a poor decision, or you may not be making the right tactical decisions on a week to week, to Bobby's point, or a month to month basis, right? That's a very difficult thing to do. It takes a lot of humility, and for what we bring to the table, and our intention is to help our clients face that in a way that's not quite as painful, right? So if we're able to help them understand, these are the data points, here are the decisions you now could make with those data points, and here's how you can execute those decisions on a week over week basis with minimal technology involved and a better user experience, a better customer experience, then that's what we're trying to direct them to. And it sounds like it's very difficult, but the truth is, the difficult part is actually inside. The difficult part's not in the execution, right? Data is clear, decisions from data, actionable decisions, at least they're typically pretty clear. But the ego, the humility, all those pieces, they actually cloud the actionable data, right? And the insights that come out of it. And when you help dealers remove that or get past it, now we're in execution mode. We can actually create results quickly, right? So I'll pause there, but I think that kind of talks about the three prongs of the playbook, and then a little color about what's under that playbook that we help dealers deal with.
Bobby, this is incredible to hear what Ewart is describing. And as far as implementation, what are the pieces of advice that you give a dealer in this playbook to really execute this efficiently?
Yeah, if you want anything to be done in consistency or consistently, you got to build a culture around it. You were kind of alluded to that. Culture is big, right? I always tell, influence the thinking, right? Let's, which typically is, hey, let's make more money. How can everybody make more money? Have a tool to measure or a tool to, facilitate that process. And then third of all, build a culture around it. And you can't build a culture around it without having number one and number two. And we talked a little bit about the shotgun approach. You can't have your handful of reports and go, we're going to be 100% better. You don't run around being 100% better. Let's be 1% better in 100 different ways, right? And let's target some specific actionable things, and pull your people into the culture with a few things here and there, and work your way in and like back into it. That's a perfect verbiage, is back into the culture and building a culture around it.
Gentlemen, I want to come to you on the speed of retail right now. It is a whole new business than it was just even a few years ago. Customer expectations are in real time. Bobby mentioned, I think, a little while ago about every month looking at the numbers. Well, that's too late. The horse is out of the barn. You were talk to us a little bit about the weekly review and a weekly decisions rhythm, and doing that much more often.
Sure. So from a weekly decision review perspective, I think I'll talk about that from a dealer point of view, but then maybe as a dealer partner point of view as well. So for the dealer, there are a key set of outcomes and results that every dealer is looking to focus on, and every dealer, ultimately, every business in the world is ultimately looking to make a profit and to make more revenue. But that is probably a bit too simple. So behind that, what exactly is the dealer trying to accomplish, right? Make more service revenue out of existing customers, drive more car sales to ultimately infuse revenue into the service bay. Like what exactly are they trying to do? They can do that by going out and picking up 100 new service customers. They can also do that by not losing 100 service customers. Right. So if you think about it, like there's lots of ways to skin the cat, so to speak, and helping dealers to really understand on a weekly basis, how does the data say you are doing at the end of the day against those metrics is key. And in that weekly review, I think Bobby kind of alluded to this earlier, that weekly review in the dealership, dealers today, some of like the best of them, they do what I'm about to say. But a lot of them don't, and that is make sure that at all levels, everyone in the organization has visibility to those key metrics, not just the management, not just the senior executives in the dealership. Everyone, the technician, the parts manager, everyone in the org needs to understand what the end game is that they're trying to influence, right? Not just their little piece, because sometimes the why will help them actually execute better. Right. So they really need to understand that on a week to week cadence. And maybe the outcome of the customer experience is not a focus for the parts manager, as an example, but the parts manager understanding that customer experience and retention is a problem. That parts manager, he or she, can now start to maybe be more effective in parts delivery and parts communication back to the advisors. And that will in turn create a better customer experience, because now the advisors are prepared to communicate more effectively. Like there are a lot of indirect components that in the dealership, frontline staff and team members aren't armed with data to execute better. They don't know. Right. And the managers are wondering, well, why can't we get this to turn? And it's because they're not cascading communications all the way to the front line to all of the troops. Right. And if you think about it from a military perspective, you don't just tell the top leadership that we're going to go, execute on some strategy. You tell everybody, and they all know their part and they go do their part. Right. It's the same thing. It's the same thing in any company. We have to communicate that. How we fit into that equation is we introduce either a combination of reporting, consultation, and even some artificial intelligence or AI elements to help dealers to get information at their fingertips more frequently. And maybe we help to bridge a gap with a manager who's not a great communicator. We can now share that data with their entire staff, and now it's not dependent on the manager to communicate it. The technology helps to translate that into actionable decisions, right? And everyone's got visibility. So there's the dealership component and the general just management, hurdle that all of us face who have people reporting to us. And then there's the technology piece that we're trying to use, and we have used successfully up to this point to help over 9,000 dealers in the nation using one of our products to overcome.
Wow. Sarah, we're seeing more and more of that around the country as you and I travel.
We are, Ted, and I mean what you're is describing in this ecosystem, and Bobby, the real stories of how this really impacts all of the elements in our communities, with our employees, with our customers, and ultimately the business. I mean, it really is, every single one of these decisions. It really has to have a clear owner and a clear responsibility, and somebody who is really championing those elements of it. And so I also want to get your perspective on this too, because, as dealership operations have evolved over the last several years, Ted and I have had many conversations here at the Roundtable with y'all as well about how, the silos in the dealership are coming apart. We're seeing that, transparency between sales and service, and the customer expecting all of these pieces. But when it comes to, those friction points that you described, the defection of, 100 customers that leave because of something, sometimes that can be because there's not a clear definition of where somebody is owning the problem or somebody is speaking to that. So I'd love to get your perspective. What are some strategies that really help dealerships, own these elements in this decision?
Sure. Well, I think defining what success looks like is where it starts. Which is another way of saying what we mentioned earlier of really understanding what the ultimate outcomes are that dealers and business owners and managers are trying to target in a quantifiable way. I think starting with what does success look like is key, as far as having ownership. And then your part to play in that and understanding that from a management perspective is also very important. And I'll use an analogy. So when you're on a football field, for those of us who have played the sport, when there's a fumble, whether you had the ball or not, there's no designated fumble jumper. Like Bobby's not the guy. I don't stand and watch the fumble happen and go, well, Bobby, that's your job. Like everyone's accountable, right? So when you think about it, there are aspects of the dealer operations where one person needs to have very clear ownership and accountability, which tells that person that he or she is trusted. And when people are trusted, they simply perform better, as proven statistically. So that puts pressure, though, on a dealer leadership team to make sure they can articulate and showcase that to an employee at all levels, right? So it does highlight potentially a lack of trust in areas, and then you have to overcome that. So being able to create that ownership culturally is first. Then creating the ownership by measuring the outcomes each individual owner is accountable to create is second. The element of the business, though, where the fumble jumper analogy really comes into effect is there are some things that everyone owns, right? For instance, as a dealer, I may want a culture and an ownership level that's very high around everyone is a customer. So whether I'm working with a actual consumer buying a vehicle, a consumer getting service, my partner as the advisor, since I'm the technician, I'm going to treat him or her like a customer too. Everyone I interact with is my customer. So that's going to make me operate a certain way, right? As an example. So I think dealers getting really clear about the ownership level at the philosophical level, the cultural level is a must, because if you try to go down this matrix, like, I'm going to do a racy chart of you own this, you own that, you own this, and you do that without the supporting culture that hinges on it, you are building a concrete foundation on sand. Like it just will not stay balanced. And any of us who've all been in business, we know that it's not even necessarily specific to automotive, right? That ownership level is very, very difficult to create. But when you can take the time to do it with your leadership team cascade that to management, take the time to cascade that to the front line, and then support each level with data and reporting weekly. Make goals against that data on a weekly and monthly cadence. Some things don't move, the needles don't move the same in every compartment, right? So
Sure,
so it
sure.
could be that some things only move on a monthly cadence or quarterly cadence, but a lot of things move weekly. Break them down to as isolated of tasks and outcomes as you can so that you can make decisions quickly, to Bobby's earlier point. Now you've actually got the playbook in place, right? The technology that we offer and our competitors offer should simply supercharge that. Like if you're leaning on technology to fix your problem at the dealership,
Yeah.
that's where they go wrong, and that's frankly why dealers hop technology so much, because they're trying to
You're
find
right.
technologies that
Right.
solve a problem that's not intended for technology to solve.
You're right. You're so right. Bobby, a number of years ago, with Rapid Recon was the first time I heard about solving bottlenecks, fixing bottlenecks in the dealership. And that was in the reconditioning process, because the bottlenecks, were things such as, waiting for an approval, waiting for one person to do that. That person's not in the store, won't be back till next week. He's at the auction. Okay, Sarah. And, that kind of holds things up. And then as a result, there are no handoffs, there's no parts. And, really though, Bobby, that really speaks to the entire dealership process. There are bottlenecks, whether it's in the write-up process, whether it's in the dispatching process, whether it's in the way customers pay. Speak to us, Bobby, because don't chase the numbers. Fix those bottlenecks.
100%, every single one of our products leverages technology to communicate between those departments to where you have bottlenecks, right? And what reflect on what you had said is that, every interaction, it's whether it's that technician at the back parts counter, there's a customer behind that technician, right? Because their car's in the shop. And, the ripple effect when things start to break down is just, now you're playing whack-a-mole, and then you're scratching your head trying to figure out why your customer, your CSI is not great because, you just don't have continuity of communication. Every single one of our tools creates that hot potato and really shores up that communication between all the departments within a dealership that sometimes don't communicate super well. It allows them to communicate instantly and through technology, and the end result is the customer's benefit, because and in turn we're now communicating with the customers by leveraging that technology. So it just really speeds up the whole process.
That's right.
And you were, in this, what Ted brought up with Rapid Recon specifically, all of these decisions that are happening and all of these improvements that we're working towards with our dealerships, these are, can be very vague when it comes, down to like a team meeting. If you have all your managers and leadership together, sometimes, there's just all right, well, my decision, here it is. We're going to improve recon this year. That's going to be what we're going to focus on. We're going to have more customer pay ROs, but there's not really the dedicated, small, specific testable components that go into this. So, you are and Bobby, what are you seeing out there in terms of how dealerships can really start with some of these smaller decisions and have a very specific testable format?
Yeah, I think I'll hand it off to you, Bobby. I got a burning response for this one. So one initial thought that just comes to mind vividly, Sarah, is it actually relates to what we tend to do as humans and what dealers aren't exempt to, and that's isolating themselves and kind of just being kind of internally focused. For instance, not seeing how well they could be performing by just looking at the problem. And maybe another way of saying that is like maybe you're so close to the tree you can't see the forest, right? So I think the number one kind of solution to that is step back, seek out counsel. How am I actually, when we do this review, by the way, for our dealers at no cost for practically all of our products, we're happy to take a dealer, walk them through key areas of their business and do a consultation to help them see where they could be performing and how they're performing compared to the average. If we had only 200 dealers, that'd be a different story. We have over 9,000. More than half of the franchise
That's
dealers in the
incredible.
U.S. are using one of our products. Like we actually have reliable, tangible, objective data that's not muddied by our beliefs or our dealers' beliefs. It's just raw information, and we're able to take that information and use it in an anonymized fashion to help a dealer understand, hey, you may feel like you're performing at 110% versus your competition across the road. But the reality is, in your respective region, you're performing at 87% in this area. And here's what you could possibly do about that and how we can help. Or we can't help, but we can connect you with someone who can, because we're not gonna shoehorn anything into a dealer. Our goal is to get you results. So if that result is with someone else, we're gonna make that connection because we want to be that trusted advisor, right? So we do that all day. That's what we do. Like, that's our culture. That's who we are. And I think that's probably the biggest answer to that question, Sarah, is being able to encourage dealers to get outside of themselves, challenge their own status quo, go to the likes of us or others that have lots of data, make sure they have objective decision making data, and seek out their comparison. How am I performing? Right? If there are 4 areas in your business that you want to perform better at, or you want to improve, or you're unsure, you're just generally unsure. I think I'm doing fine. Am I? We can help you answer that question. Right. And whether we can or not, you need to get that question answered. Don't sit back and let it go unanswered for another month. Bobby, what would you add to that?
Yeah, I was going to say, take that the information that's always readily available through our tools. What Sarah was kind of mentioning, that you have the meeting room with the leaders. Well, kick the leaders out, get the people in there that actually make either recon happen, or the guy that's actually turning a wrench to get this customer's car through the shop, right? And utilize these short-term stats to coach your team, even on a daily basis. Have a jumpstart meeting every morning before your service lane opens, right? Hey, and then you can go over to the metrics of, hey, let's do a little bit better on this. Let's do a little bit better on this. And get the people in the room that actually make it happen. And the leaders are for just kind of digesting the information from a it's kind of like the hospital. You get all the nurses and the doctors, and the nurses who are in contact with the patients the most often, right? They're the ones that need to be in a room if you're going to improve anything at your hospital. The doctors, you see the doctor once or twice, but the nurses, the hands-on people, that's who you need to have your meetings with and share the numbers.
To that point, Sarah and Ted, Bobby, I'm so glad you said that, because you reminded me of probably just as an important factor here. Is I think oftentimes what we see, and Bobby can attest to this as a veteran automotive professional and leader, like when you look at dealerships' compensation plans versus the information they share and the results they want, there is usually dysfunction there. So compensation plans may be 10 years old in model, but the results they want are from 2026. So that means 2024's comp plan probably is not fully adequate and addressing the results you want this year. Right.
Industry
So
change.
I would strongly encourage dealers to challenge the status quo there as well. Don't let that comp plan get in the way of not driving the behavior that you want. Right. Like we're people, and people respond and manage comp plans. And that's the way people work.
You hit the nail on the head. Oh, I'm sorry. You hit the nail on the head. Pay plan drives behavior, and that's exact. You echoed it perfectly. With that said, you're not going to walk into a meeting. Hey, how the leader meeting is how can we make more money? But these these daily touches or these weekly touch meetings need to be, how can I help you guys make more money?
Yes.
Because you can't just nobody wants to hear, no employee wants to hear how they can make somebody else more money, right?
That's right.
So you got to deliver. The delivery is key.
The industry is going to descend on Las Vegas next week, gentlemen, at the NADA show, the annual show. I know you have something very special planned, because Sarah and I are going to be spending our time with you at the NADA in the West Hall. If you look down below in the scroll, everybody, Velo and the products will be at NADA booth number 2911W. Sarah and I and Ewart and Bobby and the rest of the Velo team and Fixed Ops Roundtable team will have a stage set up there, and we're going to be continuing this conversation, answering questions and talking to some of the best in the industry who will be joining us there. And we invite our audience to come join us, learn more about what Velo is doing to advance our industry, move it forward. Ewart, I know I don't want to give away the store, but I heard there might even be something special in the wind in terms of announcements coming next week.
That's right. So two quick things, Ted, and thanks for giving me the mic on that really quickly. So number one, all of our brands that we represent, we believe our muscle, so to speak, is in our brands, not in the Velo particular brand itself. Where we are today, more of a house of brands versus a branded house. Velo, I would say, is our connected tissue, and it allows us to do some really interesting things for our dealers. But the muscles in the brands, so the brands, just to remind everyone, are Text to Drive, Dealer Logics, Service Lane eAdvisor, Rapid Recon, Velocity, and then also Total Customer Connect, or TCC, as the market knows them, and Dealer Pay. We will all be represented all together. And the reason that's important is that we will be able to present, showcase, walk through the value proposition and ROI and the problem solving opportunity of all of those products, any of those products. And that's important because because we have multiple customers with lots of dealers on multiple products. We actually have a really good kind of cross sell motion, if you will, and cross pollination motion that's proven successful. The way that we're also driving that, to announce or to share a little bit about like what you said, giving away the
Okay.
farm. Well, we're gonna give away some of the farm.
Mhm.
So the promotion for NADA is specifically 25% off of any of our products, SaaS. So that
Wow.
excludes any DMS integration fees, but as it relates to SaaS, we are giving 25% off, right off top. So I think that's important
Wow.
because what we're not doing, as an example, is we're not doing a month free and then you're back at some full price. Like we are doing 25% off, period.
Wow.
So that's, you think about what that means for a dealer, like into perpetuity, so to speak, or over a period of 2 to 3,
Wow.
4, 5 years. That's a real
Yes.
savings.
That's huge. All right, everybody. Well, the place to be is going to be at the Velo booth next week, 2911W in the West Hall. You're going to look for Sarah Van Tyne and Ted Ings. We're going to be there. We're going to be present. We're going to be on the stage. Ewart Anderson will be there with the team for the many brands that we just heard about. A lot of great friends of the Fixed Ops Roundtable community. Plus, not only will you get to meet Bobby Wilcox, you're going to meet a lot of the folks and dealers who speak on the Fixed Ops Roundtable. We've invited everybody in. So we're all going to be converging on that Velo booth with our great friends and everybody. You don't want to miss that next week at NADA, Las Vegas, West Hall, 2911W is the booth number. You're going to hear a lot about it here. And Bobby and Ewart, thank you so much for the opportunity. And Sarah and I look forward to seeing you next week.
Yeah, we're excited to see you guys too.
Looking forward to it.
All right, everybody. We'll see you in Vegas. Join us there. Ewart Anderson, Bobby Wilcox, and the team at Velo here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Axel One was created to allow auto dealers to interact with all their data, anywhere, anytime. Think of it as a dealership operating system that connects all your existing tools, improving profits and reducing costs. Our AI engine, Expert, provides role-specific insights and identifies actionable paths for growth.
Faster decisions and greater transparency. Book your demo today to learn more about what Axel One can do for your business.
Move to the music with Maureen Martin from Dynatron Software.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Our great friend, Maureen Martin, Vice President, Strategic Alliances at Dynatron Software, is with us. Maureen, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you, Ted. Always great to be back.
Maureen, great to see you. I know you've got a lot to share with us. Before we do, I can't believe we're already at the end of January. NADA is next week in Las Vegas. I know Dynatron is going to have a big presence there. Tell us where and tell us a little bit, if you could, about what's coming.
Absolutely. Well, we would love to see you. First of all, I really want to thank the entire Fixed Ops Roundtable family, the dealers, the partners, for all their reach outs. I am doing really well. As you know, I was diagnosed with breast cancer, but I've had surgery and fantastic results. I have no chemo, no radiation. So I'm very blessed. I'm still on the recovery, but it is just so wonderful to be back. And really, what way to start out the year than to be here on the Fixed Ops Roundtable and then at NADA. As you said, Dynatron will have a big presence, as always, at NADA. We'll be in the North Hall at 6851, and would love for everybody to come by and say hello, and just to thank you in person for all the support while I was going through this journey these last couple of months. We've got some exciting things. Ted, I think one of the things about all the partners at the Fixed Ops Roundtable is we're just really trying to elevate the entire conversation on the importance of fixed operations. And that's going to be a big part for us as well. In addition to coming over and spending time with you at NADA talking on the Fixed Ops Roundtable, we always like to bring together our group executives, can be group owners, VPs of fixed ops, and our partners at NCM and NADA. We're going to be doing 2 executive panels in our booth. And we can talk a little bit more about that. But I think when you hear from your fellow colleagues in the industry, how are they overcoming? Really, there's, how do we elevate fixed operations? I think intuitively everyone knows. But for most of the executives, they just never had an opportunity to sit in fixed ops. And so how do we create that conversation, that safe space, to really address the fact that the currents of change are reshaping the automotive industry and are eating into our dealer margins. And the winners are going to be those that really embrace fixed operations and really help it to give a performance advantage. And so we're really excited about that. But really looking forward to not only that, but we're also going to be on the NADA live stage this year. And we're going to have a panel of dealer executives again, talking about creating that revenue lifeline and how is that making them successful in really driving profitability and retention in their dealership. So super excited about that.
Maureen, you look great.
Thank
Our prayers have been with you. I saw your post on LinkedIn a while back, late last year, and I know it got a lot of folks' attention, and a lot of folks have been asking about you. So great to see you. You look fantastic. Glad you're well, and glad 2026 is going to have Maureen Martin as a big part, because fixed operations, you're right, is now front and center. Everyone is recognizing it, or almost everyone. If they're not, they will. And there's no bigger name than Dynatron. And what you have done, what Les and you and their team have built, is really unsurpassed. And we're watching it happen in real time. I don't know whether you know that on Wednesday here at the Fixed Ops Roundtable, one of your dealer advisory board members, Bill Demery, is going to be the keynote. And I know he's such a big proponent. He'll be talking about Dynatron. I don't want to give away the store, but what a great name for fixed ops.
I think that's when you know that you're really making an impact, when you have advocacy. I didn't know that he was going to be the keynote. Bill and I actually have a call tomorrow, but Bill will actually be on the Wednesday panel in the booth. So on both Wednesday and Thursday from 1:45 to 2:15, you're going to really be seeing a lot of industry shakers and movers that are going to be really sharing some best practices. And I think that's a big part of NADA and coming to the expo, is to hear what's new, but also to hear from your fellow colleagues about how are we really leveraging it? How are we looking at, there's really, we call it a fixed operations data fog. How do we really cut through that fog, and how do we really make sure we're solving industry issues? One of our biggest challenges in our industry is, inconsistent op codes, unknown RO pricing, and understanding our compliance, both from service advisors and technicians. I mean, how do we develop and grow our people? And how do we really take that data and look at not only like franchise, but look at your aftermarket surrounding you? And that's where we really get excited, because it's really driving that balance of not leaving anything on the table, but also having superior customer retention, which is at the heart of it important to overall longevity. I mean, you look at the dealers that are multi-generations that we've been blessed to have in our family forever. And a big part of that is collaborating. And many of them are now attending the Fixed Ops Roundtable, which just delights me to hear that. So well done by the team.
I got to tell you something new that we piloted with Bill Demery and about a half a dozen dealers. So as you know, Tom Wood very extensive, a lot of rooftops, based in that Indiana area. And we said, Bill, I asked him if he'd like the keynote. And I said, Bill, we're offering something new for this event called an enterprise sign up, where all of your service and parts and general managers can come to the roundtable with a streamlined way to sign up. So do you know that Bill has his whole team here watching? Okay.
Oh,
And Tom Wood has really set the bar. Okay. Because that's something new. And you're right, to have a organization like Tom Wood with Dynatron. Okay. And so such a meaningful part of our industry. And fixed ops, let me tell you, everybody now is paying attention, it seems. Okay. There's a lot happening in the industry. Tell us what's new at Dynatron, because you are constantly taking this platform up and elevating it. I'm watching it in real time on social media, but maybe tell us a little bit about what's going on behind the scenes, what dealers can expect this year. We're already a month into 2026.
And we've hit the floor running, and I think that's what's really exciting. Bill will tell you, as I said, we've been very blessed by our advisory council as well. It's the reality of what our dealers are facing every day is what we as partners have to develop and leverage. And the exciting thing you'll get to see if you're coming is also looking and seeing our new analytics platform. ROI, which is Repair Order Insights, is a very user-friendly, how do you take all that data and make it actionable? And that is really critically important, because you can have all the data in the world, but what do you do with it? How do you really look at what you're doing with like franchise, aftermarket that surrounds you? But one of the things that I think is really exciting is we have what we call a success hub, and that's where our current dealers are coming and really kind of strategizing with our leaders from our client success team. And they're really talking about, here's where we're trying to grow, because those virtual coaches that work with each dealership, and Bill will be the first to tell you, I've had the privilege of being with his entire team when they bring them all together to really reward and recognize them for hitting all their KPIs, driving the forward thinking, the thought leadership. And that's a real cornerstone of what we do with our partners. I think Bill is a fantastic example of that, as are all of our advisory members. And so I really appreciate that we're elevating that. And I really always speak to the dealers and GMs. We understand that, I've been I'm going to be 40 years on February 3rd in the automotive industry. Can you believe that? When I first started, there were not many women in the business. So I'm 40 years on February 3rd while we're all coming into Las Vegas for NADA. And in that time, 98% of the executives I have the privilege to work with just never sat in a fixed operations role. They're super entrepreneurial. They're huge community advocates. They have profit and loss responsibility for the dealership or the corporate group. But you need partners that are going to be around you and help you to understand and learn. And that's why we are also so thankful and blessed that we have, like, on Wednesday, NCM will be with us. On Thursday, we'll have NADA with us, in addition to our dealer partners. And so it really kind of creates that conversation about creating a safe space, right? If we don't understand something, we need to find coaches that are helping us to do that. But I also equate it, because people will say to me, oh, Maureen, we're kind of top in the industry. And I'm like, if you were a professional athlete, I'm huge in college football. So if you're a professional athlete, right, no matter how good you are in your game, you have a coach, you have trainers, you have people that work through you on nutrition. When we look at it, how do we create that opportunity to really create a performance advantage? Get that data that no one else has, right? Then how do we take that data and really make it so that you can take action with it? Build confidence in your fixed operations team. And you've seen that. I'm sure Bill's going to share that when he's talking as well. But I'm really excited about it, Ted. I'm really excited about this year. I'm really excited about, we're getting more people reaching out saying, hey, I want to learn more. I've learned about you in our 20 groups. And what better recommendation than one that you see them go from the right side of the book to the left side. And that's often when we get someone who calls us and, it's really very small incremental changes for an exponential result. And we need to be doing that in every area of the dealership at Fixed Ops, critically important. And you know that from all the partners you work with as well.
Maureen, the word of mouth for Dynatron software is absolutely incredible. Not just recently, but over the years. We've watched it grow and grow and grow. You are moderating a panel also here on Wednesday on the Roundtable on service advisor retention. You've got some big names. I know Matt Norris from Bozard is on there. John Luciano, I think he's got a nickname, Lucky.
Lucky, yeah,
He's on
Lucky
there.
from Street.
I think you've got Casa Auto Group. You've got
Oh, yes. Jaime is
Jaime.
fantastic.
Yeah.
Yes, really. It is a really, what I love about the panel is really looking at things from different perspectives, right? Lucky is the owner of the group. You've got VPs of Fixed Ops, you've got general manager. And when you really bring it together, and that's what our panels are going to be in the booth, it's really creating a conversation from every aspect. How do we as a team focus on fixed operations?
Okay.
And I think you can go, you're going to hear it at NADA. The analysts are all going to, every meeting you go to, they talk about how important it is to lean into fixed operations, how the margins, the erosion is happening on the variable side. There's seen and unseen things that we have that are impacting us. And how do we really leverage those to create a performance advantage? And really those that are going to dig into that in 2026, you're going to see a remarkable change in the profitability of those groups, which then are, allowing them to grow and affect communities. I mean, think about it. As they acquire dealerships and they elevate it, I think of all of our partners like Hudson and Hendrick and Penske and a lot of these wonderful, very established, very respected, when you can be partners, Berkshire Hathaway, you really start to look at it. But from whether you are a very large dealer group or a single point store, we want to make sure that we can help elevate it because each one of them has a huge impact on their communities and the people that work for them. And so it's just exciting. Love it. And we're very thankful for the advocacy of our dealers and our partners like yourselves that give us the opportunity to share what we can do to help.
I don't know anybody in this industry who works harder than Maureen Martin. And she is the face of Dynatron software to many of the folks that you mentioned. Now, for our audience watching today, they're making their plans for next week to come to NADA. And we want to have Dynatron software on their short list. You're going to be in the North Hall at 6851 and North. Sarah and I are going to spend time with you. I know you're also going to be doing some interviews as well, be on our stage as well. For the audience coming, what do they need to be paying attention to? What do they need to be thinking about today? And what are they going to see when they come over to Dynatron to meet you and the team? What do you have? What can you tell us today without giving away too much for the people coming to Las Vegas?
Well, I think for a lot, they're very excited to see the repair order insights and really be able to see how does this apply to me and how does it apply to me not only as a single point dealership or a dealer in a group, but how does it also elevate up to the enterprise for you to be driving those levers between profitability and retention, and how do we do it? And how does that really make it simple when you're really learning, but also for our experts in the industry, how does it help them to continue? Kind of like that professional athlete, how do we help you go to that next level? And I think that's really important. And you're going to see that in the Success Hub, as I had shared. So you've got those that are new to learning about Dynatron, but you also have those that have been in our family. And we're very blessed that a lot of our partners will just come to the booth and start talking and want to share with them their own personal experience, because it does take a commitment, right? It takes a commitment to work collaboratively together, to hold people accountable, but also to give them the knowledge and the resources to know that the actionable change that we're making, that it is in the compliance, right? And how is it making sure that we are priced exactly right in the market? And each market is different. Each franchise is different. And so those things we really delve into to really help groups and dealers to really grow. we're going to we always have some fun. We have a Dynatron distillery with bourbon tasting on Wednesday and Thursday from noon to 2. And then we will have our executive panels on both Wednesday.
Is that in the booth, by the way?
In the booth, absolutely in the booth. Yes. So
From
if you're
12
there,
to 2 on Wednesday and Thursday.
Wednesday and Thursday from 12 to 2. Exactly.
All right.
And then our executive panels will be on Wednesday and Thursday from 1:45 to 2:15. We make a real point to make it when it doesn't overlap to make meetings or Time Magazine, because those people are the ones being recognized often. And so we want them to be the ones that are really talking to dealers in the industry. And so we really, I mean, even last year in the Iceageddon, it was a tremendous success. And so I really appreciate that. And then we'll be on the NADA live stage, and that'll be on Thursday. And that's between 3:40 and 4 o'clock. And really excited about that. We're really going to be talking about the revenue lifeline and elevating fixed ops, really in a shifting automotive economy. And we're going to be talking about from different perspectives. Bob Giles, who is a 2022 Time Magazine Dealer of the Year, talking from a group executive level about the impacts of, tariffs and what's happening with, shortages and things that are really impacting the erosion. We're going to have the blessed to have William McCurry. He's the VP of Fixed Operations from
He's
Del
great.
Grande Dealer Group, DGDG, as you
DGDG.
know.
Yeah.
Often, always in automotive news.
He's going to be there. He's going to be there.
Yes, he will be on that.
I want to
panel.
meet him. That's okay. I want to meet him in person.
Well, and what I love about it is, they're always thought of as thought leaders. You see
Yes.
Jeremy Beaver and
He's
Shell
great.
DeGrand. You see them in a lot of articles in automotive news. And William is also on our advisory council. And then Rob Martinez. I've known Rob forever through the National Association of Minority Auto Dealers. I have watched him. He is uniquely someone who came up fixed ops, was a managing partner, and now has purchased the group that he was the managing partner with. And so his journey and his interest of what he's going to be able to share as someone who has uniquely sat in all the roles, I think it will be very exciting. And all of them have been long-term great partners. And, what I really love about them is they really break it down into what have I learned as well myself and how do I give back? Because that's a really big part of what we feel at Dynatron is we need to give back. You know that from how much I love being at Northwood University and, the pop-up events we do around the country. And it's really about how do we keep that conversation? How do we get young people to come into our industry? I'm 40 years, as I said, on February 3rd, and I want that next generation to come in because, like us, they're scaling. I mean, it's very exciting at Dynatron. I would love for you to come and meet our expanded C-suite that we have at Dynatron. We have scaled in this quarter, I think, how many employees we had when I started 5 years ago with Lee Silver, and the team. And I'm just super excited about the future and the growth of the company. And with that, what comes with product and the technology and all of that. So super excited about it and would love to see you all. And personally, I would love to see everyone. Please come by and ask for me. And really we'll make sure that you get an opportunity to meet everybody and please join us for the executive panels. I think you're really going to find that there'll be some best practices. There'll be a lot of names, like Walser Automotive, Carter Myers, Hansel, Ron Marhofer. We have a lot of really, interesting and different diverse areas of the country and different size groups and really looking forward to that thought leadership.
All right, everybody, there you have it. If Dynatron's booth in the North Hall is not enough to come see, you're going to meet Maureen Martin in person. Write the booth number down. Make this as part of your short list. Dynatron is at 6851N. You're going to see Maureen, Sarah, and I will be with her as well. We love Dynatron. It is a very important part of your plan next week, everybody. Come and see it in person, see what they're working on. And if you're already a Dynatron retailer, you've got a lot of reasons to come as well. So, Maureen, great to see you. Great success. You look fantastic.
Thank you.
So glad you could be with us here today to get things rolling. And much success to you. And I'll see you next week
I'll
with
see
Sarah
you in Vegas.
at Dynatron. So, and we'll bring some of those Northwood students who are going to be with us there, some of that young, passionate pipeline of the future of automotive. So
And
thank
I
you for
hope
inviting me.
everybody is tuning into the intern and getting to see that process with the Fixed Ops Roundtable in Northwood on that collaboration. I think it's very exciting to really, again, excite young people, not only in automotive, but to excite them about fixed operations. So thank you for that. And thank you for all you do to support us in the industry. And it's a privilege to be a partner of the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
And privilege to be a partner of Dynatron Software, the best in the industry. Maureen Martin, everybody. You'll see her next week. We'll visit with her in Las Vegas at the NADA 2026. Maureen Martin from Dynatron Software, here with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
As we finish up our first gig of the Rock Revolution, know that the Fixed Ops Roundtable is just getting warmed up for our 4-day show. So enjoy the journey, because we'll be back tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Eastern to rock you like a hurricane.